that we can safely protect them.
You're listening to the Curious About Cannabis podcast. Special thanks to our current annual educational event sponsors, including The Workshop, CBD National, and Green Earth Medicinals. If you want to learn more about our Curious About Cannabis events, go to cacpodcast.com/events. And if your company would like to become an event sponsor, visit cacpodcast.com/sponsors to learn more.
It's a weird year to be in cannabis, I would say. And I think like it reminds me of 2020 and the pandemic when like I was really busy and the lab was really busy and the rest of the world wasn't, you know? And it kind of feels like that right now for me in the cannabis industry, where like a lot of labs are closing, a lot of businesses are, you know, shutting their doors forever. And like, we just keep getting busier and keep getting bigger. And like, so, you know, like where the growth is happening, it's happening fast.
Yeah.
And in the rest of the places, you know, it's just a lot of change, you know, which like, I love to rearrange my furniture. I love to experience anything new. But it is a weird time for this industry because, you know, we are like seeing all of the things that we expected to, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. It's like all these things that we predicted from the beginning. It's like, oh, we're living in this, you know, this period where everything is maturing, and it's painful to watch because it's like people you know that are going through all sorts of crazy stuff, and
absolutely.
It's definitely been a crazy ever since 2020. It's just been weird. Every year's been weird. I don't know.
Right. I feel like the pandemic gave us like an extension on like the kind of sweet spot of like getting high prices and, you know, being this weird in demand and overvalued product. I think that the pandemic gave us like a little bit of a stretch, and that maybe we would have been here where we are right now in 2020 if that hadn't happened.
Yeah.
You know, but it's hard to say, of course, you know. I feel like for years, you know, we've been saying this is going to kill farmers in California, and it took years, but it did. And, you know, same thing with testing. We've been saying for years, we need testing. And then everyone says, but the labs are bad. And, you know, finally states are requiring testing and requiring accreditation and actually holding labs accountable and actually shutting them down. And, you know, like all kinds of things are, you know, just like I said, none of it's a surprise. Everyone said it. Most of us were ringing bells trying to raise awareness, and just now it's actually happening. It's total.
Yeah. It's interesting. The past year, I've seen several big articles come out about cannabis testing fraud. And I'm like, this is great that you're highlighting. Wish you would have highlighted it like 5 years ago, 3 years ago.
Right. It took just long enough that like we're still mad, you know, like it still isn't good enough because you know, we're like, well, you know, where was this when it was affecting me, you know?
Right, when I was going through hell. All this.
Exactly. So it's a tough place to be, because I see so much struggle in the industry, but I also still see all of the potential that we ever had before. You know, what's exciting for me is that public consumption finally is a thing in Colorado in teeny baby steps, but like the very first license where you can sell cannabis and consume it on site has passed. That business model still kind of sucks because you can't bring in your own cannabis to smoke. Just like at a bar, you can't bring a sixer. But like nobody knows how to do that yet. You know, nobody knows how to like not bring their own pipe. You know what I mean? Like
at a bar, you can bring your own cigarettes. So
right.
It's like a strange in between.
Yeah, but like you can't, you know, you don't bring your own glass to the bar. You don't bring your own booze to the bar. And that's, you know, kind of the same thing with this model. So it's like you can't bring your own Puffco. You can't, you know what I mean? Like you end up with all these weird rules that, you know, in time and with, you know, just consistency, we'll get used to it, but it hasn't been a thing yet. And then the licensed consumption lounges that are only bring your own, and they have no sales. Those are starting to show up now. So we've got a couple of those that are licensed, but it's starting to have a structure, and that's exciting for me because it's kind of the next step, I feel, for like the retail landscape. Because we've spent a lot of time pretending that it's all about medical.
Right.
And like medical use is extremely important, but we have given zero attention to real medical problems as an industry.
Yeah, no.
Lots of research is being done. It's not being done by us. We're not.
If we took medical seriously, there's a number of things that would have happened.
That would be different
a long time ago. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, so I am excited for that change. For public consumption to like become an established thing, because I do think it's the next evolution of the retail landscape. Like we have the liquor store model now. Great. And so the next move, I really think, is figuring out how do we socially consume and how do we make like a bite-sized social experience, like a drink at the bar, out of using cannabis. And I think that that'll be really cool. And I think it'll actually benefit medical usage, in the same way that, cigarette taxes, support lung cancer research, we have ways to fund some of these things. So I do have a lot of excitement about that change for Colorado and for all states. Like when I think about Vegas, if I could just smoke weed in that casino,
right.
I might want to go. I might want to stay in there longer. You know what I mean? Like I don't. Yeah, because all I'm trying to do is figure out how to get outside of those complicated buildings so I can smoke. And so being able to, bring that experience around, that's the thing that I think I'm the most excited about going forward, because I think everything else will be about standardization and compliance and scale. And, those things are like really cool if you're succeeding at them.
Right. Yeah.
and if you're not, it's it's the hardest part of the job. So
yeah. Well, and it's funny, it's taken Colorado this long to get to this point. I mean, I always expected to see it happen, at least like 4 years ago or something. And it's all in all, I've been a little surprised by the resistance in not just Colorado, but like Oregon, California, and other places. The resistance to, public consumption. It's just, and it's something that was always going back to the early medical days. It was always this weird thing of like, all right, it's legal.
Right.
You have nowhere to do it. And especially if you're in an apartment or something where you have very little control over your situation. And if you have a landlord who, just doesn't like it, then you just basically have nowhere. It's odd to me that this has taken so long to finally get some traction.
And it's a definition thing, I think that what people really struggled with was, and like, I don't mean to, dilute the value of medical use, but we really did legalize recreational use with a medical name. Most of the products, most of the consumption methods, most of the trends in the industry don't have anything to do with medical efficacy. Or ease of use, because, frankly, like being able to smoke with your homies isn't important if it's medicine. Like no one is taking insulin and saying, well, why can't I, like have an insulin bar with my bros? Like, it's just not the same, because like, that's not the usage, it really is more of like an all-day chronic application, or it's like I have a migraine and I'm staying home and I'm not talking to anybody, So like for a lot of the people who really do have a medical application, the public consumption wouldn't have helped them. It was always about access and information and product safety, and for everyone else, it was a better alternative to alcohol. And a lot of the therapeutic value, different than I would say like straight up medicinal value, comes from the social benefit of using cannabis instead of alcohol or instead of just your own anxious self, whatever
Right.
your, that pre-existing condition is. And so I think, it's a really tough thing to backtrack on for us as an industry to say, like, because what we meant was no one should go to jail. But what we said is, what about cancer patients? And
Exactly,
it's like,
that's
let's just start with everyone safe and then work it down to like, here's what you need, here's what you need, here's what you need. Let the people who need it the least pay the most to take care of the people who need it the most, but can afford the least. And we could balance it all out. But we started on the low end, and it's hard to build from that, So it makes sense that it took so long. It just is unfortunate because it puts us at odds with our roots, know?
Right. Oh, big time. I mean, I've seen in the past several years, there's, and I think we mentioned this a little bit when we were, texting on Instagram, that there's kind of like a weird vibe now around all of the folks that kind of got into the industry around the same time, really early, 2010 and 2013 or so.
Right.
That really got in and have kind of ridden all these waves. There's a strange kind of angst that has built now in a lot of these folks. I feel it, where I'm like sitting here watching everything that's happened, and I've got really strange mixed feelings about it all. And there's part of me that's like, I'm happy access is increased, and obviously any step forward is good. But there's been so much just weird missed opportunities and things. Like, I'm glad you kind of distinguish the difference between medical use and therapeutic use. A lot of folks would say that's the same, but I actually like that subtle differentiation.
It's subtle, but it's everything. Think about the things that you use therapeutically that you can't call medicine. You know what I mean? Like an ice pack. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But it's not treating a disease or treating a specific condition.
And then it's not chronic, which is what opens you up to this potential for self-medication that's responsible. Because self-medicating anything chronically, I would say, is maybe not something that any of us are in a position to decide,
there's risks and nuance there. And, going back to the public consumption thing that ties in with a lot of this, I hope that it drives a public conversation around, like, what is even adult responsible cannabis use? Like, what does that look like?
That conversation, it really comes back to a conversation about intoxication. Mm-hmm. And it's been, I think, the standard for us as at least as an American society, to look at the difference between intoxication and high, or there's kind of like both are bad, but intoxicated almost has this implication that it was accidental, that that there was an appropriate amount of it that would have been okay, and you just went a little too hard. Whereas being high almost implies that at all is overdoing it, right? And then you look at just the substances that we're out there consuming every day, and someone saying that coffee makes them jittery and then they drink it anyway.
Yeah.
Is that high or intoxicated? And if someone takes if we're looking at alcohol, if someone drinks hard alcohol out of the bottle versus someone who has a can of beer 100% of the day, you know what I mean? Is just constantly drinking it. It's and so we tend to look at that same substance and different uses of it, but potentially even the same chemical accumulation and the same level of intoxication or highness. And we give it these social appropriateness factors, that kind of just are all rooted in is the activity that you're engaged in social or not? Because that's really, if you look at alcohol, and even with the way cigarettes originated, what makes it okay is you can do it with other people. You can drink a lot and binge drink even if it's with other people and you're fun. But once you do it at home by yourself, then it gets weird. Yeah. Or if you're an asshole. Right. And so it's that social nicety is a really key component of the social consumption that we haven't really addressed. And I don't think it's because people don't want to be around people that are high. I think it's that we have this pre-existing idea in our mind that because people do it by themselves at home, that's high. And it's not like catching a buzz, you know? So like, since it started out as this sort of solitary at-home secretive behavior, it just like got lumped into that category. Whereas like, you know, you can take your painkillers or do all kinds of other interesting substances. And if you're good socially on that substance, it's kind of allowed. And that's what's so wild is that we're all better when we're high in terms of being around other people. It's probably probably slightly better, or at least the same for most people. You know, there's very few.
I generally hate other humans a lot less.
Right. Yeah. And that's what's so exciting about all of the psychoactive changes in regulations lately is that, you know, it's been easy to brush it off as unimportant to address, you know, social consumption and like how people can get high socially, because it's also fairly harmless. So like when we just do it anyway, you know, no one's really getting hurt. Might be getting super high, but when we get into psychoactive substances, now like that social contract is more important than ever. And I think it's going to force us to start really talking about it.
Well, and it's funny, as we talk about this, it highlights a funny thing about, you know, social groups and things, that we really only care about someone's substance use if it bothers us being the society, the group of people, whatever. And it's a shame because, you know, obviously there's so much more there around substance use that we need to talk about and think about and be aware of. But it's just kind of it's like an extension of our egos in that sense, but on a group level. It's like, well, as long as that person's not annoying us or bothering us, as long as they're fun to be around, then we don't really care how much they're doing or what they're doing.
Yeah, as long as the net impact is positive for me, I don't care what you do. Which is it's an interesting position to come from, because you know, when we get into the psychoactive substances, like everything that's, you know, because I just look at mushrooms and all I think is like, please don't do what we did with weed. Like, please do better. Oh my God, please do better. There's so much opportunity and we have so much experience in doing it in many different versions of the wrong way that like, we could do such a better job with psychoactive substances if we wanted to. And just the very nature of them forces us to have a conversation that's pretty literal about like a state of consciousness and the social contract that's involved in that. Because, you know, that's, you know, when we're talking about someone going on a trip or someone literally altering their consciousness, you know, in some pretty dramatic ways, it allows us to discuss the extreme in a positive way, which makes it so ezy to then say, and so, smoke a joint on the outside smoking deck of the baseball stadium. Right. You know, like, because it's so much easier to come back down to that conversation.
Right, exactly.
When we sit up here and discuss, like, okay, so how much peyote should a person be allowed to possess when they're dispensing it to other people? And we start to have these like crazy conversations about that. It makes it, you know, it kind of it minimalizes all these others. And so, you know, I'd rather see decriminalization for psychoactive substances simply because we're not in a position to decide those kind of regulations and restrictions. But I think the conversation is really important. Because we really don't talk about it much. And what we'll find if we talk about it more is that we need more data, we need more research. And if we need those things, then what we really need is more money. And, you know, and that's the thing that the cannabis industry can still do. You know, we can still make money. You know, the fact that farms are closing does not mean we're selling less weed.
Right. It's just the market saturation is being dealt with.
Right. Exactly.
The Curious About Cannabis podcast is sponsored in part by Green Earth Medicinals. Green Earth Medicinals is focused on producing clinically effective herbal medicine. They combine full-spectrum cannabis extracts with other functional botanicals for targeted use in clinical settings. From the field to harvest, processing, extraction, and formulation, they follow strict quality control measures to ensure they create standardized and safe medicine. Now, full disclosure, I used to work with these guys several years back, helping them create their quality management systems. And there's a lot of really good thought that's gone into a lot of the products that Green Earth Medicinals has. And I can say personally, one of the ones that I like a lot is the buccal spray, which I use very frequently before speaking engagements and podcast episodes, just to ease the nerves a little bit. If you want to check out some of their stuff for yourself, you can visit greenearthmedicinals.com, and if you use code CURIOUS at checkout, you'll get 25% off your entire first order. So that's at greenearthmedicinals.com, use code CURIOUS, and you'll get 25% off your first order. And yeah, thanks so much, Green Earth Medicinals, for supporting our work. I really, really appreciate it. If you or your company would like to sponsor Curious About Cannabis and support our work, visit cacpodcast.com/sponsors or contact us to learn more about sponsorship and advertising opportunities that we have available. If you're curious about cannabis like me, then get connected to the Curious About Cannabis ecosystem and let's learn together. Visit cacpodcast.com/connect to join our learning community on our Discord server, and you can participate in regular giveaways, dive into the latest cannabis research, connect with certified Curious About Cannabis educators, hang out in our break room with other curious minds, and more. Best of all, it's totally free. Just visit cacpodcast.com/connect to learn more. Or click Connect on the Curious About Cannabis app, which is available on Android and coming soon to iOS.
Yeah, there's been too many players involved, and it's the natural evolution of an immature market.
Sure.
That you end up with way too many players, and then consolidation happens
right.
over time, and that's where we're at. And yeah, I agree. Psychedelics have to be treated totally differently than the cannabis industry, and if they do get treated the same due to kind of loose gray area legislative changes that happen in states, it's going to blow up in our faces so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's such a greater people don't like to, it's like cannabis, I'm talking about risks. I'm already getting this of like what kind of feedback I'm going to get. But the risk profile of psychedelics is so much higher than cannabis when we start talking about, not only how it can affect your psyche and, your mental health, but when you're going into public, all of the different variables that come into play there. It just is. Compared to cannabis, there's a humongous difference in the potential things that could go wrong.
Yeah. There's genuine harm that can be done. And, we can't, I think we got away with a lot of laziness in our regulations, in our product development, in our, just the development of our industry. I think we have really been able to, get away with not trying as hard as we're capable of.
Absolutely.
Because it's just so safe, 33 people died of unknown vaporizer related illnesses that collapsed their lungs. And
yeah,
what has that done for anything? There's a few states that don't allow additives.
Right.
There's 2 states that say cannabis ingredients only.
Right.
And they don't verify that in any of those states in any way. Yeah. What would you do? If I watch the cannabis grow from start to finish, harvest it myself, extract those terpenes, and then test it, I can still barely give you a mass balance report on what's there.
Right.
And so it's a really strange, kind of position to be in when I look at the cannabis industry, to say we are not we shouldn't check our own work. Someone else should, but we do. We don't. We check the work. We write the work. We
edit ourselves.
We do all of it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so that that accountability factor is really missing, but people don't think it's missing because bad things generally don't happen.
Right.
That lab put out millions of tests for in Michigan for microbial content, total yeast and mold, and so those are the things that from the medical perspective, real important, right? Like I really don't want
Right, actually matters.
certain, like can I not have E. coli on my weed? Like I don't know what will happen if it's there, but I also do not want to find out. There's some things that are genuinely important, and that's an easy one to just say, like, we all agree we don't want, this microbial content. But like, so many samples came out of that lab that weren't tested at all and that would have failed potentially. And like, nobody got hurt.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Except the labs and the businesses and the people who paid money for that testing, so like the consumer was relatively safe. We haven't had to deal with a product liability case.
Not in like
that matters.
Yeah, it's not like you see where, these, batches of lettuce are contaminated with salmonella, and there's been hundreds of, food poisonings, and several of them
right.
Fatal. Like you don't hear that kind of stuff come out of the industry. And we've, even though the industry is still limited to a handful of states, really, in terms of full adult use legalization, there's a lot of data now. I mean, and sometimes the lack of data is data itself, in the sense of like the lack of any sort of thrilling emergency. I mean, the fact that E-Valley got so much attention and that really didn't affect that many people.
Right.
And it was corrected fairly quickly. If there were other things lurking, they would be blown up. I mean,
right.
If it's there to be reported on and blown up, it's there. And it's like, several years ago, I used to talk about mycotoxins a lot more. And I was like, we don't know about mycotoxins. There's no data. Well, now, California and several other places have been testing on them. And it's like, okay, in general, mycotoxins don't seem to be a big deal in cannabis. They show up sometimes, but now we have the data. It doesn't really seem to be worth worrying about that much. That doesn't mean start blasting moldy stuff all the time, but it does show that in general, as the industry is taking care of itself and running along,
right.
That just doesn't seem to be a big health issue. And so it's, once again, going back to like where we are now, having like watched, we've basically watched a decade or so of the industry unfold and have participated in that. And it's just really, really interesting to think about where we are and the conversations that we need to start having, that we're ready to have now that, that we're seeing that the main things to worry about with cannabis, pesticides for sure, metals in vape cartridges. But now it's like, well, we know the manufacturers that make good vape carts. So it's like, you don't have much of an excuse anymore if you're a producer. There are like three main ones that you can use that you'll be fine with.
We've kind of just, enough time has passed. Like you said, It's been an actual decade. So now we have this bubble where we need 10 more years to go by to find out if there are long-term side effects, because that'll be the next wave, right? So like what we're not seeing are like random occurrences of deadly risks that would be those short-term crazy, environmental issues, like we're not going out and eating raw broccoli. So we're not dealing with, salmonella risks the way that we might otherwise. And just the testing alone is probably sending a lot of that material to distillation and kind of, sort of self-regulating in that way. Right. Which is great. But then, we do have the next category of long-term side effects, because when you look at cigarettes, short-term side effects are fantastic. Lose weight,
exactly.
Like reduce your appetite, lowers your stress. I mean, are you kidding? Make new friends. It had such great short-term benefits. And people used to not live long-term. Right. So the long-term benefits, just looks like being old. They just looks like being 45. Everyone died, So now that'll be the next big bubble, which is where I think we'll start to find out, because like I like you, I was like, oh, we don't even test for mycotoxins. So like, what are we doing testing for fungus? Because if the fungus is there, all I want to know is if there's a mycotoxin, right? Like the fungus doesn't concern me compared to the mycotoxin. And so, but similarly, I've never seen a mycotoxin come up on any test of material I've ever run before. Because I feel like you probably just have to have a lot of perfect conditions to, to foster that. And it's maybe easy enough to avoid.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, people in general are not going out of their way to find cheap, moldy material to.
Well, it's kind of like once you know,
Right.
so then you start looking for it. Like if you hear that salmonella is on broccoli, you just start washing your broccoli.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Not a big deal. Now you're fine. Now you can have salmonella broccoli and just wash it off, Yeah, exactly. So it helps a lot. But then that leads, to the next sort of category. And so then I have to start thinking about, because if there's a long-term health risk, it's going to come from manufacturing. It's going to come from what I'm doing. So now it's the metal accumulation from edibles. Now it's terpene combustion.
Yes.
How much benzene does it take for you to develop cancer that we can trace back to dabs? How much of a neurotoxin,
What does it take to strip the mucosal linings of your lungs? Like how much exposure to high concentrations of terpenes and stuff does it take to start to, degrade some of that, which then you would expect to see higher frequency of infection rates and stuff in people that are chronic users. And yeah, I agree. That's really going to be interesting stuff to see. And something I've mentioned to folks too is, we have a long history of interacting with the flower, but interacting with all of the types of products that we have now, it's just different. It's just new. We just don't know much.
Well, and we keep pushing for bioavailability, right? Like, So if we nano emulsify everything, if my cannabinoids are more bioavailable as the lead.
Right. And it's like, your body seems to tolerate the components of cannabis well in herbal form. And it seems like, people have been exposed to hashish and stuff for, a long period of time. So it's not like we haven't been exposed to concentrates. But yeah, it does really start to kind of make you wonder what we're going to see on the other side. And actually, this segues into something I wanted to make sure to talk to you about that just popped in my mind. I want to say it before I forget.
Sure.
It's not really, it's probably not so much related to user safety. Maybe it is. I don't know. You'll know more about this than I do. But I wanted to make sure to talk about Medusa stones and everything that has circulated with that, because people are starting to understand why their diamonds are coming out sort of chalky and cloudy and that sort of thing. So totally unrelated to what we've talked about before, but I want to make sure to hit this.
I mean, maybe that's a
thing. Yeah, we don't
know. we don't know. So that kind of goes back to like the accountability conversation we were having, which is like, we have this chain of custody with cannabis of like who holds it, but somehow the chain of accountability is not consistent with who's holding it, right? Like if something goes wrong, it's because of who had it last. It's not me,
right?
Like it has to go to like I'm doing a great job and someone else did something. And so when we're just talking about, growing and harvesting and packaging cannabis, that's still potentially 47 touch points, like tons of human interaction, tons of distribution, tons of temperature changes, container changes, so many things can occur. And that's just if we're going to keep it in the flower form as we trimmed it. When we get into manufacturing it, touch points. My God, people are touching everything so much.
So many
they're touching it all. Yeah. And so every time that you change jars, you introduce, run it through a tube, tighten a gasket, like someone following the exact same SOP as me, but that isn't me, is going to have slightly different outcomes in one area or another, even if it's just how much oil they get out of the jar when they scrape it versus how much I do. I might call 49.9 pounds 50 pounds, and someone else might call 51 pounds, 50 pounds.
Right.
And that's a huge difference if we're trying to calculate, certain things. Some are more important than others. And so when we get into the Medusa stone, the backstory is essentially that, and as far as I'm aware, this started in California. And I started hearing about it about a year and a half ago in California.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it started right after the benzene issue in California, which was primarily in the Bay Area and kind of traveled north and then eventually a little bit south. But what had happened is, thankfully, California has a lot of testing requirements. But unfortunately, those testing requirements are such that there's this huge batch requirement and quarantine situation, which forces people to test things when they're completely finished.
Right.
And kind of all at once,
Yep.
Which is important to think about because a lot of time passes in between when you make a product and when the final tests for that product to be sold come back to you. And time is everything in the lab because you can do everything so quickly. And so with that, what had happened is a bunch of people ended up with benzene in their product. So that's not good. The safe allowable dose for benzene is none. It is cancer causing, will mess up your DNA. Frankly, I don't know. It's not good for you.
And it's very rare to show up on a solvent test. Yeah.
Right, but it's also a tiny weird little hydrocarbon. It's not easy to put in a jar. It's not easy to retain. Mm-hmm. It is, volatile, not as much as other things that we deal with every day, but it is not trying to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wants to go somewhere. Mm-hmm. In almost any condition. You really have to give yourself a perfect set of conditions or so much surface tension and so much of it to really have it show up, because for most analytical testing labs, their lower limit of detectability and the passing quantity are
right. They're usually the same.
We're talking third, fourth decimal points. Yeah, they are so close that presence is a fail in most cases. Yeah. It's hard to have it show up. However, it's abundant and it's common. It's out there in the world. There's benzene in this room, it's a thing. And so when it started showing up for people, it had this huge financial impact. But it also, had this huge, forensic investigation issue that it posed, because there are a couple of places that we know it could show up, and there are a couple of places that we never, ever, ever check. So, for example, nobody does residual solvent testing on their flour.
Yeah, right.
But if there was benzene being produced as a byproduct of these, terpenes that are being produced by the plant, then it's absolutely as possible to be there as anywhere else. It's just, you can't see it. It's such a small concentration. It's so diluted. It's hard to look at. So we don't really start testing for benzene until we get into concentrates. Right. And once we get into concentrates, and especially if you get into vape pens, if you start to get into flavored things, if you start to get into food, oh my God, there are a million, your vanilla flavoring, probably benzene, everything has a little bit of some of it. And so, if you've got old ethanol that you've recovered 100,000 times in your roto, turned all the way up, running at, 200 degrees, and there was a little bit of terpenes in that you just recycle over and over and over, decarb waste, there's so many places where it can come from. Let me tell you, the weird shit in your cold trap when you're out there distilling in the world, there's stuff going on, and a little bit of back pressure to put that into your product could put it there. So there's so many places it could come from, but with cannabis, what we like to do is blame somebody else. And so everyone blamed the gas, because butane and propane are tested for benzene prior to distribution. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So everyone in the Bay Area, sort of identified, because what it was is one or two labs had it happen to a significant enough batch that it starts getting talked about.
Yeah.
And so eventually it was sourced back to some batches of solvent that had benzene in them. And so, what'll happen, especially with the solvent being as volatile as it is, it's easier to evaporate butane and propane than benzene. And even though I just said it's, easy to evaporate, they're even easier. And so what would occur, and this is especially true for high volume labs, is that if you have a little bit of benzene in all your tanks, that can be accumulative in your system. And if you have one tank with a bunch of benzene and all the rest are clean, that can still accumulate in your system and therefore in your product. And so, so there were some instances where people had no test data on their solvent because no one's checking or even asking for the COA.
Yep.
And this is an instrument grade product, which literally, is inherent in the name, but like it's not cleaned for human consumption because it's intended to be used as fuel.
Yes.
Be burned.
Yeah. And which
like into the world. Yeah. Into open atmosphere, 70% nitrogen. You know what I mean? Like into, like a totally different application than the way we use it, which in my opinion puts all of that responsibility on us and not on the gas manufacturer. Because if I wanted research grade, which is verified to be free of those things, I could buy it.
Yep.
But I don't. So if I'm going to buy a lower quality, it's on me. It's like if you put the lower quality gas in your high end engine, that's on you. You know that you're taking that risk, and most gas will be clean enough and it'll be fine. Some of it won't be. And that's what happened to some of these labs. They got a good deal on a tank from somebody. They got a good deal on a contract. They ordered something in a pinch, wherever it came from, however it happened, they ended up with this benzene. And because they were able to trace it back to the gas, now we have a good scapegoat going forward. We used to blame the farmer for everything.
Right.
Because people were like looking at like what is benzene in some of these pesticides, probably, but instead, but we found it in gas, and so then we move forward from there. So now a little bit of time has passed. People are paying attention to COAs, demanding it from their suppliers. The thing is, their suppliers are all distributors. Gas comes from like 3 major ports in America. There's not a whole lot of like the differences literally come down to like the trucks it gets transported on, the tanks it gets delivered in. It's not the gas, it's the containers. Container changes matter a lot. And so depending on how many container changes occurred, what the condition of those containers was, you end up with all these potential touch points for the gas to become contaminated. And so anytime you're getting something more directly from the source, probably a good sign. And, that was good because it did tighten up kind of the weird people slinging tanks out of the back of a random grow store situation, right? And that's probably for the best. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because, and that's it though, is like you have guys that like, there's plenty of people out there who like sell like welding supply gas, and like they just buy a big tank and fill tanks in a parking lot somewhere.
Literally,
and don't care. And if you're just burning it, maybe that's okay.
Right.
I mean, you put dirty gas in through somebody's welder, and they're gonna notice it before someone will notice it in their closed loop extractor. I'll tell you that. Like they're paying attention. Yeah, exactly. So like that accountability is so important. But for some reason, we love to put it on someone else in this industry, and so we put it on the gas suppliers. So now people are paying attention to their gas, and they're worried about these minor contaminants in the gas. And what we discovered in that benzene scare was just like the fact that gas isn't being tested, right? Like it's being tested for stuff they knew they needed to remove based on DOT regulations,
right?
And for the ingredient you're paying for, so like there's sulfur in all butane. Just a little bit comes from the middle of the world, from the lava center of the planet, so we end up with, these trace contaminants and most of them aren't being tested for, And the only ones that we're going to see show up on tests are the ones we test for. Right. And we're only testing for like this weird short list of solvents based on what we told the state we might use, and what the state heard from someone's Department of Health is definitely dangerous, you know? So we've got these like weird amalgamations of rules based on what we self-report, what they, you know, impose extraneously, and, you know, and then a little bit of like, you know, this cross industry information. Because when we look at something like ethanol, and, you know, like we've got these food grade versus isopropyl versus methanol, like we've got all these real obvious differences and these different grades, and it's so much more clearly defined based on its usage. But with these compressed gases, there just really isn't a lot of usage similar to what we're experiencing. And so when the Medusa stone phenomenon started picking up traction,
which explain what that is in case anyone's
yeah, so what that is someone who is crystallizing THCA is recognizing that the crystals are growing in a slightly different formation, which is important. And that when they remove the supernatant, when they remove the liquid from those crystals, the crystal structure falls apart. And by that, I mean, it either grows differently or like physically crumbles. And so what will happen is the crystal will like get all cakey and powdery and crusty on top. Or they will start growing like a weird kind of like almost cauliflowery formation in certain sections that people would say is out of nowhere. And what it is a variation in their SOP, you know, and that variation could be caused by a change in their gas. It could be caused by an accumulation of many factors in their system over time. It could be caused by an individual batch. And, you know, the difficult part of all of this comes down to like the forensic data that we just don't collect
until you
proactively. Right. And so then all we get to look at looking backwards is, you know, the little scraps and pieces that other people put together for us. And so the Medusa stones are a problem, unlike the benzene scare, because this isn't a, you know, like toxic contaminant issue based on the contaminants we test for.
Exactly. Yeah. That's
and the toxicity that's been recommended. You know, that's not a claim I'm making. Don't at me. So it's not a benzene thing. It's not a thing that, you know, like the product's going to fail and I'm going to lose all my money. However, what it is not the product that I want to sell, because I'm trying to grow a pretty crystal. I'm trying to grow a perfect diamond. And, you know, crystal formation and crystal growth and crystallography and, you know, just like that whole category of chemistry is the one category that's the least chemical and math founded, you know, compared to most of the rest of it, because there are so many factors that you'd have to be able to consider and control for at any given time. And so, you know, what chemistry is good at is predicting outcomes based on electromagnetic forces, based on polarity, based on, you know, predictable factors. Whereas, you know, the way that I think about, you know, studying crystals and that crystallization process is that it's more like probability and statistics, because you do have almost at any given time two ways that something could go. And then it's just about like, is it more likely?
Unknown, you know, uncontrollable variables that you can't get your hands on.
Yeah, and it's not, you know, uncontrollable in theory, right? But it's like the ideal gas law. Like you don't have ideal gas. So like there are hundreds of equations that are like filling textbooks all around this world about ideal gas law that are for what? You know, for nothing.
It gives you a baseline to think about
like,
conceptually.
You can, apply that to your black hole predictions, because like you know, it's not relevant to the barbecue cylinder that's in my backyard. So we end up with, like this, this conflict between the theoretical possibility and then like the real world, real time experience that we're having in the lab. And so when I look at the Medusa stone issue, what I love about it as a problem is that there is no single identified compound. And it's been a problem that's been being discussed for a while, because it happens to anyone who extracts for long enough, at a high enough volume. So it's not super common for people who are doing like single source and small batches. It's happening to people who have high volume toll processing accounts. It's happening to people who, are running, thousands of pounds, like it's happening to these bigger accounts. And what I think is interesting about that is that anything that doesn't happen to those type of processors, we will never hear about. Because it's a financial issue. If your small single source farm grows a batch of diamonds that are kind of ugly, they just like get over it. They don't sell them. They whip it into batter. They don't think about it, right?
Into something else.
And the whip it into batter is an important point too, right? Because if you're not toll processing and promising someone diamonds, then you can just make this different texture. And so for a lot of people who are just trying to produce a ton of crystals, the same product that has a Medusa stone in it as a crystal would still have the thing that makes that Medusa stone if they whipped it into batter. You just wouldn't see it.
You wouldn't,
because it wouldn't coagulate in one corner and look at you the way that Medusa stone does. And so, as this is, kind of being uniquely experienced by all these different labs, what's so funny about it is that, everyone has completely different circumstances. So it's not one farm where everyone's getting this material. It's not one region of California. It's not one supplier of gas. It's not one type of extraction system. It's not one ratio of butane versus propane. Like there's no string that's holding it all together, except, in my opinion, the fact that they're all labs that are basically running every day and have employees. It's not a lot of small businesses. And so, what we've seen get blamed over the past year or so is, first of all, bad gas. So people just switch out their gas.
Would be a big finger out.
So what's interesting about that is if you take those Medusa stones and you dissolve them in pentane, the contaminant cocomes out in the supernatant and it comes out in the pentane.
Interesting. So you should see that. Yeah.
And so in my mind, I'm like, well, great. Give me the waste. Let's figure out what that is, because I suspect that it's an accumulation of fats in an area of your crystallization. And those fats could be present in all of your batches, and the addition of a solvent makes them coagulate or crash out at a different time.
Have an affinity for each other.
It could be a pH change based on, some think like an enzyme or a protein, like something that degrades once it's oxidized. So it could be a pH change that then now illuminates that one section. There could be a bunch of different things contributing to it. But, there still hasn't been any analysis on like, if I take that weird white powder, what is it? And in my opinion, what's more important is what's in all of that liquid that we removed.
Right, exactly.
Because when we get the THCA to 99%, I can go very deep on what's in that other 1%, but like, okay, how about we go and look at all of this other mass that I removed first, and just start knocking some categories off. So I have heard that there was pentane being stored in cylinders and then they switched cylinders. I have heard about methanol in cylinders, which is interesting, because methanol is actually like a common solvent in propane cylinders. So residual methanol is not disallowed.
That to be an issue.
It wouldn't be a contributing factor, but the thing is, everyone wants to blame the gas. So they're looking at anything that they can find in a gas tank.
Yeah.
When I was researching this, I found a really interesting bulletin from the state of Utah, which is not where people are discussing the Medusa stone happening, but the LP Gas Association there put out a memo that said, warning, meth lab, meth manufacturers are using propane tanks to store anhydrous ammonia to disguise it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so then when those propane tanks go back into circulation, you've got anhydrous ammonia. And that's a really interesting one because, in the same way that you were like, well, methanol wouldn't cause this. When you say, and I'm like, anhydrous, what? Like, so many things are happening in that tank, in that valve, outside of the propane. And then I don't even know when you bring propane into that, there's so many things that, very interesting. So any of these touch points where there could be an external contaminant is where we want the problem to be. We don't want the problem to be ourselves, right? But ultimately, what's fascinating about it for me is that if it is the gas, then you would just drain your system of that gas, clean it, and then you'd be fine.
Well, I mean, this highlights,
and that hasn't worked for anyone. They still end up, having it happen with multiple gas suppliers. So it does point back to me to, an inconsistency in their SOP. And what I love about it is that you can't self-report it, because if you knew, you wouldn't do it.
Right.
It's a blind spot that we have. And so if it's like we see people running, like their systems are running colder than ever before. So you could be de-waxing in your hoses and leaving like a coating of wax inside your hose.
Absolutely.
And if you only ever put cold gas through it, you'll never clean it out, which means that eventually a little bit will clog. And then you put more pressure through and you're just going to like poop a little bit of that wax out into your system. It's like, there's so many of those little pieces that like, if we were FDA, pharmaceutical quality manufacturers, they know and assume those types of things will happen. And they impose a lot of cleaning and, standardization requirements on you to prevent that from ever happening.
That's exactly what I think about when I hear about all of this, and even the benzene issue too. And this is a common theme of like every time we get together and talk. But it's like, okay, this highlights the importance of quality systems in the lab. It highlights the importance of understanding what's expected from GMP, which would include supplier and supply evaluation, like really critical evaluation, and not just like getting a COA from a supplier on your gas and saying, okay, it looks good, but saying like, no, we've actually got to send this gas somewhere else, verify the COA, so that we have any reason to believe this piece of paper that someone gave us in the first place. And that's just like two little pieces that particularly could have helped the benzene problem. But then in relation to this more complicated issue of the Medusa stones, which like you said, it doesn't take much to interrupt a crystal lattice that's forming. And if
you bump that table, so many things could impact it.
If something's able to just wedge itself between these molecules as they're stacking, then you're going to see exactly what you're describing, where you're removing the solvent out, and all of a sudden these solids start to just crumble. It highlights the type of process validation that really needs to occur in these labs. Like, it's not good enough that you've been able to do the same thing and get the same product for a while. Like, you've got to understand why you're getting to your end product and what needs to be controlled throughout the process to ensure that final outcome. And like you said, we have blind spots, and the way that you investigate those blind spots is you have to do your own work to start to manipulate variables, change cleaning schedules, do all these things. Good records, which is another part of GMP, just the record traceability of what you're doing, so you can actually understand, and it's not just kind of like I value like the artisanal aspect of labs.
Right.
I love working in labs too, but at a certain point, you have to codify, you have to really
Exactly.
dial things in, structure them, and not take things for granted. And like clean in place is so important. Understanding.
And people don't do it. People do not clean their extractors.
They avoid it until there's a problem with the batch, and then they
right.
go back.
And even then, they blame the gas. They don't clean their extractor. You know, they blame the input. You know, people will just drain gas out of a tank and then fill it up with new gas and never open it and clean it with soap and water. But it's like, what makes you think you've removed it, you know?
Exactly.
Especially if you haven't identified it and named it. So, you know, people have been looking at it, but all they're coming back with is names of potential molecules that could cause it. There's still not enough proof anywhere that says this batch with that molecule has this occur. This batch without that molecule does not. You know, and at the same time, you've got labs that never experience it at all and labs that experience it often. And so, you know, those people are unable to articulate on both sides why people who get the same results every time are not able to prove that they perform the same process at every time. And in fact, I would argue they probably don't. Right. Someone who gets the same outcome every time is probably responding very correctly in real time to a myriad of variables.
And they probably don't even think about it.
No, exactly. Like someone who's good at distillation doesn't follow the SOP because they'll notice if the temperature is ramping up slower because the oil is a little bit thicker. And they'll respond. They'll spin it faster. They'll warm it up a little slower so that they don't start distilling certain compounds before others. Like they'll respond. And in that way, it's not an SOP because they didn't do the same thing every time. They followed a protocol, but, you know, but it wasn't as simple as the SOPs that people write that say, you know, bring it to 180 and collect in a receiving flask.
That's a good comment on how shitty most SOPs are, because if you've got a really good one, it should have enough if-then statements.
It's nothing but if-then statements.
Right.
Exactly.
That will guide you, that will allow the flexibility. But I think what we have in our industry that's very rampant, and something that
we have like
me a lot as
recipe.
Exactly. People are like, I have my book of SOPs I'm going to sell you, and you're going to be able to distill and to do butane extraction and all these things. And the SOPs, I've seen some of them, and they're super, super simple. And it's like following a kitchen recipe more so than explaining how to understand the process and what can go wrong and you know, all of that sort of stuff. And so I agree with you that those types of SOPs don't allow for any of that adaptation. But
because what they standardize is your physical behaviors and not the product outcome.
Right. We need to make sure you act like a robot.
And that will lead to the same product? Absolutely not. In fact, with how diverse cannabis is, if I do exactly the same thing every time, I will only get different final products. You know, if I want the same thing, I do have to adapt. Sometimes you winterize twice, you know, sometimes you don't winterize at all. And if you don't have the flexibility to like check and look and evaluate and pivot, then you take away a lot of your ability to like intentionally succeed, which strangely enough does not follow with actually failing or succeeding. Sometimes you just get away with it in this game. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes your crystals come out great and sometimes you whip them into batter. And so if this was happening 2-3 years ago, before the benzene incident, frankly, if this happened then, people would be blaming the material. You know, people would be saying this is something that the growers are spraying, you know?
Right, exactly.
But because we found a problem with gas, now it's going to be gas, you know? And so like, please, by all means, clean your gas, take accountability for it. I don't care what that COA says. You touch it and put it in your tank. Now you need a new COA that tells me what's in your tank. They told me what's in that tank, kinda. Tell me what's in your tank, you know? And no one does that, especially because the only people who can give us those tests are the same people who sold it to us. But if I had that ability, you know, like I have a GCMS in my lab right now. We can test for 59 terpenes. Like I have a mass spec. I've been waiting my whole career to be able to just be like, what is it? And I'll keep waiting because my God, it takes a while. I was
about to say,
the number of questions that I have, like the cool down time in between each one, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna die. But even with all of that technology, I still don't have the ability to really carefully analyze propane because it's so volatile. It's still more complicated than what I can do. And I'm trying hard and spending money, like hundreds of thousands of dollars money on trying to look at those kinds of aromatics. And I still can't look at my solvent as carefully as I want to. Sucks. It's super frustrating. And so I love the idea of paying closer attention to the solvent. But I do really dislike the idea of disregarding our role in it. Because it is so important. And so for anyone who is experiencing Medusa stones, the SOP to fix it, with adaptation as needed, is to start over with a clean slate, meaning that like you do clean the entirety of your extractor.
And not just run ethanol through your system.
No, and that's the thing, like run ethanol through it and then run hot water through it, and then run ethanol again. And see if that changes, like bring multiple solvents into it. If you want to have a great time cleaning, it really like ethanol and then ethanol water and then simple green and then water again, like you will have the cleanest system. And there's a lot of people out there who would see faster recovery times and faster column drains, faster extractions if they just cleaned their nasty hoses, if they just cleaned all of the piping, like any of that cold metal hard piping is shaking while the fluid is going through it. And that agitation is crystallizing solids out of the solution because it's freezing cold. And those solids are likely fats.
Right.
They're far more likely to be the fats and lipids, those chalky, heavy things than the THCA that's just a little more soluble in your solvent at that temperature. And so that like very strict cleaning process does involve like turning off your chiller and letting things thaw out all the way, heating them up. And then after cleaning it, drying it all the way out again. And once you've done all of that, and I mean all of it, every single hose, weird vacuum hose, clean it. Every gasket you own, clean it. Every center disc that you've got, clean, like all of it. You've got to physically wipe it down. You've got to verify that it's clean. And if you can drain water out of your solvent tank and then drink it and feel good about it, go ahead and pull that thing under vacuum and add new verified clean gas back to the system and try again. And while you're at it, write down what day it is, what time it is, and all those weird cleaning things that you did so that you can repeat it or improve upon it next time. And that will fix it until
it happens again.
You do the thing that caused it the first time. And, and people don't like it when I blame them as the operator, but this is the accountability that I feel we have to have. If a grower grows shitty weed, if they don't control their environment, so they get pests, if they do spray pesticides, if they do hire someone who brings in their own, like powdery mildew issues. If a grower does any of those things, some of them are that grower's direct fault, and some of them are indirectly that grower's fault. But in any case, we blame that grower.
The responsibility.
They grew bad weed. And so I strongly believe that as soon as you own that product and you start touching it and you start extracting it, it is 100% your fault from that point forward, whether you succeed or fail. And sometimes you aren't in control of that, and it is still your fault. The fact that you couldn't be or were not in control is your, responsibility there.
For the outputs of that lab.
Right. And so nobody wants to hear that, like, they didn't clean well enough, and so it'll keep happening. But, like, prove that you did clean well enough. And we can talk about it. And so, it could be caused by these trace contaminants in the gas. It could be caused by trace contaminants accumulating in your system. It could be caused by something weird that no one is admitting to or talking about. There are so many variables at play, and I love that people are paying attention to them now. I love that, like we do finally have the type of quality of cannabis concentrates where a physical characteristic can be identifiably useful, you know, like, because when we were just making like earwax and stuff, or even look at distillate, like I can't put that under a microscope and figure out what I am dealing with as easily as I could, you know, with like looking at, you know, a bud and seeing intact trichomes or not, you know. So like, you know, in terms of identifying quality, it is really cool to be at this like crystalline level where we can make extremely pure products. But all it should do is remind everyone that we have always been making products full of Medusa stones.
Yeah.
Like forever. We just never did a good enough job in the past to have a repeatable product outcome like a crystalline THCA diamond.
Well, and most of the prior extracts are highly heterogeneous products in the first place in terms of like chemistry. So yeah, you would never really think about it. And so it's just, things have gotten to the point now where you're so focused on purity that now new qualities are emerging that you got to pay attention to and notice.
Yeah. And it's fascinating because the people who this happens to, I think, would probably tell you that they're not focused on purity. They're the kind of people who would tell you like it's about that full spectrum and all those other ingredients. But at the same time, I'm like, well, you know, out of respect to all of those other ingredients, you're going to have to compromise sometimes on the appearance, on that outcome, you know. And like that's something that I think the rosin community does a better job of, where they're just willing to say like sometimes it doesn't work out even if the weed is good, and we're just going to pay more for when it does because we value those qualities. You know, the race to the bottom doesn't serve you if you want diverse inputs and identical outputs. That's hard. You know, it's a tough problem to solve. It's exciting. Like, I love that people are paying attention to it. I love that people care because, you know, like I said, they're generally are the people that, you know, they aren't doing that type of, you know, high intensity chemistry in the first place because they do appreciate the full spectrum value. But it does show up, you know, like I hear people talk about melting down their CBD now and commenting on if it changes colors when they melt it down. And like, these are still people who wouldn't consider themselves chemists, but I'm like, you are so close to like just caring about chemistry and embracing it. You know what I mean? Because like, like we're so close to like the really fun part of the conversation, and it just sucks that, you know, it tends to come out in this sort of you know, circular blaming scenario where someone has to be at fault in a negative sense, you know,
rather than just let's work together, figure this out and move forward.
Because I've been a proponent all along of like, whatever the issue is, soap and water will fix it, you know, and that's like a general term, but you know, the idea is that if it was weed that caused it, or it was gas that caused it, clean your system and start over with new weed and new gas, and you can move forward. And then let's continue to spend so much time and energy figuring out what that weird thing is over here. But I don't see people testing that Medusa stone. You know, I haven't had anyone say this is in the thing that's crashing. They're all looking to a solvent mechanism, which, you know, does make sense because it would affect the crystallization. But the idea of like a teeny tiny amount of like a weird amino acid versus like a 45-degree temperature swing between your first run of the day and the last one. You know, like, I don't know, like some of these are more important than others, but only a few of them are being tracked. So it's a cool thing to watch us kind of like stumble in these rudimentary ways when we're at the top of our game. Like the best people, the highest volume processors, the people with, you know, the biggest staffs and, you know, multiple extractors and huge processing contracts, that's the people it's happening to. And I love that because unless it happens to them, we never get any of this data. You know, that's how it gets funded.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And how it draws all of that attention. I mean, I feel like a year from now, we'll probably have a much better understanding of the variables influencing that. And I agree that if I don't know a ton about this, you know, I do some extraction, but that's not the world that I'm heavily involved in. And so, but just thinking about all these variables and chemistry and everything, it does seem to me that it would be likely that there are multiple things leading to the same end result, that it's probably.
I mean, if you want to think about it in like, you know, because you come from analytical chemistry. So I would say that the extraction that you do in analytical chemistry is the most appropriate for this exact type of problem, right? Hold on, dab real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
But with analytical chemistry, like think about sample prep, right?
Right.
So many solvents are likely acceptable for a given sample prep and a given column, and, you know, whatever other, you know, factors you're going to consider in your method. But there will be one or two that are the best for that particular sample.
That application.
And the way that we figure that out is by doing all of the other ones also.
Yep.
You know, like you figure out if you want a methanol prep or an isopropyl prep or a water prep.
Validation.
Exactly.
To figure out what to do.
Exactly. And so when I say, so when I say we don't have SOPs, I mean that we have not validated our method, because we do have, you know, actions that we take. We have behaviors that are repeated, but we don't have proof that those behaviors lead to those outcomes.
Yeah.
And so the extraction in the analytical world, you know, if you're trying to break it down from many compounds to one, you have to start with all of the extraction options on the many. And then for each one, you extract it again, all those times. And you keep doing that until the pattern shows you that with these solvents, these compounds are concentrated. And with these solvents, these compounds are concentrated. And with these solvents, crazy shit happens, destruction happens, data is lost, you know, like there's all these directions it can go. And the only way that you ever trust that these ones that worked well actually work well is by having proof of failure.
Yeah.
You know, like we figure out the boiling point by burning it. You know what I mean? Like we have to go beyond it to make sure
to know where it is. Yeah.
that was just the boiling. So like you have to fail.
Yeah.
You have to fail on purpose.
It reminds me of validating analytical methods for infused products and edibles and stuff. Because back in the day when we were first wrestling with that, it was like, okay, we're going to take this brownie or gummy or whatever and prepare it in all these different ways. And you see your terrible extraction efficiency with certain methods, and then you see it get better or worse, you know, and you're like, okay, I now know which method is giving me the best extraction efficiency. So we're going to like move towards that direction, manipulate more variables, do it again in a series, try to see how we can get that boosted up even more and even more. And that's how you start to learn about, you know, all of these little kind of tricks that you do in sample prep to get your separations the right way and to get the cannabinoids to move into a certain fraction of, you know, of these liquid extractions and things. And so, I can see a lot of parallels there. And I agree. I think there's a big validation problem across the board with all cannabis production in general. It's like we've gotten to the point where we've got a lot of processes that quote unquote work. It would be nice to see, I would love to see a cool, peer reviewed study that just took all of the common methods, even if you just focused on like butane extraction, you know, there's all sorts of setups and different processes just in that system, and just compare them, just like literally, you know, that has not been published. Like there is not such a,
I'll tell you what,
simple
a friend of mine works in the cannabis industry as an extractor, and he also produces his own music, and it's got terps. If you guys want to check him out on Spotify, on Instagram.
Nice.
But he released a song called C4H10. Okay.
Yeah.
And like the bridge might not be the correct word. I don't do music, you guys. But like it talks about, like the consistencies, and like if it's too dark, it got too hot, run it, and just like all of these different, like if it looks like this, then it wasn't this, and like run it colder, run it faster, keep, like all of these like instructions. Nice. And I'm like, you know what? I think like between TikTok
Yeah.
and like, you know what I mean? Because like the way that you found out that good weed was sticky, that was rap. Rap taught me that. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
that's true.
Plant scientist in my life ever explained to me that trichomes are resin and that resin is sticky. Yeah. If someone would have explained it to me like sap on a tree, I would have understood it much sooner. But instead, I was under the impression that good weed is sticky icky. You know, like that's the place that I sourced it. And so, you know, we got to meet people where they are. And I think the age of like, you know what, like when the peer-reviewed journal really had its impact is when we didn't have the internet. You know, so like for data to be written at all, we took a little more seriously, because we respected it as having the impact of truth, whether it was or not, right? Like that's the point of peer reviewing it. That's the point of fact checking it. That's the point of like traditional journalism. Traditional journalism is gone. And, you know, the new method of information transfer is information overload.
Exactly. Just get it to people as fast as possible.
Right. And so it's like almost the more citations you have in your paper, the less valid it is. You know, it's almost like it's too much information because now I have all these points to pick at and pull apart. And, you know, and so I think that there is this like peer reviewed nature of like consumer standards that we can establish. And I think it's, you know, maybe pop culture is how we do it. You know, going back to that social consumption thing, I think that maybe that's how we figure out, you know, like what's cool or not, you know, because we do that to ourselves with alcohol, right? Where like, we know that if you're drinking vodka Red Bull, that is a different thing than a glass of Merlot, and we judge each other accordingly, you know, and we like the social construct is there. And even if you don't understand that it's because that sugar is so dehydrating, which makes that alcohol cause more brain damage by volume than the other one, you know, like you don't need to understand all of that. But if you did, you know, then the social niceties, you know, would have come naturally to you. And so it's like, we do have that potential to communicate it. It's just so hard when the people who want it the most sound like us, you know, because then everyone's like, well, of course you could do all of this, you scientists, you know, and you get like people don't want to associate themselves as the scientists, but we all are. Yeah, everybody cares about science. Everybody does science. Everybody interacts with it.
The first thing I teach in my workshops is everyone is a scientist, and especially kids. And it's a matter of how you think, not what profession you have or anything like that. And I like the idea of a cultural push for a different type of like peer review, you know, like an industry. And there's some groups that have tried to do some stuff like this, that have tried to do more or less like casual research, kind of pop culture focused kind of quote unquote research that's not going through traditional scientific journals, but it's being treated in a similar fashion, you know, that there are industry quote unquote experts, which I always hate using that word, but you know, that are reviewing this stuff and trying to provide input and get that information distilled. And so I think that can take many forms. I love the idea of that form being music. As a musician myself, I'm like, I definitely am going to go check out.
Yeah, I'm going to send you these songs because you'll love him. He's got a bunch. But I love how low key it is because it's just like a good beat. You know, and if you just like dab, then you just be like, yeah, got it too hot, get it cold. Well, like you're just like, of course, this sounds great. You don't have to know the chemistry, but if you do and you hear that, you're like, this is an SOP. This has more details in it than most SOPs. You know, and you can have that for free.
I've thought about even for the podcast, creating a side channel or something. I've wanted to do this for a while because I do it for myself when I'm editing, where I'll take clips from episodes and then put music behind it, and just it takes on a different quality because you kind of get into this groove while you're listening to people talk, and it just kind of hits differently. And it's something like I'll pull up lectures from people and then find good like chill hop beats or something on the side and run.
It changes it completely.
It completely changes it. Yeah. And so
Yeah. Think about a movie, like the soundtrack is the entire tone. And I think that's the problem, right? Is our tone has, like when people hear me talk about cleaning their extractor, they're like, Murphy is yelling at me again. Like it doesn't sound supportive, even though in my heart, I'm like, I will come help you, clean this extractor. Like I would love to see how much weird stuff comes out of it. It's gross, but it's fascinating. Like the scientist in me is so about the data that I tend to steamroll the way people feel about it. And, and I forget that there's like this. Yeah. I forget that there's that detachment. And that's why I think for the consumer to tell us what they want will probably require art. It will probably require that median of, like what their language and their communication,
connection.
Yeah. Because it's working for food. You see that organic produce. You see this like hype around a farmer's market. Bookstores are coming back. People are willing to, like communicate their, what's important to them, their standards and their morals, their ethics. And like, the younger generations, I think, are more keenly aware of their power as consumers than we have been in the past. Because all of us from the legacy market would like buy whatever weed you had at whatever gas station you told us to drive to and meet you at. Like we didn't like, oh, you're not available till 10:45 p.m. I guess I will see you then. Like it just didn't. Oh, it's $20 more than last time. Here's my $20.
Exactly.
We aren't used to having that power. And we are used to apologizing and hiding and protecting ourselves. I think the next generation is going to approach it differently, like they have with every other, social issue. And I'm really excited for that because as scientists, like, there's an expert in everything. Not everything is of impact to people. So like, if you don't tell us what to look at, we will look, like once you get out the microscope, like you can miss big things.
Right.
And so like, we need that direction from people. And I think that, like it'll be more than like peer review. It'll be like the impacted review, it'll be like, because that's what it does come down to is, like the people who care the most about the environment are criticized by the people who say, well, you don't understand that all of the things we provided for you rely on this. And they're like, well, do it better. Like start over there, they're like, well, yeah, like, cause they're sitting there saying, no, we're on the impacted end. And, in that position, they have all the motivation in the world to start over at the beginning. Nobody who has already built something is excited to start over. That's why people need pesticides and, spray fungicides, because if you did just empty your room and clean it every time, you'd be able to fix it in one round. But no one ever takes down their grow room and completely cleans it. And the people who do can tell you the difference. Same thing goes in the lab. And the only reason that anyone's going to require it of each other is if the consumer demands it, because we're here and the government is not asking for it. And if they start asking for it tomorrow, you're going to lose even more of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well,
then you'll really only have the corporate mids weed, because it's clean.
Yeah, there's more and more of that.
They have the money for GMP. Yeah.
Well, and this connects to one of the last things I wanted to make sure to talk to you about, because the last time you were on the podcast, I think Hash Fight was just starting as an idea. And so one thing I wanted to ask you, because you've been able to do a couple of projects now through that at least that have been publicly available that we've seen. I wanted to find out what are some things that you've learned from that experience of doing Hash Fight and trying to encourage people to step up and examine things and share data, and that sort of thing. How's that experience been going? And what's been your takeaway so far?
Experience is the right word for it, for sure. So I'm not involved in Hash Fight anymore right now, which is I think like the thing I've learned the most about throughout that experience is that, business is business, and science is so much more fun.
Yeah.
When it isn't business.
Yeah.
Being able to separate those two is your best case scenario, and hard to pull off. The experience of Hashbite itself, incredible. People want that data. They're obsessed with that data. They don't know how to interpret it. And so it is 100% about delivery. Like, if I write a PDF and it is paragraphs of language, no one is reading it. If I close caption over my face saying those exact same words, 10,000 views, so it is 100% about the way that we're communicating. And in that case, not even the words, it's just the fact that it's me talking and a little bit of a beat in the background. It's everything. It changes it. And so what's great is that like the consumer does care. People do care a lot. They just don't know when or why they should be concerned. And so like they just kind of associate things as good or bad. And sometimes that's in a general sense, and sometimes that's good or bad for them, and it just depends, So you'll hear people say, I only smoke solventless because it's pure. And you'll hear people say, I only smoke solventless because I have asthma and I've had lead resin that irritated my asthma. And like both of them are taking the same action for what they understand to be different reasons, but they are actually both the same reason, which is that there's a different terpene profile and a lower ratio of those terpenes overall compared to a more concentrated version. And for potentially obvious, but so far unstudied reasons, like it makes sense that, they would have different experience. So being able to bridge the gap between like me saying, oh yeah, the terpene number is completely different and the other volatiles are completely different, and them saying it hurts my throat a little bit when I dab is huge. And what's even more important is that when they say it hurts my throat a little bit when I dab, none of that means that the solvent extraction method is responsible for their throat hurting. That's all still about the terpene concentration, And so the exciting part of Hashbite is like, we have both problems. We have, how do we make a product better? How do we make it more economical? And then we have, how does that impact the people who consume it, or does it, right? And so what I loved about, some of these experiments is that like people will tell you what they want. So when I go into it, I'm thinking I want to compare two pieces of equipment that are really similar, because those differences would be exciting to me.
Right.
And everyone else is like, shiny metal is shiny metal. They want to see a bicycle race a car. They don't want to see two cars race each other because they're like, yeah, it's a race car. It's fast.
Right.
Like that's not impressive to them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I'm up there like, ooh, get my caliper. Like, let's figure out what's going on here, And so, for the consumer to just like remind us constantly that like, no, why do I care? Like, oh, you think this about this, why do I care? And I love that because they don't treat like a dispensary Instagram page that way. They don't treat like there's all these cannabis education companies out there, and you kind of end up, I'm sure you probably experience this even with your own Instagram, where like the people who interact with you the most know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So like, that's great. Love the support, but like I'm trying to teach somebody and you already know. So like, can you tell someone like, how do we get this further out? Right. You end up in an echo chamber. Yeah. And then you can't break that wall.
What I've run into that I've struggled to navigate lately is sometimes people that are very knowledgeable are attracted to my stuff, which is great, but then they want to have debates on tiny details kind of like what you're talking about, that I actually do find very interesting, and I want to have those conversations and debates, but those conversations are not at a level that most other people watching the conversation happen that they're ready for or can really contextualize.
Right.
And the biggest one that has been so hilarious and frustrating at the same time is this debate that happened on my Instagram recently. I woke up and had 76 missed messages or comments, and it was a whole debate thread about whether to use the word strain, cultivar, or cultivar.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
And, and it's like, that's a
like y'all learned about Brax like 2 months ago. Okay. So like, calm down, everybody. Yeah.
Well, and it's the folks talking on there, they were very knowledgeable and had a lot of understanding about how the nomenclature of cultivated plants works and everything like that. But it's like, these posts are not really designed for that audience.
Right.
It's more designed for like the layperson who's never even thought about this before at all, and to get those gears turning.
Yeah.
And so when you start to have a debate over the very technical definitions of these terms by different institutions versus sort of broad philosophical understandings of how these words are used, people just get lost and their eyes glaze
right.
over, or they go the wrong direction and like misinterpret things. And
yeah, and what they want to say to you is, why do I care? Why do I care if it's a strain or not?
Right.
And they're not going to interrupt these smart people saying that. Like there's no place for me to say, okay, but do I get high differently if the strain / cultivar / chemotype / terpene content is different?
Right.
And those same smart people will, like you just said, they'll say, I don't know.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, now what was this for? I could have just watched a funny dog video, and been way less stressed out. Like, now I need weed because I don't understand what just happened. So, that consumer doesn't usually have a forum to ask the real question that they have. Like, we all sit there and say, like, ask us questions. But if people are afraid that their question is dumb, yes, or if they have never been given a context where that question would have the right words, then it gets really hard. Like, if you just have a word that's difficult to pronounce, people are going to do everything they can to not use it, Yeah. And so we really shut people out. And that's where I do think there is something to the spoken word, the music, the art aspect of it. We've got to let people bring it to us nerds in not a graph, not a citation, not a number. We will convert it. We can't help it, but I'll do that if you paint a picture of a rainbow. I'm already sitting there thinking like magenta versus, I'm just categorizing. And so I don't need to put that burden on other people. Give it to me the way that you've got it. And I would love to pick it apart and figure out what you mean. And that I think has been the best part of those experiments, is that like people really, when you get high together, when you smoke the product with them, it allows them to ask those real like impact questions about like, why do I care about the outcome of this experiment? Because the reason I'm doing it is for them. But it's not, because that's me parenting them. That's me saying, I know what's better for you than you. And that's not true. What I need to be able to do is say, here are data points that do matter a lot, and make your choice, and meet them there. It's just as much my responsibility to make sure people understand as it is to put the data out. Like, my responsibility doesn't end by a post, and it also isn't easy to have in a comment section. No, exactly. So
I've even considered turning comments off, because it's
right.
I've found that almost always there's not a productive element to the dialogue that happens in the comments. Like, sometimes people make interesting points, but it almost always derails into, even when people are fighting for their points, there's these subtle jabs that start to come in. It like starts off like soft, where there are little comments that are disrespectful and everything, and then it starts to snowball, and you're like, none of this was helpful at all to anyone that is new trying to understand these concepts. And I don't know. I like that our conversation today has started to like really circle around this idea of communication, and how to find out what consumers are wanting to understand when they can't ask the questions themselves, whether they don't know the question or they're uncomfortable. Because I think social media does present that problem where, okay, you ask a question, but someone's going to come around and call you an idiot for asking that question.
Right.
And I can't stop them. You know, if I see it, I can delete a comment, but the impact is already made, or that person feels shut down.
Right. And more importantly, the 10 people who saw that happen that now won't ask an even better question.
Right.
You know, like it's a huge problem with the echo chamber. Like you just end up, you know, like in microscope land where you're just looking at like this one little piece. And, you know, the fact is like none of us in those comment threads are the ones supporting your brand. Right. None of us are the ones that are paying full price at the store for those grams. None of us are the ones that are working the average minimum salary wage, you know, as a bud tender. You know, like we are just not that demographic and we're ignoring them.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's
not on purpose. We stand around and say, we're here for you. Come and ask me questions. We're just terrifying, you know, or rude, you know.
It's just I mean, it's something I try to figure out because like workshops are nice because then you've got people in front of you in a smaller, intimate group setting and they tend to communicate more. But then that's hard because then you've got to actually get people into that setting. And I've played around with like free webinars and stuff, but then that backfires in a certain way. And so it's tricky to figure out how to create, you know, sort of the safe space for people to ask questions and explore ideas.
I have an idea though. I have an idea. This is my suggestion for everyone is that if you make cannabis products, you should consume them with the people you sell them to. Like every other industry spends most of their budget on marketing and focus groups, like as much as they spend on manufacturing.
Yeah.
We don't, and we haven't supported an infrastructure that really creates it. But I'll tell you what, if you have to stand there and give dabs to people who don't like you or your product, you will learn everything you need to know. Yeah. In the way that they cough, in the way that they don't come back for another one, in the way they tell their friend they didn't like it, you will see exactly why your sales are down in 5 seconds. You know, like there is no better source to get that information than by directly consuming with people. And in an environment where we're all smoking a little bit of weed, I think it's possible that we could leave a little bit of the ego aside and be a little bit less confrontational in those questions, because asking stupid questions while high is totally allowed. Everyone knows that, you know?
Absolutely. That's a really good point, I think. I mean, it's like, okay, if the question comes out completely ridiculous, everyone just...
You're just like, oh, I'm high. Whoops. Yeah, it's fine. Exactly. So it allows a safe space. Yeah, I think that the social consumption is like the next best tool and, research area that we've got, because, what we have done is smoke weed by ourselves, grow weed by ourselves, extract weed by ourselves, hide it from everyone, wrap it in 100 layers of plastic, and ship it as far away from yourself as you can before you get paid for it. And so if we, when people talk about being single source, when we think about the food, cycle of like going farm to table, it's easy to apply that to a grower, but if you're manufacturing goods and you're not out there seeing what it looks like when people consume them, you are missing a huge piece of the puzzle. And whether that is a piece that you need to react to on the manufacturing side to produce it differently or make it differently, or if it's just telling you that you've been marketing it to the wrong audience.
Right. Yeah.
Get that data, get it.
Yeah. And don't just rely on contracted salespeople to tell you that stuff too. I think that's another trap that companies fall into is they're like, well, I have my sales team that goes out and is managing accounts and blah, blah, blah. But no one will care more than you if you're,
right.
behind that product. If you're, you own the company or you run the lab, you're
right.
or whatever, no one's going to care more than you.
Exactly. And no one has a more honest opinion than someone who paid full price.
Yes.
So like, that's who I want to hear from, not the person who got it for free and said, yeah, it's great. Because what am I going to say? It was free.
It was free.
Yeah.
It worked.
Like, in terms of value, good enough,
Yeah.
So I think that is really the next big change for everybody in the way that we collect data, in the way that we use it, in the type of data that we start to pay attention to. We could have a better vape cart delivery mechanism that doesn't inherently include heavy metals if we wanted it. But when I say we, I don't mean you, Jason, and me, Murphy. I mean all of the people who are like in the span of this interview, there's probably been 100,000 vape cartridges sold in America, and those people need to want it.
Right.
And if they don't,
it's tricky.
What you and I say does not matter. Not going to happen,
Yeah. I mean, I've, now that I've moved back across the country from Oregon, I have a lot of friends that have shown me different cartridges and things that they've gotten from God knows where. And it is unsettling to see what's accepted in places that have not chosen to regulate cannabis in much any way at all, because consumers in these areas are still in that sort of mindset of I'm happy with what I can get, and they don't know that what is being given to them is potentially extremely dangerous. I mean, some of the things that I've seen in vape pens in the Southeast, I'm like, it looks like stuff I might would have seen 7 years ago that, is well established that we should not be ingesting.
Right.
Or it's stuff that it's like, I'm pretty sure this might have vitamin E in it or something, because I
found a recipe online for vitamin E acetate vape pens that someone wrote in good faith and was like, this is a great diluent.
Right.
It's food safe.
Right. And you can add flavorings. It'll taste good. They won't cough. It'll be fine. And, once I explain to people, once I'm sitting in a session with somebody and I'm like, the reason you're not coughing is because stuff is
because you're not breathing either. Yeah. It's actually, it's degenerative. You're going to stop coughing forever one day. Yeah. It's not good. But, that's where the consumer does care, but doesn't know how to ask. And we can get to them. If we, instead of trying to get to them, go to them.
Well, and that's
what I mean?
My point is the most, because all of my friends that know me in the Southeast, they've known about my work in the cannabis industry for a long time. They don't know, a lot of them are not so dialed in exactly what I've been doing, but they're, they know that I'm a resource there that they could come to at any time.
Yeah.
But these issues never came up until I sat down with them, and they're like, "Hey, check this out," and So I think there's a lot of weight to that of trying to meet the consumer where they're at, and I love that our conversation just came around completely full circle. These are important points. And like I said in the beginning, those of us that have kind of been in this industry for a while and have watched so much transpire, I mean, this is kind of where my head's at now. Is I'm like, a lot of the simple stuff has been figured out.
Yep.
How do we reach people and get them to care, get them to engage? From my own perspective, with Curious About Cannabis, I'm thinking about, now that I've gotten through my move and I've got a lot more bandwidth now, I'm like, how can I change what I'm doing to actually click with people better? Because there's an obvious gap that I've recognized.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm in the process over the next several months, like totally changing how Curious About Cannabis is structured, because I'm like, I've got to do something different, because I'm mostly reaching people that are already scientists that find what I'm talking about as interesting, that they want to listen to and stuff. But I'm like,
it's just people trying to make friends. You know, we're just in your classes to network. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, that's not actually going to like help very many people. And then when I
those people aren't curious about cannabis. They're passionate about cannabis. The curious people are like, you know, afraid to type it in Google still a little bit.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like the curious people like drive past dispensaries every day.
Yes.
And are like, wouldn't know what to do when they walk in and there's 2 doors and they'd be like, oh, whoops, I'm going to Subway. You know, like they just, you know, and like those are the curious people we got to catch.
And the only time that I seem to catch them is when I'm in front of them. And so, yeah, it's an interesting challenge put forth to those of us that are trying to educate. We've got expertise, we've got a lot to share and a lot of ways to help people. But, we have to find better ways to connect with the people that can most benefit from all of that knowledge and experience. And still have a long way to go, you know, and some of that's law related too, in terms of, in some states, it's a lot easier to get in front of people and be, you know, handling products and, you know, more interactive in that way. And others, you can only talk kind of hypothetically, and, you know, so there's still some of those constraints, but I think there's a lot of opportunity. I also am not surprised to hear you say about Hash Fight that the separation between science and business is important, because I have run into my own experiences in that way, and it's can be very challenging to mix those two, and a lot of people are not ready for that.
It's you know, what I love about science is the fact that, like, you know, kind of engaging in it is an agreement between all parties to respect verifiable data. You know, even when we hate each other, like we're like, okay, but 4 is 4.
Right. We can at least,
you know, that. And like we have, like there is always, you know, something that, you know, brings us together in it. You know, and that's the part that I am just still like 1,000% head first on, you know, is like, you know, in spite of how difficult it can be in the cannabis industry to get people to care about the things you care about, let alone, you know, fund or participate in or even support the things you care about. You know, there is just still so much opportunity, you know, and a lot of it, I think, is easier than we've allowed ourselves to believe, because we're used to asking for the right to smoke, for the right to access it. We're used to asking for the right to not go to jail for it. And so we feel like we have gotten a lot of what we wanted, but that's because what we wanted was pedestrian. You know, in the year of 2022, we can have so much more than that. You know, if we just start, you know, saying that we want more than that and communicating it and finding the people, you know, who agree with us. And there's always a creative solution forward, I think, for that. And with cannabis, I think it is pretty exciting that even though there are states without the legalization yet, I do still believe that the social consumption is the key to those areas. Because the only reason that a state hasn't legalized it yet today in 2022 is because the people who support it are afraid that their friends will find out. And if we can get rid of that,
the stigma,
the same number of people support it everywhere. The same number of people are smoking weed everywhere. The same number of people could be smoking weed if it was legalized where they're at. You know, the market isn't actually different in a lot of those different areas. They just care a lot more about what their neighbors think.
Yes.
And they haven't been told that they're allowed to get high yet. You know, they haven't been told that it's something that they can do.
It's not socially acceptable.
You know,
it's not political suicide to do.
Right. That it's safe, that it's fun, that it's an alternative. You know, I feel feel like that basic message we got really far away from when we complicated and purified and tested and regulated cannabis. And it's a fun thing to come back to, especially to come back to it in the spirit of recreational, because medical cannabis is so important and it is capable of so much, because natural product medicine is capable of so much. But that is also a really hard place to exist all the time. Only dealing with chronic cancer patients was the hardest part of any part of my cannabis career. Like my first patients were the medical patients, and like that impact is everlasting. And I don't know that I'd be able to do that every day the way that I can, like introduce someone to how to dab at a lower temperature. And suddenly now you have someone who can enjoy cannabis concentrates, like I love that kind of impact for my own mental health, and it keeps me motivated to go backwards to the medical and say like, here's all these problems we can solve. I think there's so much still out there in just like the people who haven't smoked weed yet that are going to bring up some real obvious questions.
Right. They're like, well,
that we have not thought about yet.
Yep.
And I can't wait.
Yeah. Well, I tell my students in workshops, I'm like, obviously the workshops we're exploring all these ideas and everything, but I'm like, the dialogue that you bring to this is so valuable to everyone, including me as the educator, because the questions you ask are going to help me see everything that I see all the time through a slightly different perspective. And I need that. I need to be able to, put different hats on and understand how people are viewing all these things. And then it makes other questions more obvious once I can dial into that.
I mean, sometimes I'm explaining it wrong. And the only way that I find that out is when someone asks me a question that demonstrates that they don't understand. And that's not them being dumb. That's me being dumb and explaining it poorly the first time. And like, what a great thing to get past that.
An opportunity to refine and say, okay, there's a different way I can probably say this that's more in line with what I'm actually trying to get into your head.
That communication part is real. We don't need to keep talking at people necessarily. I don't think that like more labels on the packaging is, really making a big difference for anybody in terms of their health and safety. I think that the 5 minutes that they spend talking to a bud tender has probably even less impact than we think it does, because that's a retail transaction. And I'll tell you what, if I was in a line waiting and now I'm waiting, like I'm not asking about mortgage rates in line at the bank. If no one's there and it's the middle of the day and I see a sign, I might bring it up. But like Friday afternoon, absolutely not. I am not that person.
Yeah.
So same thing with cannabis, like we keep trying to focus on these touch points that we have a lot of control over, like the package, like the bud tender, like the dispensary, like the signage. But really, I think what we got to do is we got to smoke weed with people. We got to let them use that product and tell us about it. And, be very, very literal in their experience. It's the thing we've left out of all of it. It's been all about when we touched it and where we put it and how we packaged it. And we just completely ignore the fact that like, it's still hard to buy a bong. It's still weird. You know what I mean? Like weird stuff is going on out there that, we don't always have to address.
A lot of people still feel like, like doing dabs is like, doing some hard drug or something because of just the aesthetics of it. If they're not,
and if they complained more, I promise you, we'd have a better device. Immediately. But because they just don't buy dabs, we don't get to have cooler dabbing devices. Okay. I don't want to use a weird torch either. This is inconvenient for me. I would love something that's easier to do. But people are going to get what they ask for, and we just got to give them that opportunity to ask us for, better stuff. Because right now they just know how to ask for a discount. That's about as much as they're willing to negotiate. And so we can change that. I'm excited for that.
Like you said, just getting them in the door sometimes is a huge win, considering all of the stigma that's still floating around out there. And I do think that those of us that, I don't live in Oregon anymore, but spent 10 years there. All of us that have grown up on the West Coast, in Colorado, in these markets, I think we very much underestimate how impactful that stigma still is all over, because we just get desensitized to it. And I think it's hard for us to imagine what it's like to be a new consumer today, like you mentioned, compared to, when we started consuming, when none of this existed. And so we have to be humble and recognize our own deficiencies. And I mean, it's not good or bad. It's just like one of these things, like you just can't, the only way you're going to get into that mindset is by talking and interacting with those people, because it's going to be impossible for you to do so otherwise, because that's not the situation you came into. It's not the situation, it's not where your head's at now. So, I totally dig all of that. I'm about to check and see where our time's at, because I totally lost track. This has gone way longer than
Oh, no worries.
I haven't done a long episode in a while, so this is nice.
I always talk for too long, I think, but I have
it. Really good points. I mean, we've covered a lot from, talking about public consumption and how that leads to questions that we're going to ask, and how that public consumption piece can assist the communication piece and the understanding, empathy there, so that producers can do a better job, so that dispensaries can do a better job, so that scientists can do a better job communicating. These are all critically important topics. So I'm glad that we covered them all. And I hope that everyone listening has found this valuable. I hope that everyone listening is enjoying another long format podcast, because it really has been probably a year since I've done an episode that goes over an hour. I used to do them all the time when we first started out. 2-hour podcasts would be pretty common, 3 hours even.
Yeah, I'm talking to someone about starting my own podcast, and he says, you're going to want it to be at least 30, 45 minutes. I was like, I don't know how you're going to edit it down to that. I can't do an Instagram live that's shorter than 30 minutes, I don't know how.
I can't do the just basic Instagram stories. I try to start talking, and I'm like, oh no, this has turned into 10 little, chunks that I don't know if anyone's going to actually sit through.
Yeah. I need my verbal words to have hyperlinks so that you can reference what I like. By the way, if this, because of this, there's too much nuance, but it's really fun. I think the podcast format is a huge help in this industry. I see it in the mycology world as well right now, that the long form conversation is coming around, and I think that, we do still end up with the same echo chamber potential issues, but it shows me that there is this big gap between people who just need a little bit of information and people who, when they care, want all of it, and I'm great with it. Whichever piece you need, I've got an Instagram or a Curious About Cannabis episode to get you through it,
That's how I feel about it. I'm between the podcasts and everything else, the Discord, the books, geez, that's kind of how I've been tackling it, is there's got to be some medium here that you're going to resonate with. And the podcasts, for me as a listener, which granted, since I've been making podcasts, my listening to other podcasts has gone way down because I have no time. But when I used to listen to podcasts all the time, it's a sense of being in the room, sitting at the table, being in the conversation, being that silent other that's sitting there, listening to folks talk about stuff they're passionate about and absorbing what you can out of that.
Yeah, it's like an automated Google search for me when I hear a good conversation, because as soon as someone says something, I'm thinking about the questions I have about that. And then the next person asks them and I'm like, ooh, now we're going, and then someone, and then someone asks a question and I'm like, oh, I misunderstood that other thing. And I figure that out based on their question. And I just wouldn't get that
if it's just a
reading alone. Exactly. I'm never going to get that from a PDF the way I can get it from a dialogue, which is just so valuable, especially, when I'm thinking about things that I don't understand at all. When we're talking about even just hearing people pronounce some of these words out loud. Thank you. Thank you for doing a podcast and saying that word.
Right.
probably practicing it beforehand because I still can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm still working on it, but I love it. I do love this medium for it. And I think that, the way that we get the other 90% of people is definitely probably in those little one-on-one snippets,
Yeah. Yep.
a passing joint at a, outdoor barbecue and just like one at a time.
Yeah.
Just pick them off.
Yeah, and it spreads. It trickles out. It cascades.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to see if you do put together a podcast. I think that would be a really fun one, especially if you do not make it 30 minutes to 45 minutes. I mean, I know there's a whole world of podcast listeners out there that love that, but I definitely think, I don't know, personally, having done, and this is like our third episode and we've done workshops together and stuff, knowing you the bit that I do, I would want to hear more of a long form.
Yeah.
Although I could see, depending on the topics that you hit, and if you have someone to edit for you, because you can get
right, it would be the editor. Yeah, someone would have to cut me up and shut me up, or else it would not be short. Yeah,
they made like little summary sort of reels that entice people. That's something I wish I had the time and energy to do, is to take every episode and make like a 5-minute, 3-minute,
get the pieces,
just like pieces there, so that people have a sense of what's in the conversation. I think, something like that would be extremely valuable. And that's, how I wanted to close out. I wanted to ask what's on your horizons and kind of what you're kind of leaning into going forward. And
I mean, I've been leaning hard into analytics, especially since we last spoke. I mean, I've got an HPLC and a GCMS in the lab, so we're testing for potency, for terpenes, for solvents, for just like whatever I'm patient enough to prep and wait on, and that's been fantastic and extremely distracting. Because it just comes with so many questions. And so my next couple of projects are still all around analytics. And some of that is, like standardizing product formulation on vape pens so that even with the cannabis derived terpenes, we can get a pretty well mirrored profile, on all of these outgoing batches. Some of that is like research projects to demonstrate the value of live resin over like a distillate plus terpene profile. And that just comes at looking at other categories. So there's a lot of that I'm really paying close attention to with like Sano Gardens and with the live resin, products that we're making, because, making hash is the day job. That's the stuff that I love. But then separately, I've got another HPLC coming, so that I can start playing with mushrooms, because swapping columns is so much more than those two words. And no, thank you. So, so that'll be a second HPLC. It turns out there's no other way to justify it. And so, I've been extracting reishi mushrooms. I've been extracting cordyceps. I've been extracting a whole bunch of functional mushrooms.
I just found a huge batch of golden reishi mushrooms in my yard here.
Oh, wow. That's a good find.
Yeah. I'm trying to get set up here at my house to be able to do some mushroom testing. I've got to my HPLC is falling apart. I really just need to get a new one. But I'm really excited about that, because once we moved to the Southeast, and that was something I missed when I moved to Oregon. I was like, gosh, being in the desert, like, there are mushrooms in Oregon and there's a huge mushroom culture, but in Mississippi, mushrooms are far more abundant. Yeah,
and it's everywhere. Totally. Yeah, I'm in Colorado, so we get like 3 weekends a year, maybe, I got nothing. And that stuff has been fascinating for me, in part because I do see a lot of parallels with the cannabis industry, and it's exciting. Like, I do feel really rejuvenated by like seeing, like I've been to a couple of like the rallies for like getting it on the ballot and stuff. And I'm like, I remember feeling this way about cannabis. Like, I remember seeing, regulations change and like being like, I did this, like I remember, being a part of that. And it is a very humbling reminder that like we have so much work to do. But then from the science perspective, we don't know nothing about mushrooms, and they are fascinating. And so, that analytical, kind of side project is just full blown now because, when I'm looking at making live resin now, it's very much about making it consistent, and making it, scale up and be the same. And when I get to play with mushrooms, I'm like, everything is different. But weird stuff comes out. Some of it's cool, some of it's not. I've got this reishi extract that the aromatic portion of it smells like chocolate. Like straight up cocoa chocolate. And it's like my favorite thing ever because, I smell cannabis terpenes all day and like my job is great, right? Like people would love it. Yeah. But I take it for granted until I get to go and, make something different, so it's been really fun to play with all of that. And so that's what I think I'm going to kind of try to focus on with this podcast idea is just running these tests at home to just see what we can see, find out what's in there because, when you don't have the regulatory requirement to check, right. When you don't like, if business is bad for science, government is not better. So, so it's just science for the sake of podcasting instead of government or business. I hope, so I just want to look at this stuff and pay attention to it because I think it's really fascinating. I think it's really similar to what I've done in cannabis and frankly, the people in the world of mycology, way cooler. Way cooler.
That's the world I came from before really getting into botany. Originally, I was, when I was still in Mississippi, I was primarily studying, mushrooms and. It's weird. I'm sure some people will disagree, but I agree with you that in general, the mushroom community is a little more chill and very interested in understanding a lot of what's going on. And I don't know, it's funny to hear you say all this because that's kind of where my head's at too. I'm in this process of really, I love everything that I've done with cannabis and I still love teaching about cannabis and stuff, but it's more like, how do I take these core fundamental understandings that I've gained from working with this plant and really apply that to other plants and mushrooms and things and start to ask similar questions that we would ask of cannabis, but ask them about these other natural products and what we can do with them in, in creative ways.
Like if cannabis is this amazing, imagine what these other plants are doing. Wow, hold on. Yeah, exactly. And so I love, I just love the newness of it. It just gives me so much perspective. When I look at the Medusa stone issue, it's fascinating to me because I'm trying to grow psilocybin crystals. And I have seen, in real time, what a little fat bloom will do to like a tiny little crystal. And that little bloom happens and then the crystal goes away too. And I'm like, well, perfect. And it's like, and there's no way for me to winterize it exactly because my, compound's so unstable. And when I say no way, I mean, no way yet. Right. But it, so I get to like see the same types of problems repeat themselves in other areas. And it's just like, it's so great to have that perspective and work it backwards. When I think about the two communities, what I love about the mushroom community is that there is a lot more commitment to green chemistry and renewable resources than we have with cannabis. And that's fascinating, because people who work in mushroom chemistry are trying to figure out how to use those mushrooms to replace their other reagents. And so, you know what I mean? Like they're thinking of incredible things to make themselves better. And they're doing that without the regulation. Right. Without the government.
These mushrooms are
just for the sake of science. Exactly. So I love that part of the community. And that's kind of who I'm talking about when I say they're cooler. Not necessarily just people who are eating mushrooms, although they are fairly chill as well. But just kind of the industry behind mushrooms. Like if you think that that cannabis can be unsatisfying or financially non-rewarding, try making money off of mushrooms.
Right.
Because it's not happening.
You have to love it.
So yeah, like there's really no research, and so I love that aspect of it. It's and it just makes it more fun because I find a lot of people in that mycology world who aren't big cannabis consumers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so then I do find someone who thinks the way that I think, cares about the things that I do, and then I get to bring that cannabis knowledge to them while they, school me on the most basic, mushroom cultivation, tips and tricks that are out there. And so it's finding that new audience for, just the conversation, the information is almost less important than just like figuring out how we can, use it for and with each other, which I love. Yeah. And there's a ton of opportunity there, I think. Like we can use mushrooms to get rid of our cannabis biomass and the ethanol. Amazing. Like there's so much there that, I can't wait, to learn more.
Yeah.
And I just hope that, in some way I can get other people to care more so that we can see it happen faster, because everyone who's passionate about, development and scientific advancement in cannabis or mushrooms will tell you that there's no funding, and the world is full of money. So yeah, there is funding. We just have to get it. And we get it by getting other people to care, especially the consumers.
Tickle the right ears. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is exciting. I look forward to seeing how this all develops. And it's especially exciting for me to know you're working with reishi mushrooms. You're going to get a lot of questions from me about that as I start to play with them. I've
got my little vials, and I just I sit and look at them every day until this HPLC comes, because I've just made so many things that I can't identify yet.
Right.
One of my
trying to even.
Yeah, so I've got like all these little resins and all these little aromatics, I've got my chocolate one.
Yeah.
There's just so much going on, and I'm obsessed.
I need to send you, So are you working with the typical reishi mushroom, the Ganoderma lucidum?
So this is the downside to me as an extractor, because I don't grow weed and I don't grow mushrooms. So I'm out here just at the mercy of the people who do. So with the reishis, I've gotten a few different types, but they're always ground up before they get to me, which is convenient, but being the person I am.
You're right. Yeah.
I wanna see how hard it was to shred. Like that tells me a lot about what I'm gonna do next.
I can send you some of the golden reishis we have here, which is a different species.
Yeah.
It has a different aromatic profile than the Ganoderma lucidum does. And obviously when they're ground, there's a lot you're losing too. But I don't have a ton, but I have a little bit I could send you.
What I'm obsessed with right now is I'm trying to get everyone to just give me fresh frozen mushrooms, because shredding through the hard woody texture of those mushrooms is most of the process. Almost everything you do after grinding it is a result of how well you ground it, or what that process looked like, or the degradation and everything else from there. And so getting my hands on fresh frozen mushrooms, that is where I'm getting the best results, because I'm just doing the same thing I have always done. You just put that thing in a column and you just hit it with a couple different kinds of solvents and you see what comes out. And that has been fantastic. In terms of just the aromatic profiles that I can capture. There's no market for that. Nobody cares, but I am having a great time figuring those out.
There's tons of ways to formulate with that in ways where people don't need to care. You can formulate in products to add certain elements to things that they will notice, may never know that it's coming from a mushroom or something like that. But there's so much. That's the more I learn, the more interested I'm in trying to formulate products at this point. It's like I've spent so much of my life studying products and understanding what's in them. And I'm like, feel like I'm at the point like I really like to just make something that I feel good about, that I think is, going to be useful to people. And that can take so many different ways. But I'm like, a lot of these mushrooms, they directly interact with the endocannabinoid system. They, have all sorts of, very interesting effects.
Yeah, we could be using them in the grow to fight other fungus. We could be using them in the grow to fight pests. We could be using, like there are so many places that that they could be helpful even without our consumption of them. Exactly, and then you bring you bring your own body to the table, and it's like there's so much. I think of it like engineering my life, right? Like if once you learn that you love garlic, and then you just like start putting garlic in all your food, you just start enjoying your food because it's the way that you want it. And like, I can do that with my body at a chemical level. I'm all in, and that's all I'm doing is I'm just picking out more pieces. Like this is, like I'm thinking about these reishis as like the garlic of my, vitamins, like I need, these little pieces, and I love figuring it out. And I love, just like the tremendous amount of unknown, because most, oh my God, you want to get into the strain, species, whatever classifications of mushrooms. Are they animals? Like we've got a lot are they aliens? Yeah. Like there's a lot to answer with those. But it's fascinating to just have all of that like level of unknown. Because I do think that is kind of where everyone's, sort of humble perspective comes from, is that we're just starting with a big question mark.
It's
and
like
that's where I live.
It's like stepping out on a plateau and just seeing this huge, like unexplored valley and saying like, okay, this is what we're stepping into. We're about to start trekking through, and we're all going to go in different directions to try to understand this valley and map it out. And then we'll discover more valleys after that. Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Yeah, it's proof that I will always be busy because, I'm not, I don't have more free time. Like I have automated more pieces of equipment in my lab than ever before. The process is more standardized than ever before. We've got more staff than ever before. And somehow, like I am still very busy. So yeah, it's, it's really fun to have new problems, I think. It's a nice refresher.
It's good. Yeah. Well, this has been awesome. I've really enjoyed reconnecting with you, and especially in this way. I don't know the exact timing of this episode, but I feel like it's going to be close because we started. Yeah, this is going to be maybe a 2.5 hour. That's going to be awesome. It's been awesome to sit down and reconnect. We'll have to do it again soon because there's a lot I want to talk to you about in the mushroom side of things that we have really only started to like kick the dust around on. So we'll have to do a follow-up where maybe we just talk about mushrooms.
I was thinking I would push scheduling this out further because I've got like maybe 2 more weeks or so before I get my column for the HPLC. The HPLC will be ready for me to pick up on Monday, but I don't have a column, so
you gotta wait for it to come in.
So I'm not excited yet. And then and then I'll still have like time to figure out everything else. But so I was like, ooh, maybe I'll wait so that I have all of this cool stuff to talk about. But I was like, no, then I will because exactly. Well, and I'm like, who knows what I will find out when that happens, and that might not be more helpful. So we'll just talk about it upcoming because there's so much that like I am just so close to being able to say that I can't, but now I'm afraid to say because now I rely on analytics after after 10 years of not having them. Now I'm like don't want to move without them. Like I've got a couple jars that I'm like I'm not gonna take those out of solution until I get tests on these ones because like I could do something different, and I can't wait. I've been watching like just fun little reagents to kind of try and figure out what some of these are. I don't know if you've seen some of the reagents for identifying mushrooms. But and so it's just like it's the magic part of science. I'm like, oh, it turned blue and then red. Woo,
exactly.
Woo.
Yeah.
Like, did you see it was blue for just a second? Like, I love it. Yeah. So, so that part I can't wait to get more of, but I'll just be deep in that probably all summer.
Forever.
So
Yeah.
I would love to see, if you see a cool mushroom, pop that thing in the freezer, because the fresh frozen is so much easier to work with.
Okay.
Because I mean, just think about shredding it in a blender,
Right.
like a soft mushroom versus one that has been dehydrated. Yeah. Most of the extraction process, I think, is so water heavy for these mushrooms because we're rehydrating it, and that's backwards. Just leave the water in it.
Well, especially these polypores. I mean, they're just particularly. It's just a very different thing than. Mushrooms that someone would find growing, like mycorrhizal fungi or even saprophytic fungi that are like growing on duff and stuff in the forest. When you're dealing with these polypores that are growing out of wood, it's just
it is like grinding gravel. Like you're not. It doesn't.
Especially
like I can
Rishis
see the whole chunks of it. Yeah. Like I've got my microscope out and I can still see like bark chunks.
Yeah.
At like this tiny, like ultrasonic grinder powder size, and it's still like a whole piece with the red. And I'm like, break apart. What are you doing? Because it looks fibrous too, but then it isn't. It's fascinating. I love it. It's been so much fun to just kind of do something different for a minute, because the weed is going great, but it's that's almost the problem.
Yeah, exactly. It's becoming just the wheel turning in the background. Well, I have my other podcast that I do, Isn't Life Curious, that I'm starting to start back up now. And so our next conversation, we'll talk about mushrooms and we'll do it there. I think that'll be really cool.
Perfect.
Change of pace out of the cannabis world.
I'm loving it.
Cool. Well, thanks so much for being willing.
Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, this has been awesome.
For sure.
And anyone listening, this should come out before the workshop, I think. But Murphy will be participating in our upcoming workshop, our ultimate learning experience, as I call it. It's a huge 15-week educational series. It'll be extremely intense, definitely not for the weak-hearted, but Murphy will be joining us to talk all about extraction, and we'll probably spin out talking about mushrooms in that too, I imagine, because why not? And try to get people thinking about these things. So if you are interested in that and you haven't signed up, check that out. I still have a few scholarships I have not given away. So I'm trying to tell people, like, if you're interested in this workshop at all, apply for a scholarship. You will probably get one. So anyone listening, check that out at ultimate.cacpodcast.com. And as usual, everybody, thanks for, if you've listened all the way through, thanks so much for sticking it out through the whole conversation. That's fucking awesome.
Yep. And, appreciate you.
Yeah, we will catch you again soon. So everyone out there, stay curious and take it easy, everybody.
Hey everybody, this is Jason with Curious About Cannabis. Thanks so much for tuning in once again. Today I am joined by Erica Tingey of Backbone, which is a software solution to help manage the supply chain of the cannabis industry, but also to provide valuable insights from the data that's generated from that supply chain. So should have a very interesting conversation here, because those of you listening probably know already that I have a fascination with technology. So very much looking forward to this. So Erica, thanks so much for being willing to take the time to come on the podcast and chat about data.
Thanks, Jason. I'm happy to be here. I love talking about Backbone.
Absolutely. And before we unpack too much, do you mind describing to our listeners what Backbone is and kind of the need that it's trying to serve within the industry?
Yeah, so Backbone is fully customizable supply chain management software. And in the cannabis industry, we basically go from cultivation all the way to finished products, tracking along the way, process and inputs and outputs so that we can get yields and collect data to provide the kinds of analytics that people need to really run their business.
And what were, as Backbone's getting developed, what were some of the kind of problems that producers were kind of expressing that made it clear that something like this was needed?
Well, with your software background, I'm sure you're familiar with this. Many of our customers were doing most of their work out of spreadsheets.
Yes, yeah.
Which are great for certain things, but they can't do the kinds of complicated calculations that people really need in order to run their business. And so things that people were asking us for was the ability to easily track the data that they were collecting along the way. Things like, what is the rate of flow of my extractor? And how fast and efficient are my trimmers as they're, trimming my harvest? What's their hourly productivity? So those kinds of data points that people really need in order to make their business more productive.
Yeah, for sure. And it makes perfect sense because I do a lot of laboratory consulting, and I've seen the massive series of spreadsheets that a lot of folks are dealing with, and it usually starts off innocently enough. You build a spreadsheet for this, you build a spreadsheet for that, and then all of a sudden you're starting to try to link spreadsheets together because you're like, well, actually, I need to be able to query this, and I can't because it's not a database. And so I have a client right now I'm working with actually that probably has 30 to 45 different spreadsheets that they're managing for different things, and trying to just wrangle that to understand what's there. It can be very challenging, waste a ton of time, and it can be frustrating because then you're also hunting, trying to find data that exists somewhere, and trying to extract it. It can be very frustrating. So I definitely relate to that need and see that very regularly. I've actually been somewhat impressed to see how creative some people get with spreadsheets,
Yep.
what they're able to do
Yeah.
with them.
Yeah, I mean, spreadsheets, the data is notoriously hard to connect. And then even if you do link it together, it tends to be fragile and it's easy to break those links. Somebody
Yeah.
goes in there and enters the wrong information, and then all of a sudden your spreadsheets don't work. And so, that's kind of the nice thing about using a database to start with. And then with Backbone, we customize completely to the customer's process. So whatever data they want to track, we can track. Whatever process they want to follow, we can make that happen. And in addition to that, we have the ability to add SOP, field. So if I need to always take
Nice.
the temperature when I'm starting a run, we can do that. If I need to know, we actually have this cool new feature where we're adding some additional hardware and telemetry. Let me take a step back. So we've had this thing we call our data acquisition box, also known as DAB. And what it does is you install it in your facility, and it allows us to plug in various bits of hardware that collect data. So your flow meter or your temperature gauge or whatever the data is that you want to collect, we let you collect it over time. And then we can show that in the context of a single run. So like if I want to see, what was the temperature of my extractor over the entire course of my extraction process, I can see that. And we can also use that to notify when a certain point has been reached. So a certain temperature has been reached. And sometimes what that means is, you've moved into a new phase of your process. So you're, extracting heads, and then you're extracting body. And we can tell that based on the temperature or the fraction. If you have a fraction finder, we can notify you that that has happened in the process. So we're pretty excited about that.
Yeah, no, that's extremely valuable to be able to automate that data collection process and not have to deal with transcription of data. So a little bit of background on some of my work and why I get so excited about this. A lot of my consulting these days is around quality systems and helping labs get quality systems built out and set up and validating processes and everything. And so just thinking about, the reduction of time spent doing manual data collection, and then also the auditability gets me extremely excited, being able to see where this data came from and how it's been used, and then being able to quickly and easily use that data to validate a new process. Whether someone, an example I think of is a producer's maybe launching a new SKU, and they're doing these batch runs for the first time and trying to get that data over a couple of runs to see how consistent are we, how can we actually trust this process to do what we think it's doing. So that's super cool. That's really exciting because as a consultant, I've struggled to find good software solutions for, particularly for cannabis operators, because there's, other industries that have software solutions that can kind of be adapted from pharmaceutical, industry or dietary supplement industry, but it never quite fits.
Yep.
And so knowing that this exists is very exciting to me. And what have you seen from producers that have kind of jumped on board and integrated? What's that experience been like?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard a lot back from our customers about how much more efficient their processes have gotten. One of the simple solutions, when you were talking about automated data entry, one of our simplest solutions, but one that really changes people's lives is we have integrated scales. And so you could put something on the scale and click and it's entered, and you don't have to, worry about accidentally transcribing the numbers, switching the numbers around. Um, so our customers often tell us that what we're doing really makes a difference both to their accuracy and to the speed of the kinds of things that they can do. We also integrate with scanners, and we print out QR codes that have all the information. So if you have a scanner, scan the QR code, that material comes up, and then you can act on it. So you know that you're actually acting on the right material. And it reduces a lot of mistakes and saves people a lot of time.
Yeah, and I imagine regulators probably love it because it makes it way easier to understand if they're doing an inspection or something, what's even going on in a facility. Have you gotten any feedback from regulators?
Yeah, we've had a couple of inspectors tell us that they really appreciate some of the features of Backbone. We have a full audit trail where you can see exactly who did what to the material and when, where the material is located in the facility, and really track everything. And of course, then we also integrate with Metric. And so as people are inputting data into Backbone, we set up a list of things that need to sync into Metric, and then they can go ahead and sync it after they review it to make sure it's accurate. But that way, there are a lot fewer mistakes. People aren't doing double data entry into two systems that then end up not matching.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up too, because I was going to ask you, just so that everyone listening understood, like what the difference is between Backbone and something like Metric. Because I'm sure, like as we describe it, without like seeing it or kind of understanding those details, it might be easy to conflate the two.
Yeah, Metric, it's a track and trace system. And so it only has the amount of data that the government needs to see. What are the packages that exist? Where did they come from? Where did they go? Who owns them right now? That's the data that's in there. But with Backbone, you can track a lot more. And you can track the kinds of things that are really important to the people doing the manufacturing. So all of the data that I talked about before that allow for analytics, that's the kind of stuff that you're never going to see in Metric. The other thing that Metric doesn't track is financials.
Yeah.
Right. So Backbone, we do actual costing, which means that as you're producing material, we include the cost of everything that goes into it. Things like,
nice.
What's my cannabis material? What's my packaging? How much did the labor cost that was directly applied to this process? And then what were my lab fees on this material? So you can also add costs outside of the process. And then the piece that we're working on now is, how do I add overhead? What is the indirect labor and the rent that I pay on my facility, and the utilities and the water costs? So those are the kinds of things that when you're in finance, you often end up dividing them at the end of a period across your, you add them to your cost of goods sold, but you don't really know how they apply to the individual products.
Mm-hmm.
And so being able to apply them to your products, you get a better sense of what your actual profitability is per item.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that actually brings up another point that I want to make, which is that the other thing that Backbone does is we integrate with financial software. So we at the moment we integrate with QuickBooks Online and Sage Intacct. They're sort of for two different sizes of business. QuickBooks is more towards the small to medium business side. Sage Intacct is more about enterprise and multi-entity companies. But we basically act as the inventory system for both of those softwares and push all the financials there that the finance team needs to understand from the operations side.
Oh, that's awesome. Because I've worked with a variety of software systems in the industry, and granted, they've changed a lot because I've been doing this stuff for almost 10 years or so, and
wow.
kind of seen it all grow from its infancy as far as the legal markets go. But integration with QuickBooks is something I've slammed my head against walls over and over and over again about, of just like this simple little connection that you want to see. I just need these two systems to connect just so that I can keep track of everything. And especially if you have to do financial reports quarterly or at the end of the year and capture all the stuff. Oh my gosh, it can be such a headache to try to get meaningful numbers on. You can produce numbers and average stuff, but like you said, you don't really know whether that's giving you the value that it could when you can't really get around the detail. So some people listening may wonder why I'm so excited about just hearing about QuickBooks integration, but that is truly a very exciting thing. It's something that's often an afterthought. And so that's exciting, but that also brings me around to your background, because you used to work with Intuit, didn't you?
I did. And actually, I wanted to mention about our team. So the Backbone team is made up of both tech people like me from Intuit and old time cannabis people. So we have a lot of folks on our team who've been doing cannabis. One guy has actually been doing cannabis for like 15 years, he's kind of our guru on that front. But we have a lot of other people who've been in cannabis for a while too. And so the nice thing about having people from both tech and cannabis is we're able to bring our expertise in both those areas to bear on the product that we build. And it really helps to have that kind of understanding so we can build great, easy to use software that really focuses on the needs of the cannabis industry. And so to go back to your question, yes, both I and one of our founders, Vic Patel, worked on QuickBooks for Desktop back in the early days. I was an engineer and we were on a team together. Our other founder, Rajesh Chandran, came from NetSuite. And nice. After Intuit, I actually ended up at Sage Intacct as a product manager. So I've worked at both those places, which made the integrations very easy.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You already have the sort of inner workings of these systems already in your mind. So it's a fairly straightforward process.
Yeah. And actually, one of the things that I've heard about our integration, which was not my intention, but folks say that it's sort of the gold-plated version of the integration. So even for QuickBooks, we're basically making it act as a sort of manufacturing financial system. It knows at any given time, how much inventory asset is in raw material, how much is in process, how much is in sub-assemblies, and then how much is in finished goods.
And what drew you towards wanting to get involved in servicing the cannabis industry?
Well, our founder, like I said, our founder, Vic Patel, and I worked together at Intuit. And when he started this company, he and Rajesh were really passionate about the way that cannabis was transforming people's lives, particularly around
Yeah.
medicinal use, but also just knowing that recreational was going to make a big difference in the world. And so they wanted to solve a problem in the industry. And when they went out and interviewed customers, basically, um, they found that this manufacturing process oriented piece was a place that really wasn't being serviced. And so once they were ready for someone to come in and do product for them, Vic called me up and was like, "Hey, are you interested in this?" And I just couldn't resist. Like, well, partly because I wanted to work with Vic again, but also because the
Yeah.
problem just seemed so interesting. And I really wanted to go back to my roots in QuickBooks, where we were working on something that really changed people's lives, that made their lives a lot easier every day. So that's why
Yeah.
I decided to join. And since I've been in cannabis, I've been very happy to find that the community is so authentic and supportive. Um, I've really enjoyed learning about cannabis, but then also getting to know all the people who are involved in it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a unique time. The industry, it attracts a very wide variety of different types of people that connect to it in very different ways. Same here. As I've sort of honed my scientific career into cannabis, it's been fascinating to meet. I mean, even like meeting you, like meeting a fellow technology person, that in the industry, it's just continuing to find these amazing people that are passionate about what they're doing, and however it is that they connect to all of this, and trying to use their energy to drive things in a better direction. It keeps it interesting, that's for sure. Because there's no end to interesting people to meet. Um, and how has you know working in this realm and tackling things the way you are now with Backbone, how does it compare to some of your prior work? Are there unique aspects to diving into all of this and the challenges that the industry faces that have kind of been sort of like new sorts of puzzles or something to you to have to kind of figure out?
One of the things that I really loved about working at Intuit was their customer focus. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so, in the early days, Scott Campbell started this process of doing what we called follow me homes, where we would actually go to people's offices and watch them work. And basically,
Yeah.
everybody in the company did this. When I was an engineer on QuickBooks for desktop, we every engineer had to go on 3 of these follow me homes. And it was
Wow.
really interesting to understand how people were actually using the software and to see the places where it blocked them and what pain points they had that were sort of outside of the software. So that was where I really learned to ask all the questions of, what's a problem that you have? Why is that a problem? When someone would tell me a solution, I'd be like, well, what problem does that solve? Why do you need that? And so that's something that we at Backbone, luckily all of us, are really passionate about too, is going into our customers' facilities and seeing what the problems are that they have and really trying to understand how we can solve those problems in an innovative way, bringing, our expertise in building easy to use software, but also our understanding of what cannabis really needs and what compliance heavy industry
Mm-hmm.
um, needs to be successful. Especially, one of the things that I think is a little bit unique about cannabis is it's a compliance heavy industry with people who are not traditionally used to doing compliance.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And so being able to make that process easy and painless is really important. Um, and now I've sort of forgotten the question that you asked me because I got off on that customer focus
No,
tangent.
no, I mean that's great. I was wondering about just what sort of unique situations come about from kind of tackling this new industry. And one thing you just touched on, the compliance piece. Yeah, one thing that I've run into on the quality system side and compliance side in the work that I do is just the patchwork um, of situations across the country and through Canada and other places. The fact that there's not consistency between the regulations and what it means to be compliant wherever you are. I would imagine that just makes this focus on the customer even more important because you can't just create a one size fits all solution.
That is definitely true. And that's actually one of the reasons why Backbone is so customizable. Because in cannabis, most people have a slightly different process that they're using, and they want to continue to use that process while still remaining compliant with all the regulations. And to touch on what you said about, the patchwork, we have a number of customers like Cookies who are multi-state operators, and so
Yeah.
we need to really understand what the regulations are in each of those places, so that we can do the right thing when it comes to compliance. Some of them are using metric, and some of them are using BioTrack, and some are using nothing. They're just kind of faking it until they decide what to do. So we really have to stay up on what all of those regulations are. But that's one of the benefits that we bring to those customers who they don't want to have to learn. Well, they do have to learn all those things because, of course, we can't solve all the problems for them. But we can at least help with understanding what those regulations are and keeping an eye on them for when they change.
Yeah, and I like, what you mentioned of trying to help producers maintain, the types of processes that they're accustomed to. Because I know, rules can change so fast, and it can send people into a frenzy of trying to figure out, like, what does it mean now to be compliant with XYZ, and I don't know if Backbone is working with many hemp producers, but
Yep.
seeing the preparation for federal compliance and looking at the CFRs and good manufacturing practices and FDA compliance and being ready for that. It It's one thing to be passionate about cannabis and be involved as a producer, but it can make your head spin and make you want to jump out of the industry once you start looking at all of these different things that you've got to balance. And so I really appreciate that approach of trying to figure out how to find that balance, how to help people continue to do what they know and are good at and everything, but also find ways to keep things not even necessarily just compliant, but also thinking ahead. And you mentioned that yes, you do work with some hemp producers, and this kind of touches on one thing that was on my mind, which is the future, thinking about where things are going and what producers should be thinking about, because I think it's easy for producers to kind of think, yeah, this compliance stuff is important. Yes, this data collection stuff is important, but I don't necessarily need it now. Like, we can put it off and we can wait until it's necessary. So I just kind of wanted to see what your perspective was on that kind of approach, because certainly my perspective is that looking at these kind of software solutions and thinking about data and compliance is something that is way easier to do on the front end than trying to integrate it later. So what are your thoughts about kind of the future development of the industry and how that's going to impact, these pain points that you're already seeing that producers are juggling with?
I have about 5 different answers to that question.
Perfect.
So, there, I think there are definitely some operations that are just too small to need software, and they're fine on spreadsheets.
Yeah.
On spreadsheets and then directly entering data into metric, and that's going to be fine for them. And maybe they want to stay small like that. But as soon as a company gets to a certain size, they need not only more complexity to the data they're tracking, they actually need more information in order to make the right decisions. some of the things that our customers tell us that they have trouble procuring all the biomass that they need. And they are using various contractors. And so they need to be able to allocate the right amount of product to each co-processor in order to get their goods finished in the time frame that they need it based on their demand data. So as soon as you get to a certain size, that you can't just look at all your data in one place and be like, oh yeah, here's what I need to make. Here's what sold last week. I can figure all of this out. Once you get past that certain size, you really need to integrate all your data into one place and see a lot more of it in a way that's easy to analyze versus, just being able to see the trends in the numbers.
Yeah.
One other thing that, obviously is going to add another layer of complexity is federal legalization when that happens.
Yeah.
I think it's a little further out than some of us were thinking before. I want to say 3 to 5 years, maybe, unless something magical happens. But that's going to add this complexity. It's not going to make the patchwork go away. We're still going to have to deal with all these state regulations. But it's going to add an extra layer of compliance that we're all going to need to follow. And where that lands and what it looks like, we just don't know yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, people have heard me rant about it before, but I always tell people to go ahead and get familiar with like the Food, Drugs, and Cosmetics Act and, CFR 117 and 111 and 211, that we're not too far off from, what I'm assuming is going to be descheduling, which is going to, shift all of this into the realm of FDA and USDA oversight. And I think people underestimate the expectations that the FDA has on things like auditability or one thing I know for sure is that people often underestimate what it takes to even prove that the products that you make are relatively safe and well controlled, because there's such an interesting focus in this industry on endpoint testing, relying on analytical labs to test final products, and that's sort of the stamp of approval that says that things are safe. But I tell people that labs only test for what they know to test for, what they're required to test for, and there are risks that a company manages or that they take on. They may not be managing them, but they're risks that affect their business that transcend protections that you would get just from that endpoint analytical testing. And to me, that's where a lot of this process control, process analysis really comes into play, of being able to open yourself up as a company and say, look, beyond the endpoints, look, see our ingredients that have been coming in, see, these parameters on our run, see that we were in spec to our SOPs, all of these things. I hope that people are valuing or prepared to value, because that's where I see Backbone being a perfect complement to help people get through that kind of FDA compliance and expectation, and on the grower side, on the USDA side.
Yeah. I'm not sure where cannabis is going to land. It's totally possible that it might end up with the DEA, which is a whole different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. But I think you're right that being able to track the lineage, that's what we call it in Backbone, tracking the lineage from cultivation all the way to my packaged vape cart with all its stickers on is really important. Not just, to see, hey, here's how it all went, but also, say, if unfortunately you end up having to do a recall, being able to track everything backwards. Yep. And then we get back into GMP where, I have an exception and I need to have my whole exception process that handles the recall and handles all the it's not, remediation of the problem that I ran into.
Right.
So yeah, going back to the whole hemp thing too, that's something that Backbone is looking at as well. How can we support the kinds of good manufacturing practices that people need to be able to do, change control and SOPs and exceptions?
Yeah, well, that's great that that's where your head's at. And are you noticing that just because of the differences in scale, is primarily why I'm thinking about this, do you notice differences in the kind of needs of hemp producers and those that are working in that space versus the, adult use or medical cannabis?
They're remarkably similar, except for the way that they need to do compliance. We have a couple
Hmm.
of, we actually have a hemp client in Tennessee that I've talked to quite a bit. Yes, hemp in Tennessee.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm originally from Mississippi.
Okay.
I stay connected to folks in the Southeast a bit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hemp is big in Tennessee.
But yeah, they have a lot of the same extraction problems that our THC customers have. Um, but you're right that sometimes there is a difference in scale. The pounds that they bring in is much higher, but the processes are remarkably similar.
Yeah. And what do you expect as Backbone evolves, and maybe you already have things on the horizon and other things you're thinking about, but how do you expect Backbone to evolve? Are there, you've already mentioned, one or two features that are either have recently launched or about to, but what does the future of Backbone look like? And are there any kind of future features you can kind of tease for us?
One of the problems that we're finding, our Backbone software now really monitors a single facility.
Mm-hmm.
And mainly because in cannabis, it's one license per facility. And so multiple licenses, you're going to end up having multiple Backbone tenants. And we do sort of a data roll up. So you can look at, if you have multiple facilities, you can look at all of the data from all your facilities in one place. But it seems really clear to us that managing your supply chain and doing production planning against all of the facilities that you have is one of the major problems that our larger MSOs are facing, especially when you bring in some complications. The cannabis industry has really come up with some interesting ways to interact between businesses. So if you have contractors doing some of the work, or you're storing your cannabis offsite at another person's license for a little while, or you're doing sort of a consignment thing where you send your biomass to a contract lab and they pay you for it after they've sold the finished product. Some of those kind of splits and toll ways of doing the financial transactions can get pretty complicated. And so we're looking at some of those things for the future of managing the cannabis supply chain end to end and helping our customers make that really easy. Make it clear, how are these facilities doing? Who should I pick to do my manufacturing? Where can I find the kinds of things that I need in order to make my brand successful? So those are the kinds of things we're looking at.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of extractors listening right now that are getting excited hearing some of that.
And it's easy to use.
And on a personal level, have you always been kind of drawn to technology and data and that sort of thing?
Well, I've now been in this industry for a very long time. But I did sort of get into it by chance. I was working in the pharmaceutical industry, actually, in manufacturing back in my 20s.
Oh, wow.
And my sister happened to work for Intuit, and she was leaving her job there. And they said, "Oh, I wish we could clone you." And she said, "I have a sister." So I actually didn't get a degree in software. I have a degree in modern languages and an MFA in dance. But once
Wow.
I got into it, I kind of found my passion, and I've been loving technology ever since.
Wow, that's that's so funny. Yeah, we wish we could replace you. Oh, well, by the way. That's so cool. And so, what aspects of it do you really enjoy that really clicks for you like that?
It's funny. I was just talking about this with a colleague the other day. One of the interesting things about engineers is software engineers in particular, you end up with a lot of artists. So a lot of people who have a
Hmm.
side gig, whether it's music or like me dance or some other kind of art. And I think one of the reasons for that is in software, it's a lot of creative problem solving.
It's true. Yeah.
It's not like you learn how to do it and then you do the same thing over and over. We're always trying to do something different. And it's the same in product management. I hear a customer problem and I could solve it the way that, I solved it the last time, but it's interesting to think about how can I do this better? How is this problem just different enough that I want to solve it in a different way? So yeah, it's really the creativity of it that I love and the constant change. I'm constantly learning new things. That was one of the exciting things about moving into the cannabis industry was doing something that I had never done before, and getting to learn everything about the kinds of things that people were doing and the kinds of needs that they had that we could solve with software or with our awesome professional services team. Um, Even when that's outside of software, how
Yeah.
can we advise these customers to do the things that they need to do to make their business successful?
Absolutely. And I totally relate to what you're talking about of the creative aspect of software and all of that. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been like working in IT professionally and everything, but that was something I loved about it was everyone's got a problem, like,
Yeah.
and having to figure out those puzzles. It's the challenge is exciting and fun. It keeps you from getting bored. Um, I can totally appreciate that. I've got to ask you, what forms of dance are you attracted to?
So I studied modern dance. That's what my basically life's work has been. I've been in the same dance company for 20 years now. Um,
Wow.
yeah. And so basically I love to choreograph, but I only have the energy to choreograph about once every 2 years. And so, modern choreography, which if anyone doesn't know what modern dance is, it's everything that is not ballet, jazz, lyrical. Um, and it can range from, almost ballet, what most people would call contemporary,
Hmm.
all the way to pushing a potato around the stage, more performance art kind of stuff. And that's a real
Yeah.
example. Pushing a potato around the stage is a piece that I actually saw once.
Abstract art.
Yeah.
That is fascinating, and that's so cool to learn that you've been doing that for so long. Um, that is super fascinating. And what's the name of the dance company that you're with?
It's called High Release Dance, and we're based out of Palo Alto, California.
Super cool. I'm gonna have to look that up. Both my wife and I are. I studied theater for a while. My wife went to an art school, so it's sort of same deal. Like
Yeah.
we're artists, but get swept into totally different things professionally. But that's super fascinating. That's really cool. Um, and as you were learning the cannabis industry, I mean, I guess first of all, I have to ask: had you had any connection to the industry before you started to, come on to Backbone, or was it totally new to you?
I really hadn't had a connection to it. It's hard to imagine. It's been almost 3 years now, so it's hard to imagine back to when I wasn't, heavily connected in the cannabis industry. But yeah, I don't think I knew much about it. I just had been watching it go legal in Oregon, where my sister lives, and then seeing that happen in California, and I thought it was pretty fascinating. And I was lucky enough to have colleagues who were really experienced, like Dr. Peter Hewson, who's our
Hmm.
COO, who was heavily involved in a lot of the licensing around Humboldt and Santa Rosa
Nice.
in
Yeah.
those early days. Yeah, and
Oh
it was
yeah.
really interesting to see us go from, not really metric. it was all happening right in that first year that I was learning about cannabis. So nobody being on metric, everybody on provisional licenses, going into annual licenses, and kind of how that affected everybody and their processes.
Yeah, and the whole transition I know for California is pretty rocky. So I'm in Oregon, and so yeah, going through the same sort of process, going from medical to legal here, and then watching it happen in California and being somewhat involved in that. Yeah, it's a roller coaster. Yeah, so you've been in this through some of the most kind of turbulent times as far as all of those changes go. Was there anything as you were learning the industry that kind of particularly surprised you or kind of stood out to you? As you're kind of wrapping your head around how the industry functions and how the producers, do things and everything like that. Is there anything that kind of stood out to you that kind of surprised you?
Yeah, the production seems relatively straightforward. There's a huge variety in our customers of how much they want to track the details of what's happening. Some want to do the bare minimum that's required for regulation, and some really want to understand every last detail, even when it's not necessarily important to understand those details. One thing I will say is a lot of our customers feel like their process is the super unique and the sort of their secret magic. But generally, most of the processes that we run into are relatively the same, with a few exceptions. So definitely some people are doing some really innovative stuff. And, as new products are coming along all the time. The industry is constantly changing what kinds of things they're doing. So that's it's really interesting. And that kind of constant change is hard generally for software to deal with, but because Backbone is so customizable, it makes it really easy for us to change with our customers as they scale or as they add processes, whatever they need to do. We can add those really easily. And that's actually one of the things that I think is kind of transformational about Backbone that I actually hadn't encountered in another industry, which is how that kind of customization can support the complexity and the constant innovation that's happening in our industry.
It's interesting to have the opportunity to work in an industry that's so rapidly changing because it's so early in its maturity. It's not often that you get the chance to even participate in something like that. So many industries are so mature. And like you said, we don't even know where this is all going. We don't even know what to prepare for necessarily. And something you brought up that I resonated with really strongly because I've encountered it in quality system stuff is this focus on too many data points, too much data. And there's a common phrase, analysis paralysis, sort of like having too much to look at, getting too caught up in that. Do you find yourself having to sometimes coach customers on understanding where they're getting value out of data and kind of having to coach that perspective? Because it's not intuitive. Like it is something you have to kind of practice.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about Backbone, actually, because we have folks on our professional services team who have a lot of cannabis experience. They can help our customers see where it makes sense to track and where it's maybe not as important. And, coach them on what are the best practices for SOPs or, ensuring that you have the audit trail that you need in order to think about future compliance needs, not just the immediate compliance need.
And so many folks in the industry too are, like you said, they're not necessarily accustomed to compliance, and especially like legacy producers that have transitioning out of the black market into legal markets that have really never had to even think about some of these issues. I imagine it it probably makes people pretty excited when they have their perspective kind of realigned to understand that maybe you don't have to track all these data points, and honing in on what data is actually providing value. I imagine that is a huge relief to folks. So that makes it a lot easier to move forward without getting drugged down those rabbit holes. Once again, I'm thinking about a client I have right now that I'm having weekly conversations with them about what do you actually need to know, and what decisions are you actually making, and are all of these dozens of spreadsheets and all these data points, are they actually giving you the information you need to make those decisions or not? And I understand where it comes from, because you want to, especially as an owner of a company or something, you like to try to know everything about your business, and you feel like you need to know every detail to make data-driven decisions, and that gets kind of pounded into people's brains in business school and stuff, data-driven decision making and all of that. One thing I wanted to highlight, in talking through this, the big difference that I see in Backbone compared to a lot of software companies, and one reason why I think that Backbone is kind of destined for success, is this intimate relationship that you develop with the customers. That's not just about getting the software configured, having what modules do you need, put them together, okay, here's your software. But it's like you mentioned earlier, going in, understanding the process, also working with them to understand, having perspective on their data. It's just something you don't see in a lot of software companies that I wanted to make sure to highlight, because it's something I definitely recognize and appreciate.
Yeah, at Backbone, that's actually one of the things that we think about a lot is what's the customer experience from end to end, from the time we start talking to them in the sales process all the way to when they're successfully using the product and they're expanding, or we add a new feature and we know that it's going to meet a need that they had expressed to us in the past. We really keep that relationship going with all of our customers, because it's so important, we know, to their eventual success.
Yeah, and their success will be your success, and it's all interconnected, which I think is awesome. And I think that's a great place to kind of wrap things up here, because I think we've come around full circle. For everyone listening, I really encourage you to check out Backbone and look into them. Certainly, as a consultant, it's something I'll be recommending to folks now that I am aware of it and understand what it does, because it fits the needs of so many of my own clients and trying to get their quality systems under control. So I just want to express how much I appreciate the work that you're all doing there. And as a tech person myself, I know the what it takes to do everything you're doing. It's a ton of work, and a ton of often unrecognized work, just a lot of extra, that you're putting in to help see this be successful. So thanks so much for all of that. And as we wrap up here, I always like to give our guests the platform as we sign off. So please, Erica, let everybody know how to learn more about Backbone, how to follow you, and anything else that you want to share with everybody. I'll give you the final word here.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jason. It was great to talk to you. You can find Backbone on the web at www.backboneiq.com. There's a lot of information about all the features that we have and what we're trying to do, and also about our team if you want to see who we all are. And yeah, we're also, we're on LinkedIn, we're on Instagram, so find us and see what we're all about. Thanks, Jason.
My name is Dr. Adi Ray. I publish under the surname Wilson Poe. I am a neuroscientist and a pharmacologist who has studied cannabis for my entire adult life.
Hey everybody, this is Jason with Curious About Cannabis. Thanks so much for tuning in once again. So today I am really, really excited to finally be connecting with a researcher who also has been spending a lot of time in Oregon, that's been doing work ever since I've been working in the cannabis science field. I'm here with Dr. Adi Ray. Thank you so much for being willing to carve out time to speak with me today. Like I mentioned off camera, I'm really, really stoked to finally cross paths with you and talk about not just recent research that we'll get into that you've released, but really a lot of things that you and I have both sort of been seeing as these, the medical cannabis industry in Oregon transitioned into recreational. There's a lot of interesting things around cannabis science and pharmacology that's got a lot of us asking a lot of questions, and you're there doing a lot of really important work to try to answer these questions in practical, meaningful ways for people. So thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Jason, it's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. And to, any of our listeners in Oregon, I'm sure are already familiar with you, but for those outside of Oregon that are tuning in that might be kind of new to some of your work, do you mind briefly just describing some of your background and kind of how you've gotten involved into this world of cannabis science we find ourselves in today?
Yeah, of course. So I first started studying cannabis and the endocannabinoid system as an undergrad. I was at Washington State University, just across the river from Portland in Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah.
And I went on to get my PhD also from Washington State University and spent some time on the main campus in Pullman. From there, I continued to have cannabis and especially the interaction of cannabis and opioids as a part of my dissertation work and all my postdoctoral work. So I did a handful of postdoctoral positions around the world, and finally, made it back to Oregon in 2017. I had a strange commute between Portland and St. Louis for a while, when I was working at Washington University. But yeah, it was really important for me to get back to Portland, just culturally and environmentally. I really wanted my kid to grow up here. So when I came back in 2017 is when I started to branch out, more, because up until that point I had been, very strictly involved in the, traditional academic setting with grants from the NIH. And I'm still funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse. That's how I pay my salary. That's how I, run my lab and do my studies here. I'm currently a assistant scientist at Legacy Research Institute, which is a part of Legacy Health. So Legacy Health is one of the bigger hospital systems here in Oregon. So I still do all of that very traditional, grant-funded academic research. But in 2017, I was invited to be a keynote speaker at the Cultivation Classic Cannabis competition. And that's how I came to be incredibly close colleagues with the, sort of event staff and competition staff who ran that event, most notably Jeremy Plum and Steph Barnhart, who are still some of my closest friends and colleagues today. I treasure them. So in 2017, I spoke at the Cult Classic and saw what was going on there. And immediately after I came off stage, I said, "You guys, this is incredible. How can I be involved more deeply?" So from that point forward, they kind of couldn't get rid of me. And, together as a team, we really revamped the way that we evaluated cannabis. Up until that point, it was very similar to the way that other cups review or assess their cannabis. How much did you like this? That was pretty much it. But with my help and the help of my team, we kind of developed a software company to create new tools to give to our judges to ask them, very specific questions, not just how much did you like this on a scale of 1 to 10, but really delve into, how much did you like it? How much did you like the aroma? How specifically did it make you feel? What kind of activities would you pair with this flower? So we really, came together to increase the fidelity of the data that we're collecting about this. And what was really important to us from the beginning was to do that in a way that was anonymous. We really wanted to protect the identity of the judges. We know that there's a weird legal landscape with cannabis, and people are of course very sensitive about giving away, really private information. So it was really important to us from the very beginning to make sure that we could collect this information anonymously. So I think that most people, if you're in Oregon and you have heard of Dr. 80, it's probably because of the Cultivation Classic.
Yep.
So, and there are some, adjacent things and lots of education and outreach that we try to do. And of course, our aim was always that the world would know about Cultivation Classic. But yeah, that's where most folks in this community would probably know me from. It's more from Cult Classic work than my other sort of traditional academic publications.
And what did some of that early work look like? Like I remember some of the kind of first things I saw on social media from you were education around opioid interactions with the endocannabinoid system and things like that. So I did want to make sure we dig backwards into all of that, because I'm super fascinated into that as well. What did some of that work look like? What were you focusing on, and what were your takeaways after getting through that early work and coming back to Oregon?
Yeah, well, I should also emphasize that it was both early and current. That's to this very day, that is still my main hypothesis in my academic work, is that we can use cannabis to reduce our reliance upon more dangerous substances like opioids. So in the early days, what it looked like was me watching rats run around in the dark.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
in science, we call that behavioral pharmacology,
Exactly.
right? So I would administer, cannabinoids and opioids either alone in combination in rodent models to see, what does this combination of drugs do? And so from the very early days, all of my mentors were kind of opioid people who were studying opioid tolerance and the neural mechanisms and cellular mechanisms that cause our brains to develop tolerance to opioids, because tolerance is really dangerous, right?
Yeah.
When you have a substance that has potentially lethal effects, if you take more and more and more of that dangerous drug, then of course that's a real risk. And that's precisely why we have, the overdose epidemic.
Yep.
So, those were all of my teachers and my mentors were opioid people. And I sort of was the weirdo who brought in this, idea of, well, I'm noticing that, people are using these substances at the same time. Cannabis is also, a pain reliever. So what's happening exactly when people are using these drugs at the same time? And my primary sort of motivation was actually not chronic pain patients. It was people who were using illicit heroin and illicit fentanyl wasn't really a thing at that time. But, I had spent a lot of time in British Columbia where, cannabis had been decriminalized for many decades. Or at least one decade. And, it was extremely common that people who were using heroin on the downtown east side, weed was everywhere.
Yeah.
So I was particularly interested in what's happening here? What is the interaction here? So over the years, I used a whole slew of techniques from behavioral pharmacology. I did a postdoc that focused exclusively on electrophysiology, which is how neurons, use electricity, along, it's like your brain is a big circuit, right? So our brain cells are communicating both electrically and chemically. So, I spent a whole bunch of time getting training and doing a bunch of experiments, looking, into a microscope and stimulating things electronically to see, well, what's happening, at the neuronal level, specifically in brain regions that are responsible for pain relief and opioid tolerance, right? That's always kind of been the major sort of center of my universe is, the parts of the brain that are responsible for relieving pain and producing opioid tolerance. So, and then, once I came back to the United States, I started looking at, both the interaction of chronic pain in the context of using opioids and cannabinoids. And so over the years, the idea has always been the same, that if we can use these things together at the same time, then we can reduce the amount of opioids that we need. And we might even be able to replace opioids entirely, provided, of course, that the cannabinoids can provide sufficient pain relief.
Right.
Because that's the thing is there's nothing that works like an opioid, right? It is an incredibly powerful drug. To some extent, it is an anesthetic. Right? Because it's turning off not just the sensation of pain, but it's turning off kind of all sensations. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the definition of anesthetizing someone is it's all sensation. And we know that it also numbs the affective component of pain.
Yep.
So people feel nothing emotionally. And that's part of why, people who live in social poverty are,
Yep.
using opioids, because it's not just, to treat physical pain when someone is
Just to
using
check out.
illicit opioids. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why we see that regions of the country which have both economic and social poverty, those regions tend to also have really bad opioid problems, because people are trying to, get rid of that sensation. So that work continues today. So here at my lab at Legacy, I hotbox rats. So I have inhalation vapor chambers
Nice.
where we're studying the effects of whole plant cannabis vapor in combination with opioids, both alone in combination with opioids. So what's interesting about the vapor field is that for a long time, everything we knew about how cannabis works in animals, which we then extrapolate to humans, we were injecting drugs, right?
Yep.
Either under their skin or into their belly. And when you do that, they don't have the same effect as the way that people take the drugs or the substances, which is most of the time they inhale them.
Yeah.
And when they inhale them, they're not just inhaling this perfectly synthesized molecule that you can order from Sigma, right?
Yep.
It is a whole host of really complex molecules that have genuine important interactions. So here at my lab, we're trying to take a very, very strict translational approach. We want a high degree of face validity, which means that what my animals see is what it looks like in humans. So that work is ongoing, and we're still doing our best to continue to work with the NIH to keep the lab funded for projects like that, both for vapor safety as well as interaction between opioids. But what's really interesting is that, over the course of my career, my hypothesis has never changed. And, I used to sit down next to someone on an airplane, in grad school, and they would ask what I would do, and I would explain it, and they would be, the reactions were mixed, but for the most part, not very friendly.
Yep.
And now, of course, like the climate has completely changed, right? So
And fast.
I've had a front row seat to really witnessing the destigmatization of cannabis, especially when it comes to the opioid component. It used to be incredibly controversial, and now it's common knowledge. I'm really grateful that our work, my mentors, my work, and my students' work has played a meaningful part in that journey.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so huge on multiple levels. I'm a chronic pain patient myself, and something I always tell people, you said, there's nothing like an opioid. I said, cannabis, it has a good ability to sort of turn down the volume of pain, but it will never mute the pain. And that's like a critical difference that I usually explain to people just from my own experience. But reducing that volume, if you can do it enough that your quality of life improves substantially, that you can go about your day and handle your functions and all of that, then that's very, very, very powerful. So that's something I relate to very personally. And this and also... Oh, go ahead.
That's what we see in our patients also. So we've published a couple of papers. I have a very close collaborator in Philadelphia who's a part of this gigantic orthopedic clinic. And what was really cool was when Pennsylvania's medical program first came online, we were there already sort of waiting for legalization to happen. So we were able to structure a patient registry, which was essentially prospective in nature. These patients had been at the orthopedic clinic prior to legalization. My colleague, signed their card and they got access to cannabis, and we could watch what happened to them over time. And, it does all the things that you're familiar with, right? It does improve like the actual, sensation, intensity of pain. But importantly, it improves physical health, mental health, and quality of life. That's the real kicker, is that opioids tend to not improve quality of life. They definitely address the physical component of pain, but they don't often address the sort of holistic human experience of living in the presence of chronic pain, right? Because that's a big shift, in North America, especially. We have such a service oriented culture.
Yes.
That, you know, like you can Yelp your doctor. That's kind of messed up, right?
It is. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah. So there is an expectation in North America that like, you are here to do a job, doctor, and your job is to get rid of my pain. And if you can't get rid of my pain, then I'm a dissatisfied customer. And that's simply not how pain works, right? It's really about being able to accept that these are the cards that you've been dealt. So, what is the best way to play those cards?
Yes.
And opioids are not a very good ally in playing the game with pain. Cannabis happens to be a very good ally in improving quality of life and enable people to walk with the pain, live in the presence of the pain, and have it not be so negatively impactful on their overall life.
That's a perfect way to sum that up. And it's strange that as a society we've really lost sight of what healthcare, whether that's physical healthcare, mental health care, like what the point of all of it is, and you would think that it should be common sense that the point is to improve quality of life. Like at the end of the day, do you enjoy being here or not? And, your time here is your most limited asset you have. And so improving the quality of that time, it seems like it ought to be number one. And it does. It takes some kind of retraining to rethink. And I think that's a big sort of problem around like lower level education and the way, I think about how as a kid I was brought up and taught about medicine and diet and things like that. And there are these very disconnected, disjointed concepts of you eat so that you get full, and then when you get sick you go to the doctor to get fixed. But there's never this really like you said, a full holistic conceptualization of how am I living my life and how does that influence the quality of that time spent and everything. And
I think another component of that is that you really nailed it. Like when you're sick you go to the doctor, right? That is the authority figure, whereas in a sense, you're entirely giving up your own power, your own contribution to the process. It's like an external locus of control, right? Everything outside of me can influence me, rather than thinking about how can I fix this for myself. And maybe I can get some information from doctors, and maybe I can, recruit some allies like medicines or pharmaceuticals or plants. But ultimately, and there's many reasons for this, but we have been taught that there is an authoritative system that we are subservient to, right? So I, for a long time, my colleagues and I, we had this hypothesis that, because with cannabis, it's not like getting a prescription where the doctor tells you take exactly this many milligrams, exactly this many times per day for exactly this amount of time, and you will be better, right? That is prescriptive in nature. Whereas with cannabis, all we can say is, all right, here's your card. Try to buy something that makes sense at the dispensary, and good luck. We'll see you in 3 months, right? And so that puts a patient in the driver's seat. That they have to, there is no option to just follow someone else's guidance. They have to figure it out for themselves. And because everyone's endocannabinoid system is so different, what works for one patient doesn't necessarily work for another. So it really is like you're sort of forced to be empowered in your own journey. And my colleagues and I have a hypothesis that, if we ever were to get to the point where we could be prescriptive with it, okay, take this tincture, this many milligrams, this many times per day for this long, and you'll be better. If we ever got to that point, my hypothesis is that we would lose some of the efficacy of cannabis because people are no longer in the driver's seat, right? They're taking direction from the outside. So, it was really interesting as a first year postdoc. I'm a hardcore electrophysiologist with a, pharmacology background. And I sat in I was a postdoc in Australia, and the way that they look at chronic pain is totally different than the way that we look at chronic pain in the US. And I sat in on this panel where, these severely impacted pain patients, people with really traumatic injuries, spinal crush, the whole thing.
Yeah.
They had gone through this like 6-week training program where they learned all of these like coping tools, meditation, cognitive behavioral therapy.
Wow. Yeah.
Almost none of them were on any pharmaceutical drugs whatsoever. Cannabis still wasn't available there, at the time. This is, a number of years ago. And, at the same time, these patients are sitting on the stage in front of everyone saying, yeah, my pain's at like, I don't know, like an 8 today. And they're just perfectly lucid and having this conversation, and that the magnitude of the pain wasn't at all impacting their experience of daily life. And I was like, what am I doing trying to make better medicine if all of this cognitive control and coping of pain, if that's so powerful, why are we taking medicine at all? Right?
Right. Well, I mean, there's a lot to be said for the role of mindfulness and the power of intention and thought, on our physiology. It's something we have not even the beginning stages of starting to understand some of that stuff. And we even know, like, with pain, the endocannabinoid system is involved in the placebo response of pain. And so it even gets complicated of like, oh gosh, when you start to even study these things, like how do you separate the influences of the mind, versus the influences of this drug you're trying to study and understand against chance, is it actually doing something or not? I love hearing that, because I know just for myself, and I'm lucky because my wife is a mental health therapist, so I get a lot of feedback about mental health and the roles of mindfulness and EMDR and all sorts of other things that are very powerful tools. But this is something I've wondered about myself. I'm like, if you started at this place, if you started at, well, let's talk about how you are in touch with your own body, how you're perceiving your internal stimuli and your external stimuli, and how do you relate to that, and then how do you respond to that? People would be at a very different baseline of treatment. And so I'm so glad you brought that up, because that is a very important thing for people to think about. That we especially here in the United States, we have hardly even begun to integrate and think much of. There's some hospitals and other places that are getting into mindfulness and trying to take some of those approaches, but it's still so small compared to some other countries.
Yeah. And Jason, I really love that you brought up the P word, placebo, right?
Yeah.
Because in America, the P word has a negative connotation, right? This is a bad thing. This is snake oil. This is, fake medicine.
Yeah.
And that is truly not at all it doesn't do justice to the very rich, like complex power that lies in the power of expectation. So I often, in some circles, people use the word intention. My intention with this medication, or my intention with this, mindfulness modality, is to, go in this direction or have this goal. But another way to think about it is the expectation, right? If I buy, and I do not condone these terms, but I'll use them as an example of the power of expectation, which is, if I buy an indica as a consumer, I am setting up myself for the expectation that I will have a nice chill evening with a cup of tea. Whereas if I am a consumer and I buy a sativa, right, I am using that expectation. I am setting myself up for a particular, goal or a journey. And so I think that the power of our expectation is just as powerful as the substance itself. And really what we end up with at the end of the day is a three-way collaboration between our physical, bodies, our endocannabinoid system, our very rich consciousness, including our expectations or our intentions, as well as, how the substance is a catalyst or opens a
Right.
gate for the all three of those things to interact in very unique ways.
Yes, absolutely. And funny enough, this wasn't really our intention, but this has all segued really, really well into the research study that just came out. That is the reason that we got together, that we were going to talk. And there's several things we just touched on that I want to sort of highlight before jumping into it. And one is the role of intention and expectation in the subjective experience of cannabis, because that's certainly a concept that I think we're about to talk about. But then also, you mentioned early on that your work in opioid research, it comes from this, like, I think you used the term translational perspective, like really trying to find good questions to ask and ways to try to answer them that are most practical and applicable, that can help people relatively quickly, and less theoretical. And so this recent study that published, I think, really kind of falls into all of these concepts that we're talking about. And so the study I'm referring to, if anyone wants to look it up before we dive into it, the title is The Nose Knows, so very easy to remember there. I always love a good research article that has a memorable title that people are actually be able to go back and look up. So The Nose Knows, aroma but not THC mediates the subjective effects of smoked and vaporized cannabis flower. So we've talked a little bit about the work that you did. You got back to Oregon around 2017, the Cultivation Classics going on. This study, some folks that maybe have just seen headlines and things may not realize that this study is a result of that work that goes back to the Cultivation Classic that you're talking about. Even though the data doesn't necessarily come from 2017, I mean, really, this study comes from the very beginning of you coming back to Oregon, seeing what's going on and starting to think through, just like you said, how do we collect better data and what do we do with that data? So with that little setup, do you mind explaining the study in general, kind of what data points that you're trying to gather from the Cultivation Classic participants, and kind of how the outcomes were maybe a little surprising and not surprising in some areas, and what their practical implications could be for people?
Yeah, of course. I should state that, the paper, that our intent was never to, do the Cultivation Classic as a research project, right? The research is kind of a byproduct
Right,
of,
right.
of the cup. And so, when we were doing the cup, beginning in 2017 is when we started designing the surveys, right? So what
Yeah.
information do we even want to ask of our judges? So that, you're right, the work predates, the paper by many years. So what kind of information do we want to ask? And that was largely revolved around, how do we best celebrate objectively the best cannabis in Oregon, right?
Yeah.
What does the best cannabis really look like? So we knew that, some of the things that were important were, our cultivators were telling us that aroma is really important, right? Like,
Yeah.
and you all know, if you live in Oregon, then you have the benefit of having a deli style flower experience.
Yeah.
You can literally
It's
walk into a dispensary and stick your nose in an ounce, and it's wonderful. But for folks who might be listening in California or Washington or other markets, these closed container markets, you don't have that benefit that the Oregonians do. And this paper, and we'll get there eventually, this paper demonstrates that that is a real disservice that your regulators are, forcing you into. You're completely devoid of the most important information you could possibly have to make a purchasing decision, right? You have to be able to smell it. So we knew, beginning in 2017, we started designing the surveys to really get at, like, just objectively, what is the best cannabis? And so, when we were launching those surveys, which have changed very, very little over the years, right? I feel very grateful that we spent so much time in the early days really forming those survey questions, because we knew we wanted to have apples to apples comparisons over the years of the cups. That was really important. So once our approach always, was if you, we take a data-driven approach, which is not a Silicon Valley buzzword. It's a real thing in that you don't go into it with an agenda. You let the data tell the story to you. And so we knew that, based on the scientific literature, that there were certain things that were likely to pop up. So, for example, we knew that we would probably see sex differences because, the literature tells us that females initially are more sensitive to the effects of THC, but they develop tolerance more rapidly, and they're more likely to have negative experiences at higher doses of THC. So just from that information from, both preclinical and human literature, we knew that, okay, we're probably going to have a Ladies' Choice Award. We're going to find a flower that women love and that men don't so much. And sure enough, year after year, we always have the Ladies' Choice Award that is in 100% just based on the data. What do our female judges like more? Another really great example is that, in all of the process of analyzing the data, we discovered that, older people tend to enjoy cannabis more than younger people. So we looked at just those judges and said, okay, let's exclude everyone else. And of these people, who are over 40, over 50, over 60, what flowers do they like the best, right? And so from that information, we were able to give out the Silver Fox Award, right?
Nice. Yeah.
And one of our two other really important awards that we've given out over the years were, number one, the Credible Cultivar. So this is the one that had the most consistent reports, the lowest standard deviation, the lowest variability in the judges' answers. So, for sunflowers, it's all over the place, very polarizing. Some people love them, some people don't love them at all, and everything in between. But if you sort of graph out the variability in enjoyment, you can see that there is at least one outlier on the very tail end. Everyone loves it. Everyone agrees, right? So that's our Credible Cultivar. And so over the years, we that was one of our flagship awards. But, the most important award that we have ever given out has always been the Nose Award. And that term specifically came to us from legacy growers who have known this for years, right? I've been seeing little comments in social media, in the aftermath of the publication of the paper, like, yeah, I've been saying this for, to everybody for a long time. This is the only way I ever buy cannabis. Yes. Great. Then you're ahead of the curve because, this is a direct homage to all of our legacy cultivators who for decades before we had the pressures of THC potency, before we had, any sort of objective markers of what it was we were growing at all, we instinctively followed our noses. So that's a direct homage to all of our legacy cultivators who have been breeding on the basis of aroma for a very long time. So our Nose Award, we have consistently over the course of the competitions, we have always seen this positive correlation between a pleasant aroma and a pleasant effect. So what's important about the paper is that, number one, I think it's really important that all of your listeners are aware that the way that these cups are executed, this is a double-blind evaluation, which means that the judges don't know what they're consuming. And when I'm analyzing the data, I don't know what they consumed either, right? So that's the nature of double blind. The researcher doesn't know what they got and they don't know what they got. So in that way, we're able to remove any external biases, any potential, expectation effect or placebo effect. We're just able to strip all of that away and see what does the plant do in and of itself when there's no information about what it is.
We're going back to the 90s.
Right. So that's really powerful. And, a lot of other cups do, blinded, some parts of their processes are blinded. But I don't have enough visibility into those cups to know if it's double blind, right? If the people analyzing the data are also blinded, I just don't know. So what's really important is that, these are all unbiased, objective answers, right? And so we're able to make, extremely confident conclusions about this cultivator truly deserved this award because there are no sources of bias. There are no pay to play dynamics. There are no popularity contest phenomenon happening. This person who's stepping up on stage to accept their trophy, they earned it. They really, really earned it. And that's what our primary driving force has been, to be able to objectively reward those brands and those cultivators, and prop them up and celebrate them so that their businesses could thrive. So
and they've been really waiting for that too. I mean, I get complaints, and for years and years, growers have complained to me, particularly when Oregon, what was that, 2016? Well, really a little before that. So dispensaries went legal in the medical market in Oregon in 2014 or something, around that time. And it was pretty much right as dispensaries were legitimized that growers started complaining of, like, they don't seem to care about the smell anymore. Like, I've got to get the THC number above 20%, above 25%. And so, I mean, it was like immediately that race started happening. And I mean, I watched growers stop growing because they were like, well, I like what I grow, but in this market of needing to hit these crazy numbers, like, it's not really what I'm trying to do. And my stuff tests at 16% and nobody wants it anymore. So growers, particularly those craft growers that appreciate quality beyond THC, as most of them do, because that's, like you said, that's their history, that's where they've come from. They appreciate this, the work that you've put in to really ensure that people that are getting these awards are, that it's really the people making fairly unbiased as can possibly be, reports on what they think about all of this. I mean, I think that's undervalued, because a lot of the growers kind of get forgotten as the laws change. A lot of the legacy growers.
Well, I think that, you've highlighted something really important, which is the retail intake floor, right? So we hear from outdoor cultivators, I know which of my flowers are the best, and I can't bring them to market because no one will buy them because they test at 17%. That artificial floor where the retail intake manager says, no, my boss says I'm not allowed to buy anything south of 20, right? So that is narrowing the choices for the consumer. And we know from the scientific literature that medical patients prefer balanced ratio products, right? Lower potency products that have a mix of THC and CBD. And even in a really wonderful market like Oregon, you go into any dispensary and they might have 3 CBD dominant flowers if they're lucky. They might have no type 2 flower at all. And what I mean by type 2 are the ones that have a balance of THC and CBD, sometimes sold as a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1. Some of them don't have one, not a single one. And then, 35 out of 36 flowers on the menu are north of 20% THC. That is an arbitrary human-induced phenomenon. And so that's a really great starting point and really great context for, and it's a feed forward cycle too, because, they're in the paper, we go into the background of why do people want potency in the first place? Why do we search for THC? No one seems to question that at all. It's just a given that you would try and call around all over town trying to find the most milligrams of THC for the lowest dollar. Why are we doing that? Right?
THC makes the weed good. Yeah.
Right. So that there's an inherent assumption there that THC equals quality. And this paper demonstrates that is not the case. That yes, if we look at the science tells us that THC gets you high, right? There is a direct relationship between consuming THC and experiencing a subjective high. consuming THC and experiencing impairment, right? Not being able to drive. There is a relationship there, right?
Yep.
Let's no bones about it. THC causes these, psychological effects, but let's question whether or not impairment and intoxication are the same thing as enjoyment, right?
Right. Yes.
Those two things are different. And so that's what the cup really focused on. It wasn't how high did you get, it was how much did you enjoy this. And so, our argument is that the primary criteria for cannabis is that it should be enjoyable. Maybe some people think that, blasting off to the moon and getting as high as they can possibly get, maybe some people do enjoy that. But I can tell you, I've had many conversations with many people from many walks of life over the course of my 19 years as a cannabis researcher. And more often than not, people say, I love it, but it's too strong. I can't even take one hit. So, that one time that I took 2 hits and I had a bad experience, it's just not for me. And we are doing this planet a disservice by making weed too potent. If you would think, I feel like the heady hemp folks have really honed in on this thing where if a person needs to smoke the whole joint in order to get to the point where they feel happy, that inherently means you're selling more biomass. Right? So why wouldn't you do that? You're going to sell, 10 times as many pounds. So this idea of backing away from THC potency is utterly and thoroughly supported by the data. So the results from our double-blind analysis of the effects of real-world cannabis in healthy adults in Oregon. And these are adults who come from very diverse backgrounds, right? This is not a panel of, cannabis connoisseurs and celebrities and tough tokers. This is a census representative sample of people from the Portland metro area from all walks of life. And so when we look at how real-world cannabis affects those diverse people, we find that there is absolutely no relationship between either the potency, the THC percentage, and how much they enjoy it, nor the dose of THC and how much they enjoy it. And those things have been shown with NIDA cannabis before, right? The research cannabis that comes from the government. The similar things have been shown. If you take 1 or 2 or 3 hits, it doesn't change how much you, quote, enjoy the product, or you would, rate it as likely to use it again. So we also found no relationship between the terpene expression and enjoyment. A lot of people, terpenes, not at all hating on terpenes. Terpenes are, great, but it's only one component, one additional component of the plant. It's one feature, one chemical, one class of chemicals. So we don't find any relationship between how terpy it is and how much people enjoy it. What we do find is that when the people smell the flower, the higher the aroma rating, the more likely the subjective experience is going to be enjoyable. That's really important. And I should also say that, the size of this data set is huge.
Yeah, I was going to note on that if you didn't. Yeah, the sample size is very good. Yeah,
thousands of surveys. Exactly. Yeah. So we have 270 some unique humans. And we have over, I think, 3,600 individual consumption sessions. That's a massive amount of data, bigger than any other human data set on cannabis consumption in the entire world in all of human history. This is not small. Yeah. This is a very well-powered study. And so we can extremely confidently say that aroma contributes to the subjective enjoyment of cannabis, but other phytochemical features like terpenes and cannabinoids do not.
Well, and it's there's several things that jump out to me there that I wanted to make sure to highlight to folks that are making sense of the paper. One is that I'm so glad that the paper pointed out that even if you have the terpene data, that's still not really enough. And I've mentioned on social media and in my classes and things, I harp on this, that unfortunately there haven't been more studies on this, but there's at least one that has shown that terpenoids only account for about half of the perceived aroma that people get from cannabis. And a lot of the rest of that are aldehydes and other things. Some of those actually being degradation products of terpenoids, but still, there are some compounds in cannabis that are there in very low concentrations, lower than what you measure for traditional terpenoids, that are presenting more of an aroma impact than some terpenoids that we see at sizable concentrations. So it's important for people to understand that with all of the hype around terpenes and terpenoids, that there's still a bigger picture, and what you perceive and what you have data for, those don't always connect cleanly. And so that's one thing I love about the study, is that it really did focus on that subjective perceived aroma, which transcends the limitations that we have currently around, cannabis testing. And most cannabis testing labs don't test for, volatile aldehydes and ketones and other things like that, because there's not enough demand or interest, and it costs money to do. And so it's important for people to understand that if you're focused just on testing data, you're not ever going to have the data you need to make the best decision for yourself, really. It really comes down
100%.
to other cues. And this is why, going back even hundreds, thousands of years, why organoleptic training was so important. Because with medicinal plants, this is actually something that's, this study mimics what has been learned about other medicinal plants, which is that you really have to pay attention to things like aroma, color, presentation, all sorts of other things that are challenging to quantify in a very, reductionist way. There's too many variables, lots of variables, so many variables. And so there's that piece. But then the other piece is how unique this is to the individual, that what smells good to you is likely to work well for you, but you can't necessarily translate that to someone else. Someone else may perceive that aroma differently, has a different, physiological, psychological makeup, all these different variables. So that was another thing I really appreciated, is pointing out that this doesn't then mean that you start to quantify all of these aromas and then say, we're using this to tell you what's best for you now, rather than indica, sativa, or terpene concentrations. But rather, like, it really highlights cannabis, just like a lot of other things in life, is a highly individualized thing, and it requires a much broader context and perspective. And it really cannot be reduced cleanly to, this is going to affect you this way. If you have something high in terpenoline, it's going to make your heart race. Like, no, unfortunately, that's just not how it works at all. And so your study went a long way to really kind of bring those issues to the forefront, which I appreciated.
Yeah, I was really excited by that data too. There's a specific paper in the figure in the paper that shows, how much consensus is there around what smells good.
Yeah.
And for a small population of flowers, there's, and this is really interesting, the better a flower smells, the higher its aroma rating was across the judges, the more people agreed. So there's less variability when you have a really, really nice smelling flower. So we can all kind of come together and say, yeah, this small collection of flowers,
these are
everyone
the best.
in all the people in this room agree these smell good. But as the aroma scores were lower, there was a huge amount of variability. They were very polarizing. There were some flowers that some people rated incredibly low for the pleasantness of the aroma, and the same flower other people's rated very high. And that was one of the other significant findings. With there is a high degree of consensus when things smell really, really good. So those are aromas we want to hone in on and figure out what they were. But you're absolutely right that the take home conclusion from that figure is that everyone needs to smell it for themselves, because just because the intake manager at the dispensary didn't like the way it smelled doesn't mean that you are also not going to like the way it smells, right? So there is room for both. Some flowers do objectively smell better, and there is also room for individual preferences. I think the analogy that I rely on heavily with this idea is that of the perfume world, right? The perfume is by far the best analogy we have here, and the fine fragrances and consumer fragrances industry is like light years ahead of us in terms of like, all this stuff. But, we can all, most of us can, put our heads together and say, yeah, this Chanel perfume smells really great. And then if we take, some cheap mall perfume and we all smell it, we're going to have some people that say, oh yeah, I would totally wear that. And everybody else is like, ew. Right.
That is a good analogy. Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
But there's room for individual preferences. And I think there's probably also room for trends, right? There's probably, as these flowers, we're tinkering with them and we're, encouraging them to diversify and create new compounds or increase the aromatic features in this way or another. Our preservation techniques, right? How we preserve the chemicals that those flowers make. All of that is constantly changing. And so it's also likely that just like with the perfume world, one year oud or sandalwood is really popular, and then that goes out of fashion and something else pops up. I could see that the industry could go that way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing I wanted to touch on about the study, this is something I generally don't remember, were all of the judges experienced cannabis consumers? I know the levels of their experience varied, but was there a representation of, I guess, what often in research is called naive users, or folks that really don't consume very much at all?
Yeah, we had a wide range of folks. The majority of people were people who consume cannabis daily or multiple times a week.
Right, because if they're going to be a judge, they probably have some experience.
Yeah, our inclusion criteria was specifically, you need to have some recent experience. Within the last 6 months, you have to have used some kind of THC. And that captures a broad range of people. We wanted to set people up. We didn't want entirely naive people, because even though it's a relatively low risk behavior, using cannabis, relatively low risk. At the same time, we're giving people a blind kit, and they might have a bad experience because they might get too high. It's not fun to be too high. So we didn't want people to have a bad time, right? So the inclusion criteria was some recent experience in the last 6 months. What's really interesting, and we talk about this in the paper, is that, and there are other studies that show this, people tend to self-titrate. So that is, they take a puff and then they wait a second, check in and say, okay, I'm happy, I'm where I want to be. And so they stop consuming. And so we see in the data that, the amount of cannabis that people are most likely to consume is extremely small. It's very rare that people would consume more than 1/4 gram in a single session. And that we're also making the assumption that they smoked the whole thing. They might not have. We might have overestimated how much THC they consume. But yeah, we definitely made a mindful, attempt to recruit diverse people from all walks of life with all kinds of levels of tolerance, as well as all kinds of expectations, what they typically think of when, as we asked them, what do you consider a good cannabis experience? We gave them like 7 answers, or a range of answers, from I don't want to feel anything at all to I want to be in a different, dimension. And most people would say that they want a prominent shift in their normal perception, right? They want to feel different. So, that's, there are a handful of people who, want something a little bit more mild, but the vast majority of people say, I want to feel different, much different than my normal life. Yeah.
Yeah. As those of us on the streets would say, I just want a head change.
Right. Exactly.
And so where my head's going with this, that I'm thinking about now, it's like, okay, we have some understanding of the role that aroma plays when people are making decisions that have some familiarity with cannabis. Now, what I'm interested in is, what does that transition look like from a new user to an experienced user? Because it makes me think of, like, for instance, wine tasting. How when you first start drinking wine, it's kind of confusing and there's a lot going on and it sort of all seems the same, but for some reason people think it's different. And then over time, you start to appreciate subtle flavors and aromas and notes and things differently. Your whole experience changes. And so I'm very interested now to think about those changes that happen from when someone decides to use cannabis for the first time, how they get acquainted with those aromas and their sort of relationship to them and everything, and then how that translates into sort of a change in preference over time for the cannabis that they like. That'd be really interesting. I don't know how you'd follow that. I mean, you'd have to have genuinely new patients and follow them for at least a year or something probably, but that'd be fascinating to see how the aroma element plays into that that part of cannabis. And something I really wanted to highlight, you already touched on, but I wanted to make sure that we really unpack this, which is the direct impact that this has on patients, people that are in medical cannabis, places with medical cannabis or recreational cannabis, that, like you said, don't have the option to organoleptically evaluate anything. This should be a wake-up call, both for patients, clinicians, and regulators, hopefully. I hope that when people read this, they understand that like this has more implications than just like, isn't it interesting to know, you know, what resonates with people, what works best, but also the way cannabis is being regulated is detrimental to patients if they're not allowed to organoleptically evaluate what they consume before they buy it.
100%. You're absolutely right that, you know, being able to watch how someone's journey evolves over time requires that they have options, right?
Right.
And so how is it that we go about creating the structures that give consumers and patients options? So right now, the dispensary shelf is not very diverse. And so in order to enhance that diversity, we need to be able to create value for aroma, where currently most of the value is placed in THC potency. So if a bud tender knows the aroma is really important for a person to be able to make a decision, even if that person can't smell the flower themselves. Number one, that's a problem. So you need to, you know, work with the regulators to find a way for the consumer to be able to smell the product. So number one, let's eliminate that barrier. Right now, this paper demonstrates that the number one criterion for what a top shelf flower should be its aroma, not its potency. There are other things that probably matter too, sort of as a quality, you know, agricultural product, you know, regenerative farming practices, socially responsible capitalism, BIPOC and women-owned businesses. Those are all really important things that we also see in coffee and tea and other agricultural commodities, right? So yes, all of that too. But right now, a top shelf flower should be the best smelling flower. Top shelf flower should have the highest wholesale value and the highest retail price. The best smelling flowers, you should pay for them. So, so that's what the dispensary shelf should look like. It should be an evidence-based dispensary shelf, not an arbitrarily stocked dispensary shelf. So let's give people options that make sense from an evidence standpoint. So yes, let's eliminate the barriers to actually smelling the product. But if we can't, well, what else could we do? We could have people who have organoleptic training at the field, right? The breeders and the cultivators are already very well trained in this way, and they can transmit that training and that value to their wholesalers and their distributors. But those wholesalers and distributors must also have the aroma as a value, right? So they can't just be like, yeah, whatever you say, Farmer Tom or whoever you are, right? They have to also be on board. Yes, aroma is a value. Aroma is important, and we are also going to transmit that value. So wholesale and sort of vertical operations, there, wherever you have buckets of cannabis in a 50-degree warehouse, you better bet that there's somebody in that building who has gone through in-depth sensory training to assess aroma, right?
Yep.
So aroma is really complex because it's both the hedonic value, how nice does this smell?
Yep.
There's also aroma characteristics, what does it smell like? And there's also aroma potency, how loud is it, right? And we often tend to conflate those things. Some people will purchase loud products, and some aromas are louder than others, even at very low levels of aromatic molecules.
Right.
Terpinolene is a great example. You can have a tiny little dose of terpinolene and it smells like terpinolene, right? It's very, very potent. So it's really difficult as an untrained, person to be able to tease those things apart. It smells like terpinolene. It has an intense aroma, and it smells good. So all three of those components. So if you are a wholesale operator, a distributor, or a vertical, then you better right now start looking around for people who are graduating with their PhDs from sensory evaluation programs.
And they're out there too. Like, I want to point out to people, like, this is something that kind of taps into some of my like natural products work outside of cannabis, but like you absolutely can get trained to do this. You can find, especially in the like through APA and other organizations out there that work with botanicals a lot. You can find training programs and things for organoleptic training. And it's awesome. I've gone through a couple myself. It's been a long time, and it's really, really fun. But it has very interesting value. It, like going back to the wine tasting thing, once you go through it, you think about your senses differently. You have different language to describe what you're experiencing, and you come up with ways to rate those things. And there's always limitations with that, but you can learn what's already being used in the botanical world broadly that has been in use for a while now and is constantly being improved. You can find those programs and join them, and I really encourage people to. There are some that come from within the industry as well, people trying to train people on smelling stuff out. I don't really know much about any of those programs, but I just say there's already, like you're saying, the perfume industry, the natural products industry. There are all these industries that have been focusing on this for a really, really, really long time and already have modalities in place to do all of this. So I encourage people to look into that. There's a lot out there.
I think the only one that we didn't directly address, which we kind of hinted at before, was the sort of arbitrary potency floor, right? So
right.
We have the regulators have a job. They have to make sure that people can smell the product. All of the middle people in the supply chain, they have to be able to assess aroma, for the consumer, even if the regulators won't let the consumer smell the product. But we also, every single person, and I don't use the M word very often but I have to in this case because it's on our legal books.
Sure. Yep.
People in Oregon, when they get their marijuana handler's card, part of the criterion for obtaining your card is you should learn that potency is not related to enjoyment. Aroma is related to enjoyment. So that from the very day, we know that retail salespeople, that's a high turnover job. You're constantly getting a new a face every time.
Right.
But it's very important that the value of aroma is passed down the chain of custody from the breeder to the wholesaler and distributor to the retail intake manager, right? They have to be willing to pay more money for the better smelling flowers. And then the retail salesperson has to tell us, here are our top shelf flowers. And we know they're top shelf because they're the best smelling ones, right? So by that means, we're going to end up having a wide array of potencies, which is exactly what we would hope for the consumer to be able to choose from, right? We've got to end this phenomenon of people saying to me, "Adi, I'd really like to like cannabis, but it's all too strong. It's all way too strong," right? So yeah, I think that there's roles for all of us in this. You know, if you go to a dinner party, you know, over the holidays, this can be something that you talk about, right? That we all have a role in spreading this information to help one another uplift this industry to something that's more evidence based and more practical and gentler on people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up because this probably will be the last episode of the year that I release. So people might be listening to this literally on the way to Christmas dinners and things. So good conversation topic. And to reiterate too, because you did bring this up, but I think it's important to remind people of right now, aroma needs to be valued and the varying cannabinoid ratios. Those two things, like I was a strain that I liked a lot. Again, it's like talking about controversial industry terms. Can I say strain? But one strain that I used to love for my back pain was Lemon Remedy, which I think was a 3-to-1 or a 4-to-1. And it was great. It was still THC dominant, but quite a bit of CBD in it. And I found personally that worked better than almost anything else. But again, when things started to change, when legalization hit Oregon, because there was a brief period of time in the medical scene where you could find those ratios. People were playing around with them. It was a novel thing, so you would find them, but they disappeared so quick. And as a patient myself, that was devastating. I was like,
Yeah.
so what do I do now? Like get CBD and high THC products and then like grind them and mix them together to make my own ratios? Like, that's what it comes down to. And so, highlighting all these things that need value, these organoleptic properties, and please start valuing those cannabinoid ratios more, because I personally do think we would see a lot better, more consistent outcomes, and better, like you're saying, for people that are getting into cannabis that are new. I think we'd see better outcomes and sort of a dosing compliance and things like that, if we value those things more. And I can't think of really a better way to end the podcast for this year other than with this discussion, because we really are hitting on these core issues that affect everyone in the industry, from the craft growers that are trying to survive and are being undervalued, to patients that are being misled by marketing or being told they need to focus on qualities that really statistically probably don't have any bearing on their outcomes. On so many levels, if we can just start to value aromas and cannabinoid ratios more, dramatic improvements could happen to what we call the cannabis industry at large, both on the scientific and medical side and on the adult use, dare I say, recreational side. There's a lot of improvements to be had just by recognizing these simple concepts, which your research has done a lot to prove out. And again, just to highlight some of the important points here, the sample size, like go check it out. But this isn't a small, there's so many small cannabis studies that get published with maybe a dozen participants or something. We're talking about hundreds of people, thousands of reports, a lot. As a researcher, I know I hate statistics. It makes me shudder. And especially when you're thinking about that many data points, it makes me nervous to even consider. So a ton of work went into this, a ton of thought. Even like you said, even before you even had the idea of making a study out of this, just the thought of how do we get better data to understand what people like. There's a lot of energy and thoughtfulness that went into this publication. I want to make sure people read it. And as we move into 2023, I plead, please, people, take heed, care more about aroma, focus more on individualized N of one concepts. What works for you may not work for someone else. So maintaining that sort of space there for people to have things that work differently than you work for them. and maybe we can try to bring more value to growers to these products that actually are more likely to help people that for the past several years have really been getting the shaft. So
well, yeah, and too, I think another great thing about the timing of our conversation, Jason, is the timing of the outdoor harvest.
yes,
Right
yeah,
now, we
yep,
have outdoor flowers that are curing right now.
yep,
They're about to hit dispensary shelves. We're having this discussion in early December. This is the perfect time of year to, just like you were talking about with wine, right?
yep,
It takes a while to sample a bunch of things. At first, everything seems the same. You just get high, whatever, but now is the perfect time of year to buy 1 gram of 17 different
yep,
things and, have your own, process for exploring what the different sensations are, because just like the sensations with the taste of wine, the sort of psychological sensations that happen with all of these varieties of cannabis, you're going to get a lot of really cool experiences with these outdoor plants in particular, because the cannabis plant is incredibly sensitive to its growing environments.
yep,
And indoors, we have the ability to very carefully control the environmental conditions, whereas outdoors, we're not in control of so much, right? We don't know exactly how long the summer is going to be, or how wet the autumn is going to be, or what the fluctuation in temperatures are going to be like, if there are going to be any pest pressures, what
yep,
other plants are there to contribute to the mycorrhizal network in the root ball, right? There's
yep,
so many variables that we can't control outdoors, and that diversity in the environment contributes to the diversity of the chemicals, which directly contributes to a diversity of experiences. So
yep.
I'd highly encourage you all, if you're listening to this, this is a perfect time of year to specifically shop for outdoor flowers. Ask your bud tender what smells best, what was grown outside.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Well, I think this is a great place to cap it off. I hope that this discussion has been very interesting to all of you. For those of us that have been in the industry for a while, this research really highlights things that, we've been thinking about and trying to find evidence of for some time. And so it's nice to start to see some validation there. It's like, I'm not crazy. Okay.
That's a good feeling, right?
Right. It is like, all right. Especially, like I said, coming from the testing lab side and understanding limitations around terpene testing and everything, it was so nice to see someone say it's also not just about the terpenes or the terpene data. So yeah, this was super awesome. I have actually one additional question, a nerdy question that just for me I want to ask, which goes back to your electrophysiology research. Were you studying ion channels, or what was some of that work that you were doing?
Yeah, so I was a synaptic physiologist. So I
So you were
specifically, I looked at the relationship between the neuron that's sending the chemicals to talk to the second neuron.
mm-hmm.
So sometimes, most of the time, I was witnessing things from the perspective of neuron number 2. So I became a part of the electrical circuitry of that postsynaptic neuron. And I would measure, okay, what happens when this cell dumps its neurotransmitters? And specifically, I'm looking in the context of the endocannabinoid system.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we found some really interesting things in terms of adaptations that happen when animals are chronically exposed to morphine. Their endocannabinoid systems adjust, right? So we know that those two systems are related in that way directly, in the endocannabinoid system.
What about and stop me if I'm rambling, because we've already gotten through pretty much everything. Like I said, I'm just nerding out here. What about connections? There are all of these receptor complexes that form, particularly with CB1 receptors. Do we see any? And it's been reported for at least one or two subtypes of serotonin receptors and a few others. What about connections with dopamine receptors and cannabinoid receptors? I feel like that's something that doesn't get talked a whole bunch, but should play right into everything you've been studying.
Well, one of the reasons that cannabis produces feelings of well-being and mirth and euphoria
Right.
is that those receptors exist in both the parts of our brain that are involved in reward. This feels good, therefore I'll do it again. That's reward and reinforcement, but also in the affective or limbic or emotional parts of our brain. That's literally what is the sensation of euphoria and happiness and joy and the absence of stress and anxiety, right? So we know that the CB1 receptor, number one, it's the most ubiquitously expressed receptor of its kind in our entire central nervous system. It's actually really hard to find a part of the brain where the CB1 doesn't exist, right? So we know that the CB1 receptor is involved in both of those processes. It is making us feel good emotionally, as well as it is a rewarding substance, which is why, some people, when they overuse THC, they can develop a physical dependence and they need THC in order to have that baseline level of feeling good. So we know that, cannabis use disorder is a real thing. You can overuse THC to the point where it is maladaptive. It's causing you more harm than good. Yeah. That's a real thing. And that's caused by the CB1 receptor in the reward pathway of our brain. But often we don't talk about the medical benefit of the affective effects, the emotional mood effects of cannabis. Because one of the things that we find with our chronic pain patients, 80+% of people with chronic pain also experience mood disorder like anxiety or depression. And, some of my, deeply nerdy work gets at parts of the brain that process emotion. And we see that with chronic pain, there is a neurological tether between the body sensations of pain and the emotional sensations of pain. These are two symptoms of a disordered affective brain, right? Yeah. So the emotional brain becomes disrupted. And when that happens, you have both the bodily sensation of pain and mood disorder.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be nice if we had a pain medicine that addressed both of those symptoms of pain, the mood symptom of pain and the bodily sensation of pain? And lo and behold, we know what that is, right? We know that cannabis is capable of addressing both of these components of chronic pain.
Yeah, it's super fascinating, the interconnectedness of all of that. And then, of course, thinking about connections to Parkinson's and other sort of dopaminergic disorders, too. Super fascinating work. Well, I know I've kept you for we've been going for almost an hour and a half. Thanks for entertaining my nerdy post questions. And thanks so much for being willing to spend as much time and energy as you have today speaking to me. It's been a great conversation, as I figured it probably would be. And everyone listening, if you've made it this far, first of all, thank you for listening all the way through. And definitely go look up the study. It's publicly available, which another thing I meant to commend you on, open source research. I always explain to people, I just published an open source paper. It is expensive to do. It is not free to do. So thank you for doing that. I think people don't often realize that researchers end up paying to make that happen, unless you know, funding for it. So anyone can look this up. The Nose Knows. Go check it out and go read through that. Start having these very important conversations with those people around you that are connected to the industry or like cannabis in general. They need to be thinking about these things. Stop asking your dispensaries for the highest THC product, and life will get better for a lot of people. And for those that want to learn more about your work and Smart Cannabis and all of the stuff that you've been involved in, are there any websites or anything you want to share? If there's anything you want to share with our listeners to sign off, I'll give you the floor to let people know how to learn more.
Well, first, I'd like to offer my gratitude, Jason, for the opportunity to talk about this work, because it was a huge community effort. This is not, the research itself was not funded. This is all the result of incredibly passionate and knowledgeable volunteers. And we turned over the couch cushions to make sure that we
Yep.
could get this paper out to the world. So I wanted to express my gratitude for the opportunity to amplify the results, because it really has been an important community project here in Oregon for many years. So thank you for the invitation. And I'd also like to thank specifically all of the people who, made the cups possible, including Congressman Earl Blumenauer, who came and spoke at all of our events. So, thank you, Steph Barnhart, and Jeremy, and all the rest of our team, the Smart Cannabis team. If you'd like to get a hold of us or continue the conversation, there are really two good ways to find us. smartcannabis.life. You can just, fill out the contact form there. And then I have a very narrow social media presence, which is an Instagram account, which is Dr.80, Dr.ABIE. So you can find us there. So thank you so much for tuning into this conversation. I'm really grateful to be able to express the work in this way.
Absolutely, and I definitely appreciate it. So with that, everybody, if you need to find Curious About Cannabis, you probably know where to find us already: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Just search for Curious About Cannabis. With that, everybody, stay curious and take it easy. Bye-bye, everybody.
Dr. John McKay. I have started Synergistic Technologies Associates, and more recently the Dr. John McKay Institute of Extraction Technology, and focused on education and on the cannabis as well as other natural products extraction and analytics.
Hey everybody, this is Jason Wilson with the Curious About Cannabis podcast. Thanks so much for tuning in once again. So today I'm delighted to be sitting down with Dr. John McKay, who is an expert in all things extraction science and technology. I think this will be a great way to kick off our first podcast episode of 2022. Super stoked. Thanks so much, John, for being willing to come on the podcast today.
Oh, it's a great pleasure, and it's always good to talk about cannabis with a fellow extraordinaire on the science side and gaining more perspective. So for me, it's a great time, and thank you so much for the invitation.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm right before we got to recording, we realized we had all sorts of connections we didn't know about. My background at the University of Mississippi, and you've done some work with them too. So there's many reasons why I'm really excited to talk to you today. But one of the first questions I wanted to throw out at you that I usually like to do is just to understand, all of your work lately has been focusing on extraction science and technology with heavy focus on education. So what is it about natural products extraction that you're so passionate about? Where does that passion kind of come from?
So I had 29 years at Waters Corporation. Within that time period, we did a lot of extraction, whether it was pharmaceuticals or whether it was pesticides or whether it was with universities. And one of the things that's always intrigued me is traditional Chinese medicine. We've done a lot of work with that. And when you move through that process and you look at the number of compounds that have made it into the pharmaceutical small molecule, most of those came from natural products. So if you're looking at bark and coming up with aspirin, or if you're looking at most of the other products that we had the yew tree, which gave us a lot of different anti-cancer compounds, and they were just chopping down yew trees. And so between that time, they started to find a synthetic root. And the other part of that is the complexity of the plants, and then finding out the pharmaceutically valid ones, as well as the fact of taking out the ones that might do you harm. There's a good reason why we're not gnawing on grass and gnawing on bark, because we're able to find some of the active ingredients. But at the same time, in the United States, I'm always amused at the following. That is, for some reason, the United States believes that we've discovered all natural products, and they just have to go back to, they might want to go back and look at the Indian culture as well as the Chinese culture, because it's been a few years that they've been doing that.
Yeah, just a few.
To mention the Egyptians, not to mention the Egyptians. So it's an exciting part of finding something that is actively pharmaceutically active from a natural product.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I'm right there with you. Natural products in general fascinate me, and something that I try to impart on people is, we've actually studied very few plants, as far as plants that exist or have existed.
The ones that we've really studied closely, it's a small percent. I think sometimes it get estimated between like 5 and 10%. 6% is often a number that's thrown around, but it's relatively small. So it is important to accept a little bit of humility on our part, especially as scientists that are navigating some of the space. That there is a lot we don't know, and yeah, I'm excited for you to bring up things like Ayurvedic medicine and all these other things that there's still just tons and tons to learn from, and we don't even understand why some of the plants and concoctions and things that have been used for thousands of years, why they have worked. And so that's really where some of your expertise comes in, of like, how do we separate the components of these things? How do we analyze them? How do we know that our data is even, good and accurate? And so I don't know, natural products is exciting to me because it's just such a huge frontier. And we're really just getting started, though I definitely recognize what you say about the United States kind of hubris there of thinking that we've already kind of tapped everything. And it's also interesting, like the way that our drug approval processes work. There's not a lot of room for unknown variables, which makes medicinal plant research and stuff a little more challenging to get into.
Pharmacognosy.
Yes, pharmacognosy
is the original part that people were looking at. So pharmacognosy is the study of the natural plants and using them for medicinal purposes. We've also called it ethnobotany, but it wasn't until the late 30s that we started to become more enamored with small molecule products, and that's where the pharmacognosy schools slowly became pharmacology schools. And if you look at the American Herbal Products Society and all the different things that they're doing, that's where I would have people drive towards that are starting to look at that. The herbogram, I think it's the herbogram that's done out of Texas by Mark. I can't remember Mark's last name, but that comes out every single month, and it's got the plant of the month and all the different parts that are doing different metabolism. The second part of the equation is that's the plant. The first part of the equation is finding the receptors inside our body that are accepting them and that are using compounds that our body makes, and now we're making compounds. We're bringing in compounds from the outside that are similar to them. So if you look at a receptor site, for example, we call them endocannabinoids because they couldn't come up with anything more similar, but they're actually just molecules that actually go to a lock and key of a receptor that's inside our body. It fits inside that. It now goes off and makes other secondary and tertiary metabolites and goes through and then becomes anti-inflammatory, or goes through the serotonin side, or and other factors. So once we find out that we have something, now we have to go dig and see, why is it making an impact? And that's exactly where the CB1, now called, and CB2 sites were first found, but now they're finding there's more variations of the CB1. Now there's more variations of the CB2, but those were only in the early 90s that they started to find those. They didn't even know why we had an effect. And I think that's even more exciting for the biochemists and all the exploration that they can do now, because now they're finding out where the receptor sites. And even, I'm on a tangent, I'm on a roll now. Sorry.
No, it's great. No, go for it.
So then you have psilocybin.
Yep.
And now they're just barely finding out where the receptor sites are, the psilocybin or DMT, because they look they look similar to serotonin. So now they're going into the same brain sites. And at what point in time do you move the psilocybin from being something that's sub dosage to a dosage that's variable or viable, and then to a dosage that's too much?
Yep.
And those are the things that now become possible. So is psilocybin working as on its own, or does it need synergistic effects of other compounds that are still within a mushroom? And remembering there's probably 200 types of mushrooms that have psilocybin. So everyone's thinking that I think it's such an exciting time for the young chemists like yourself, and being able to, a whole nother generation that's back to pharmacognosy.
Yes, I totally agree, and I'm so glad you brought up the receptor subvariant issue because I think that's something that gets very underappreciated. And I think, like so far, talking about psilocybin and DMT, I think we're aware of like 14 subvariants of serotonin receptors, and you start talking about cannabinoid receptors, and yeah, there are subvariants of those. There are also these versions of CB1 receptors we find on mitochondria and stuff, and so it's not just as simple as CB1, CB2, or serotonin receptors. There's just these are proteins. I mean, we're talking about things that, there could be tiny little tweaks and changes in the body. It tends to explore all sorts of pathways for building things and doing things. And so it's not surprising to find subvariants of all of these things that we kind of originally view and simplify, but then as technologies improve or the questions we ask improve, and then we start to see that there's a lot more complexity there that we hadn't taken into account. So I'm right there with you. Yes, this is all right up my alley. Very, very exciting stuff, and hopefully people listening recognize that too, because I think especially as these industries are getting going and you've got a lot of marketing language around cannabis, around psychedelics, it seems like we have all of this stuff figured out, and we're ready to go. And it's just a matter of, like in the cannabis space, there's kind of this assumption that, like, all we need to really do is just figure out our custom terpene blends, and then we've got our perfect, cannabis products, or, and it's like, no, there's so much more going on here. And even when you do get that formulation piece figured out, like you said, there's still the human body element to figure out. It's never just one side. Um, so yeah, I agree. There's a lot to appreciate there. And how did you find yourself kind of getting wrapped up in this world of natural products and extraction and all that sort of stuff? You said you worked for Waters for almost 30 years. How did that come about?
So I would say that it more recently the entire activity started from the general extraction. So extraction is even from a sample. So you're trying to take a sample and you're just extracting the smallest amount to see what are the components in there, and that's mass spectrometry, that's liquid chromatography, that's a lot of different ways of looking at the chiral compound. So on my side, it was the intellectual side, and the lab guys really did all the work and finding out the different ways of looking at mass spectrometry. So every time mass spectrometry got better and better, every time you get a tenfold increase in sensitivity, you get 10 times more compounds. That's a rule of thumb. You go down by 10, you're going to get 10 times more compounds. So now you've looked at something that said, oh, I could see 10. Then you got another order of magnitude. Now you got 100. Now you have another order of magnitude. Now you got 1,000 compounds, and some of them are chiral. So I got into it from the intellectual side and the marketing side and sciencey side, because most people at Waters were all running around with our PhDs. Mm-hmm. We did science, but we all had our PhDs. And then I moved into the cannabis world around 2012. There was a part of Waters that said, go figure out what to do with supercritical. So supercritical could be used for a lot of different things. And so I ran head into the cannabis world because that's what they were doing. And at the time, the technology was more simple extraction methods, I will say. And then I had the benefit of having acquired Thar Analytical, which was a supercritical fluid company, and I had a lot of different control and such. So I took extractions that were 24, 18 hours down to 90 minutes. Nice. And suddenly I realized the power of, even in 2012, of the social network. So it went crazy. I never had to market anything. All I had to do was just educate and give seminars on how to use the equipment. And so it was the early days of it was all THC. And then from there it became more important. So now today it's now grown to the part of looking at the chiral molecules, and that becomes more and more important. So that's how I got into it, sort of backed into it, and then I just kept I just kept reading and reading. So that I'll do one more story, and that was in 2013. In late 2013, there was a man, a lawyer at a conference up in outside of Seattle, and he said, if you study for 3 months, you'll be a well-versed cannabis lawyer. And I thought, I don't want to be a cannabis lawyer. And it's the old joke of how much, if you have cement that goes up to a lawyer's neck, what do you have? Not enough cement. And so I wanted to be a scientist, so I started reading every single morning. I said, I'll read for an hour. And so now it's grown. It's now 2022. So it's quick math tells me that's 9 years, and I still do it today. So I've got papers and papers and papers. Every day I'll read a new paper. I'll read some of my old favorites. And so that's how I'm keeping up with the technology. But as you move towards that technology and as you move towards what's being done across the world, it's extraordinary that we can't have our universities in the United States because it's illegal. So Spain, Italy, China, India, Brazil, Uruguay has done some fabulous work. And now the UK is doing work. And meanwhile, our powerhouse universities in the United States are pretty much locked out of almost all work. And so that's a tough go. And so to get to the real answers, like you say, what's the real thing that's happening? So I do that.
Yeah,
that's how I continue.
And it's I share your frustration of like, there's so much, so many questions to be answered and so many resources just sitting there, ready to be used. I think about, so at the University of Mississippi, they have the Natural Products Research Center there, which is one of the biggest natural products research centers in the country. And all of this technology ready to be used, but they can't do anything. I mean, I spoke to somebody very recently about this because Mississippi just legalized medical marijuana. So I reached out to my friends at Ole Miss, and it's like, all right, is this the time to go? Is this happening? And they're like, no. And like the NIDA guys are like, we can't really touch any of it. And folks in the pharmacy department are trying to figure out how to begin to touch it. But it's, there's so much money wrapped up in it as far as federal grants and, that sort of stuff that they're still scared to risk it. And it's a shame because there's just so many universities around the United States that they would love to do it. Like, the people that are running these labs, like they're open to it. I've had tons of positive conversations with folks that would love to do it. But they're just scared, of risking, losing that federal money and other opportunities and things. And there's still a taboo too. There's still a stigma there to overcome as well.
So when you look at those two, so the first one is the University of Mississippi is the FDA's official training of natural products. That is their center of excellence. And yet they can't do this natural product. And then you have other universities across the United States. I mean, Oregon State.
Yeah.
For gosh sakes, a fabulous school. You've got Washington State out in the middle of nowhere. I've forgotten the name of it. Pullman, Washington. You've got Cornell. You've got University of Vermont. You've got UC Sacramento. There's just so many of them out there, and I would say that that's the hard part. The second part is, I know that Green Flower is doing some good work and connecting with different universities to help it, but if you read their program still, that's still outside the work. Yep. I've managed to get a position at the California State University Bakersfield, where I'm actually teaching biochemistry this semester to juniors and seniors. I actually have a faculty position, an instructor position, and teaching biochemistry, but you have to know the amino acids before you can know how they're growing into proteins, and you have to know the first 20, but those aren't the only ones. There's hundreds of amino acids, and then how do they fit into a protein? And psilocybin affects lysine through the serotonin. And so you've got to know lysine before you can, and where does histamine come, and where does histine come from, and glutamic. You have all these things, and so those young minds are are ready to explode, and all we need is some opportunities for them to get into graduate school, for them to have professors that know how to do natural products, but they need the young minds to bring us forward.
Yeah, and I get so excited thinking about, you know, folks that are undergraduates or graduates right now, the opportunities that they will have that even, I mean, I'm still fairly young, and I mean, I still come from the prohibition era,
Yeah.
world. When I was in school and everything, I mean, there was no opportunity to work with cannabis at all, not even hemp or, anything. And that's why the only reason I got the opportunities I had is because I found myself in Oregon at the right time.
Yeah.
And and so the medical program was going, and then moving into legalization and cannabis testing started to become required. People started needing those types of services. But now, even just a short time later, these students have amazing opportunities, not just with cannabis, but like you're saying, with the boom of psychedelic therapies and other things that are on the horizon. It's just baffling to me to think about what's going to come out of this next series of classes of scientists that are going to be graduating out. They're going to do amazing things and push boundaries, far beyond what we've seen, just by having even the slightest bit of access and opportunity to start to study these things in a formal way. It's going to be really cool.
It is. I think when you look at some of the work of Alexandros Makrionis out of Northeastern, he was at UConn before. So when you look at the different synthetic molecules that have to be made from the original one to be able to add on a group so it goes to the right part of the body. You got John Hoffman out of Clemson. He's now retired. You've got Hebrew University. So
Yeah.
when you see HU or you see AM or you see JH, those are the original real pioneers that were starting to look for what do you have the activity and where does it go. And so, Shulam, more recently looking at what's the effect of where you put a methoxy group to be able to make CBDA more amenable to staying up within the body. You have to be able to have both the carboxylic group to do that. And so those are the things that are moving forward. That doesn't mean that cannabis goes away as a natural product on its own. So you have behind the shelf at the pharmaceutical, and you have the one in front where you can use it, as a total product itself. They're not mutually exclusive. And I think that sometimes people get all wound up on, oh, it's pharmaceutical. But I know that there's lobbyists. I'm not silly. I'm not Pollyanna but I do know that Willy Wonka is probably the right analogy.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Especially in the cannabis space, particularly, there's a big sensitivity to this concept of big pharma and the pharmaceutical industry and everything. And I've always fallen in a weird space with that because, coming from the University of Mississippi, and I had a lot of exposure to that world, just as a young person, and being friends with folks in the FDA and USDA and the Coy Waller complex and stuff. And so I came out of it like not really seeing them exclusive and seeing the opportunities. And, for instance, like what you're talking about of looking at methoxy groups and how to protect CBDA. A lot of people don't appreciate that carboxylic acid compounds, no matter what they are, I mean, they're so sensitive. And so being able to use them as a drug is very hard. And so finding ways to protect those things so that that compound can get to where it needs to in the body before, that methoxy groups comes off or something, so that then you've got CBDA ready to, be there, whatever they have to do. It's a challenging endeavor. And so developing those types of drugs is exciting to me. To see, I think El Soli just recently came out with like THC eye drops. There's like all sorts of different things in development, and I understand, folks' concern of, is the development of cannabinoid pharmaceuticals going to mean that there's an argument that people shouldn't have herbal cannabis? And I don't really see the future going that way. I think states are going to end up handling it, on a case by case basis, just like a lot of other things. And you're going to have pharmaceuticals, but you're also going to end up having access to herbal cannabis. I mean, I tell people, if Mississippi, of all places, can legalize medical marijuana in the way that they have, like, there is hope for the future. I never thought I would see it happen in my lifetime here.
The key, even with the eye, the pressure of the eye, it was shown early on that that the THC could help with the pressure. So that's an incredibly important in medical work that's been done for a couple of decades, and different companies coming out and trying to have the right formulation in the right way to be able to place it through glaucoma. I mean, that is, if you have anyone with glaucoma and you're able to release that pressure, you're able to see again. You're able to be, I mean, think of the phenomenon of that. And it's not just, that's incredibly exciting work. That's an entirely different disease state that people haven't been able to look at, whether it's a burn on your hand, and you have the right formulation that allows it to be healed faster and better without a scar. I mean, I certainly could have used that a few times by touching the
right. Me too. Yeah.
I wasn't the most obedient child on the planet. Look, you burnt. Ouch! Oh,
hey,
ouch!
That's how we learn, right? Experiment, get hurt a few times, and
sometimes.
Yeah.
I got almost a 68. I'm almost 68. I have to get there first.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stoves for me to hit in between now and June.
You're right. Yeah. A lot of opportunities along the way.
A lot of opportunities.
And coming back around to extraction, what would you say are some of, in case people are listening that are, a little newer to some of these concepts, what would you say are some of the core concepts around natural products extraction that folks should really clue into?
Okay, so my very first thing that seems to connect with people is it's formulation centric. You have to know what you're making and where that is, and now you back up from that to the ingredients that have to provide you that in a formulation, and then you back up from that of how you would extract that provides you those ingredients, and then you can go all the way back to the plant itself. So if you're trying to make something that has a certain formulation, so I realize it's crazy, and it's exactly like a cannabis, and that is coffee.
Yeah.
So when you make coffee, you've decided that you need coffee in the morning. Most people say that they do that, and they say, well, I'm just getting the caffeine. Well, if you're just getting the caffeine, take no dose. There's simpler ways to take caffeine, and it probably goes into your body faster. But most people, like myself, I can't do chemistry unless I have burnt beans on my breath. So what I do is I decide that I'm going to have a coffee, and I want these flavors, and so I grind up the beans, same as you do with cannabis. You take a bean, you grind it up, and then you put it into a container of some sort, and then it's a French press, or whether it's a coffee maker itself, or whether you're making an espresso, each one of those is different. And then from there, you decide what you're using for a solvent. So I'm always amused by people saying, well, this is the only solvent you can use. No, it's for what it is, it's still a solvent. And so when you take that process, I can use acetone. Acetone does a great job on coffee beans. It also does a great job on cannabis. And so does ethanol, depending on the temperature of the ethanol. So does so many of the other factors. So if I'm making coffee in the morning, I typically choose a solvent that's allowing me to do that. So I'll use water, because if I use ethanol, I'm awake, but my first 3 hours isn't going to be that productive. So I'm not going to use ethanol. And then when people say, well, I want to have cold brew coffee, well, then you got to have cold brew coffee. It's at a different temperature, just like the ethanol. And so you're going to have 12 hours for it to make cold brew. And that's why we use hot water. And that's the whole process. So now you've chosen your solvent, you've chosen the temperature. So when people ask me about extraction, the number one thing is what are you trying to make, or what ingredients do you need that you're going to buy and then you ask the people, how did they make it? And you really need to do due diligence. You're still responsible. If you're not making it yourself, you're still responsible for the person who made it. I've got some really good stuff, man. This is just the best stuff in the world. Can I see your COA? No, man, because this is really, really good. No. You know, trust in God,
Yes.
everyone else bring data.
Yep, exactly.
With every batch. And so
Every batch, yeah. None of this like using one test result for
right.
infinite batches into the future.
And also when you're talking about that, I also believe that you have the right testing. So, you know, as much as I can make as enemies as punch, Delta 8, Delta 10 that are coming from CBD, there's other ways of doing this synthetic. So it's not coming from the natural plant, but you can, the best way to make Delta 8 is to have Delta 9 from the plant because it has one enantiomer. The plant makes one enantiomer. When you go to G and C, there's a reason why you buy L amino acid. That's the one that the body uses. And so the best way to do testing is NMR. But there's very few people doing NMR testing. But there was a great paper out of the University of Rochester, a quick release paper on the NMR, and they tested all the different groups, and they could see with NMR you can't lie. The NMR sees everything. And so as we move forward, the best extraction is starting out with the formulation centric. I'll do one more, and that is best. So I took best and I took B, and B is the botanical integrity. You want to be able to have what you want from that plant. It doesn't care. I don't care what the plant is. And E is for extraction efficacy. Number one is efficacy. You want to make sure that what you have isn't killing somebody. And then you have economy, and then you have efficiency, because you want to stay in business to be able to provide that patient constant material. S is for safety of everyone in the business, all the way from the plant, all the way through the workers, all the way through to the final formulation. And T is for testing with modern technology. First of all, I know this isn't Jason, it's not going to be news to you, but I don't know. Good is not a number.
Yes.
So I start off with best. And when I do the best, I'm really focused on any botanical at all. And this is I've done all different types of extraction, whether it's called solventless or whether it's called solvent, different media, supercritical, subcritical water. So when people hear supercritical, they always think CO2. Well, I'm sorry, there's water. And it's the same thing with propane and slash with butane. You can have mixtures of those. There's so much work that's out there that if you look at the entire botanical world and you read all of those different processes, hydrodistillation, it doesn't matter. You're getting what you want. So I realize I have now not answered your question in just less than 5 minutes.
No, that's good. You got at the question, which is really the best we can do anyway. And this hits on so many points. I mean, one, something that weighs on my mind heavily, which is the integrity of cannabis testing data floating around in the industry. Because, like you said, I mean, there's all of these parts that the producer can tend to, but then there's also, you have to be able to rely on the integrity of the data that you're getting back. Yeah. And I've had a big concern for a long time, because I come from that world. I left the cannabis testing world in 2017 or 18 or so, because it started to overwhelm me and I got really burnt out. But I've seen, I'm actually giving a seminar on this. Is that tomorrow? Is tomorrow Thursday?
No, it's not.
What's today? Today Tuesday. In 2 days.
Tuesday, so tomorrow would not be Thursday on this planet.
Yeah, not on this planet. Not in this country. So in 2 days, I give a talk all about the ways that cannabis lab testing can go awry, how quality systems in cannabis testing labs should function, with the goal of trying to help producers evaluate labs and find the good ones and suss out the bad. But there are a lot of ways for data realization to go wrong. And there are a lot of market forces out there incentivizing cannabis testing labs to encourage the data to lead in a certain way, especially around cannabinoid and terpene data. Usually the kind of like contaminant side is pretty good, but cannabinoids and terpenes, there's a lot of suspect data out there. And so, um, I think in hearing you talk about this, I just want to highlight, if there are extractors out there that are listening to this, there's all of the production side, but you also have to get educated on the testing side to be able to critically evaluate who's supplying you that data, the test results that you're seeing, and knowing, because that influences the formulation and everything else. And so if you're getting bad data, that can waste so much time and energy and resources. And unfortunately, labs are incentivized to boost cannabinoid numbers because they think that's what clients want. Clients ask for it. Clients lab shop, and labs that tend to have lower cannabinoid numbers tend to get less clients. And so I've seen some crazy things. 40+% THC numbers on herbal cannabis that I tell people, I'm like, do you literally see a THC dripping off of the plant? Because I mean, that's what you're getting close to. So it's just a bizarre situation. So I hope to see, I've seen these smaller NMR systems that are starting to get more popular and more affordable, and I hope to see a future where cannabis testing labs can start to engage NMR a lot more. I guess that's where I'm trying to get around to with my ramble, is hearing you bring up NMR is so important, because people are kind of exposed to HPLC, and a little bit, they know sometimes a little bit about mass spec and everything, but if labs can be able to affordably engage NMR a little more, like you said, it's hard to hide things from NMR when you can actually see the breakdown of atoms that are there and their arrangements and all these things. And then also something you mentioned way back that I want to highlight: chirality and these enantiomers. When we talk about terpene testing, um, this is such a tremendous issue that so many labs are unable to differentiate between the enantiomers of all of these different terpenoids. And so I try to caution people to lean too much on terpene data, because the data we're going to have 5 years, 10 years from now is going to be very different than what we've had so far. And like when people say there's limonene in here, it's like, well, which one?
Which one? Which one? Because I can tell a synthetic limonene versus natural. If you have a natural limonene, you are going to have D and L.
Right.
Out of orange juice. People just have to look up the literature. As I always say, you don't have to do a lot of research. 95% of the research can be done if you can read. And so, and there's paper that's done there. So there was a great paper, to your point, even with the cannabinoid. So CBCA has been shown that it will, after extracted with improper post-analysis, the double bond will open up, compound will flip over, and now you have a racemic mixture of CBCA. So it comes out as one specific enantiomer. That's what the plant makes through the enzyme called CBCA synthase. It makes one. And what happens is if people do that and then they heat it up, it will turn into a racemic mixture. So the example of that is ibuprofen. So with ibuprofen, you're taking 200 milligrams of ibuprofen, but you're actually taking 400 milligrams of ibuprofen, because one of the mixtures on the ibuprofen has no effect. And so the FDA has said it's got no effect. Just keep on making it. You don't have to purify it. And so on that side, but that's what has not been done on the on cannabis and cannabinoids, is that delta 8 from delta 9 will make one specific enantiomer. And so I actually, before we left, Andy Alb and myself, Catherine Lawford, and there was someone else on that patent, which I've forgotten her name. And but we separated, the two of the enantiomers of delta 8 and two of the enantiomers of delta 9. And so you go through those and you can clearly see that there's a racemic mixture, and one has not been reported as far as having any effect on it. In fact, when people go back to it and say, oh, well, we studied this in 72. No, the study in 72 was done on synthetic, one specific enantiomer. And what's happening now is there's four. There are four possible because you have two chiral centers. So for a chemist, we look at that and say, okay, two chiral centers, there has to be four. And everyone looks at us like we've discovered magic, and we just go, well, no, not really. It's just a factorial. And
Logic.
we can count them. And it's not a disparity on the rest of the planet. It's just a disparity of listen to the people who understand that. I am not a doctor. I'm not an MD. I am a doctor. I'm not an MD. I couldn't set your leg, nor could I be responsible for poking out your blister. I should not be near your body. But I do know chemistry enough to know what's the possibility. So everyone should be in their lane. And there was a great talk by Mashula where he spoke, and his biggest thing was collaboration. He says, I am just an organic chemist. I'm just a chemist. And I collaborate with people that know their specialty. I provide them. They don't know my side of the world. So the more people I can get in the room that have a different part of the elephant that they're holding will allow me to solve. I don't know what allows me to solve on the elephant analogy. That one went awry. But it does allow me to know that this is an elephant and it's a bigger problem than just one thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's become my whole world, really, connecting with people that know all of the things I don't know.
Yeah.
So that I can start to try to understand the big picture.
Like you have a lot fewer people. I have a lot more people that I have to bring into the room. I mean, mine has to look like some sort of movie theater for me to be an expert.
I have to say, I love your delivery and perspective on all of this. You and I laugh about all of this in a very similar way, which I really appreciate. And I think that that sets you up to be a good educator. And I can see why you have such a draw towards teaching people and sharing all this information, because you're a lifelong learner.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a big key for a lot of educators. And you mentioned, that you try to, read in the morning. I'll tell people that are listening, like, check out John's LinkedIn, because usually you share, what article you're thinking about. And I'm usually too busy to like comment and stuff, but I do see those. I do see them, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that paper, or like, oh yeah, I need to go back and check that one out. And so I am there hovering in the darkness, watching and seeing those posts and everything. And I really, really appreciate it. And that brings me back around to, you've put together your own kind of like a learning institute to try to teach people not just about cannabis extraction, but I mean, it's really natural products extraction broadly. And the focus has been on cannabis and has been on mushrooms and things. But, and once again, another reason why I've really wanted to connect with you is because you're really into natural products broadly. And cannabis and mushrooms are, kind of the exciting things that are in our eyesight right now. But how has that been going for you? And what are some things that you've been learning from, teaching at these conferences and things? I've noticed that you like to do hands-on workshops, which is something that I really love to do too. Actually get people working with technology, trying to actually do demonstrations so that things click better. So what's that experience been like, really getting out there and trying to share all of this passion and interest with other people that are really, some of them are probably coming from companies where they're trying to apply this in a very serious way, and other people kind of just starting to think about it. But what's your experience been with all of that?
So I think sometimes people are reticent to talk to me because they'll think, oh my gosh, he's doing all this stuff. So what I do is so my experience has been that I keep the classes small, so less than 10 people, and therefore I know everyone after the first few bits. So of anyone that comes to my class, I typically, within at least the first 30 to 45 minutes, I make the whole class have a common enemy, me. And so they bond together in a way that's just so fun. I watch them bond together, and my first 40 minutes is M&Ms, and the things I do with M&Ms are terrible, and I do things with puzzles which are even more demonic. And so after the first 40 to 45 minutes, they now realize that I am the enemy, and at the same time approachable. And so I'm making sure that I have less than 10 people so that I can morph and pivot to whatever their needs are of that class. And they can be very disparate. They can be people that have never done any extraction and people that have been making some really good shit for a long time. And so you go back through and merge them together and then bring them scientific facts so that their experiences and what they have seen now has this, and usually the light turns on around noon, and they're just like, oh, so that's why when I do this, I get that. And I ask them the next thing, and I say, so what will you do next to see what else could happen? And then they start to think. And probably the worst part is that I'm a highly functioning introvert.
Me too. Yeah.
Highly functioning introvert. So the first few times and stuff, they don't want to take breaks, they don't want to go for lunch, and they want to stay late. And that's not good for an introvert. So on my side, I give them a break at 10. I says, you got to get out of your seat, move blood from your butt to the rest of your body. And so that gets them moving. And you know what happens? They talk to each other.
Yes.
And then they become bonded to each other. So there's a couple things that I like on it. How's it going? It's going very, very well. And except, how many can you do and how do you get people in? Currently I'm charging $710, which is probably costing me $900 to do, but $710 to take.
Because right there with you. Yeah.
Right there with me. So if you take 710, you flip it upside down, it spells oil.
Yep.
That's why it's $710. But I also, during that time, I make them make the organic molecule through molecular kits, and they get to take it home.
Nice.
And so now they see why the molecule does that. Why is this affecting my brain? What receptors does it go into? They don't have to know about every receptor. They only have to know that they got this great big protein or enzyme that's going to stick itself into. And so how's it going? I think it's going well, even if it's one person at a time. And there's a lot of different groups out there that do great teaching. And so I'm not saying that I am the only one to do. I'm just saying,
sure, I'm
one avenue that you can do. And then and I just do the geeky science. So as you can well aware, I have notebooks upon notebooks upon notebooks in my office and house and garage and everywhere else.
Yep.
I bring a couple of those notebooks, and they're just flipping through the papers, and they can take a picture of them. And the open access, I give them access to an open access. Obviously I'm not going to give them open access to one that $35, but when they do that on the breaks, they're flipping through papers and realize that if I've only brought 3 notebooks that are really they're quite large notebooks, I'm not saying it's a little tiny one, and they go, wow, there's all this work. I'm just like, yes, and if you can read, you can be one too.
Yes. Well, I think that's great. Like your attitude about how accessible science is to anybody. I think that's so important, because I think in especially, I don't know, just the way our school systems have evolved and kind of the culture around it, people grow up thinking that science is for the scientists.
Yes.
Whatever a scientist is, it's for the scientists. And and there's this gulf in between, and something I'm very passionate about, and one reason why I focus on education so much is trying to teach people, like, no, everyone is a scientist. If you are curious and you want to answer a question, you are a scientist. It's just a matter of learning techniques and learning language. There's a lot of vocabulary to learn about, in order to get through some of these papers. But it just starts with a step. I oftentimes in my workshops, so very similarly to you, a lot of my students start to really bond together in hating me, because I'll tell them, like, I know you've maybe never read a research paper before, but you're going to in this class. And, if you have to get a dictionary out and look up every other word, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's fine. You've got to start somewhere. And you're going to start to see these words be used over and over again in these papers. You'll start to understand. And I'm here. Like, if you have questions, like, I'm here to help you decipher, these things. But a lot of this is just learning the language that, these writers of these papers are using, because they're highly specialized. And I do think there's an issue in scientific writing that I think a lot of people doing publishable research, I think there ought to be like a translated version of every paper that is simplified for kind of a layperson with no specialization, so they can start to wrap their head around it. But it's exciting to see how much progress. Even a lot of my workshops run about 7 weeks or so, something like that, and seeing the change that can happen in someone who's never engaged in any formal scientific reading or anything, how far they can go in that time, just because they're being challenged. And are in, once again, I do, just like you, small groups, less than 10 people, because I want to feel that I can give everyone the attention that they need, for it to turn out well. And it's cool to see these kind of like families develop in each of these classes, and to see people with no scientific background all of a sudden able to talk in a totally different way about these subjects, and excited to share that information with the people around them. And when you start to think about how that trickles out in the world, it's so fulfilling, and so exciting.
It is, because if you get 10 people and they talk to one more person, that's 20. If they talk to a couple of people, and then everything starts to, it's like multi-level marketing for science.
It is. It really is, for knowledge. It's like, how do we get people? We need to make a cryptocurrency or some NFTs that will just spread just people engaging in scientific reading. It is. It's a funny way to put it, but it is just thinking about that compounding effect. And for me, I'm happy if just someone walks away excited.
Yeah.
If they're just excited to read more and learn more. Then as an educator, I don't expect everybody to walk away knowing all of the trivial facts and all of these concepts. I just want them to be familiar and comfortable engaging. And it's really nice to connect with somebody else who's really on that same path, as far as that passion for education. And it seems like we approach some of that very similarly. So I'm gonna have to sit in on one of these classes someday. I'm just now starting to get back out into the world. I told people I've been a hermit for like 4 years or something now. It's like I left the spotlight in the cannabis industry quite a while ago, and I'm just kind of working in my lab and doing my thing and building my classes and stuff. And of course, COVID hit, and now I'm starting to get back out and trying to get back into conferences and stuff. But I'd love to attend one of your classes one day. They sound really fun.
They are fun. So I actually had Dr. Jerry King sit in on the last one I was on.
Nice.
And as I tell people, he's the real king of extraction.
Are you the prince?
No. I guess my class would think Prince of Darkness, but if I went back through, he's such an amazing person that I learned a lot of my stuff by reading his early patents. Before I even knew Jerry, and we'll probably call each other every couple weeks, and sometimes we'll call ourselves, once we get onto a roll, we'll start talking to each other a couple times a day. So, he's just an unbelievable resource. And if you go back through and see so much work that was actually done, he actually, worked with the original people doing supercritical fluid extraction, Giddings up in Utah. And it was never called supercritical. It rightly should be called dense gas, because supercritical sounds like oh my gosh, I'm going to die. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's just another phase in it. And so it's exciting. And I'm glad that yourself and other young people are getting involved, because, like I say, I'm getting close to 68. And Jerry turned 80 this month. And he's still rolling along, but a lot of the pioneers have passed, and some have definitely retired and not moved forward, and yet they're seeing this resurgent from your generation on supercritical and extraction and then moving it through ultrasonic and microwave assisted. There's so many things that are being done. So I don't want to bore you. So I'll give you 2 more words before we leave and stuff. So if you take a separation, if you take an extraction, like making coffee, and the first part is the liquid solid interface, because you're taking the caffeine and the other wonderful components out of the coffee. And then you have a filter. That's a separation. That's not an extraction. Separation doesn't involve a liquid solid. So I call that extraporation.
Extraporation.
And then I teach my other side, where you take and you're taking the ethanol, and then material falls out. They call it dewaxing or whatever, and then you still have the same sort of thing. So you can also have an extraporation. So you can do both sides. You can do an extraction with a separation, or you can do a separation with an extraction in one process. So you can have extraporation or a separation.
Well, and this actually also gets to a topic that before we sign off, I wanted to make sure to highlight, because one thing that we wanted to get into the conversation was hyphenated technologies.
Yes.
And different technologies coming together to get you to wherever you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
And I mentioned in email that in my world, obviously, I'm thinking about HPLC, mass spec, and all of these different various forms of separation, and then how you can see what you've separated, basically. But there's so many different forms of hyphenated technology, so we might as well spin off on that as our last topic here.
So when you look at, so it's interesting you bring that up. So I was involved early on liquid chromatography, and then doing mass spectrometry. So when I was in grad school, I did separation, and then I brought it to a mass spectrometer, and I did sublimation. I stuck it on a probe, I shoved it in. I did to the next separation, I did stuck it on a probe, I stuck it in. And then what came out of the mass spectrometer was thermal paper. And then I ran up to the library, did the metastable peaks, counted every single one with a pencil, and then I sat there with a piece of paper and with a pencil, and then, because there was no computers, there was nothing that was doing there. And so that's what I did. You can look at my papers that came out of my thesis and dissertation, because of PhD, so it's a dissertation. But if you go back through, that was done. Then it was LC, and it moved across a wire, and then the wire went into the mass spectrometer. So that's how it started. And then John Finn out of Yale figured out electrospray, because his PhD, his work was done with electrospray. So he was electrospraying things like you electrospray paint on a car, and that became mass. So LCMS is only since 1998 or so. This is not really old stuff since forever. So then you look through on the process, and so when you take CO2, which is a nonpolar solvent, and you're trying to get out the terpenes with a single layer, the best way to do that is to burst open the trichome, and then you're now doing a very fast extraction, which is really kind of a separation at that point. And so you have microwave assisted. You burst open the trichomes with microwave. You burst open the trichomes with ultrasonic. You burst open the trichomes with electron pulse. You burst open the trichomes with pressing. There's a lot of ways to do that. So that, in a way, is hyphenated. It's just that many people only look at extraction from one part. And so when you reduce the thermodynamics, that's the important part. So that's what you're going to see as you move through the process. You take a nonpolar and you separate it. So that's a hyphenated method. And the same thing is always going to be true to be able to move through a process that you can. So I'll say CO2 again. You can take an extraction of CO2, have it go through a column in line that's doing decolorization, dewax, right. And so now it comes out. So people have taken these one things and they think, oh, it only does this. No, you make it a coffee maker. You make an espresso maker. Remember, an espresso maker, when it comes down, it has the coffee, and it still has 1 or 2 bar, 3 bar of pressure on it because the particle is so fine. And so an espresso maker is a hyphenated technology, and so it's an amusement to me. So now I can go into Walmart and look at hyphenated technology, because you can now buy a coffee maker where you put the coffee in and you say, I want it to be dark, or I want it to be light, and it goes through and goes, and then it goes down, and then it goes into another thing, and then the water comes in at exactly the right temperature, and it goes through, and it comes out, and you go, well, that was good. Well, no, that's a hyphenated extraction. Sorry, I went on a roll there.
No, I totally agree. And, like with coffee making, I think of like, okay, you've got percolation. Like that's what we would call, typically if you were doing like a really simple herbal extraction or something, you use a percolation cone, and,
Yes.
you're essentially doing percolation.
Yes.
But most people don't know don't think of it as percolation. There was a very simple experiment I did back in the day that is still trying to become a published paper. It's in the like ether of publication, but it's a very simple paper looking at just differences in outcomes between maceration and percolation
Yes.
methods with slight variations of them. And I mean, it's interesting to see, what you can just with, I think of it from like a home use kind of situation. If someone had cannabis at home and wanted to do a very simple home extraction,
Yes.
should they be putting, their cannabis, just macerating it for long periods of time, or within an hour, can they use a percolation cone and get what's essentially the same outcome? And I don't know if I'm going to spoil anything with my publication at this point. I don't care anymore, but percolation works really well if you're doing it at home. If you lightly soak the material and then you percolate it through, takes about a full hour for that to happen. If you're doing kind of a full kind of like the mason jar or something, half mason jar or something, like a lot of people might do at home. And you'll get a very efficient extraction, and you don't have to let things sit in a jar under ethanol for hours and hours and hours or days. Or some people are like, no, it needs to be 2 weeks, and it's like, well, I don't know what you want out of the material that you're trying to get with a 2-week soak, but it's just like little things like that it's cool to see how these concepts can be translated even out of these high-tech labs to just the home counter, just people wanting to play with things and make their own little tinctures and products and stuff. And yeah, I really hope I didn't ruin anything by talking about that simple little tiny research project. They always say, don't talk about it, don't publish it anywhere. But it's so simple, and I'm like, people should know about percolation cones. It's such a simple little thing.
It's so novel. I mean, I've never seen a cowboy movie from the 1930s where they didn't have the coffee.
Right.
And that's what my father had. He had the coffee, and it sat on the stove, and it did something that they called percolation. Who would have thunk it?
Who would have thunk it? I also can't imagine what your perspective must have been seeing these analytical technologies evolve like that to where they're at now, where they're so small, so automated, and all of these things, the ionization and all these things happening just in this very kind of secret automated way. It's like Wizard of Oz or something. Like people are now just getting trained to feed samples into a machine and see what comes out the other end. And I always caution people not to get too comfortable with that level of automation, because you should always understand the theory behind it all so that you have some creative power in the lab. And especially, not to mention if something breaks, just to understand why or what needs to be done. But also just when you run into problems, questions you want to answer, and you need to tweak things or get creative, you need to understand all of these basic components. So I can only imagine just what your perspective must be like seeing it evolve from those early days of trying to even just thinking about manually feeding samples into a mass spec. That's something that and manual injections on an LC or a GC
or an NMR. You got a whole PhD just by doing one single point NMRs. But remembering that I was involved with Waters early on with ultra performance liquid chromatography. So Waters developed that, and it took us 4 years to develop it before we introduced it in 2004. And then people thought the first problem that people saw was they said that the organic molecules would be ripped apart by the pressure. And we're just like, what? Oh yeah, the organic molecules will never take that pressure. Really? Okay. And so
All right.
early on, those were the problems that people had, and then we came up with small molecule supercritical fluid chromatography, and same thing happened. Well, the column's going to explode out the other side. The other one that they had with ultra performance LC was they said that you would kill people, and I would give seminars and I'd say, this is what's going to happen is if you have the piece of tubing, it's gonna be like a Darth Vader with a saber sword, but a high pressure, zoom zoom, people's arms coming off and legs and eyes being blinded. I says, no, what's going to happen is it's going to go, it's going to leak. But there were so many things in those first 2 years that were amazing to hear. They did not want to buy it because they were going to get hurt. It's going to be terrible. And some of it was based on the competition feeding crazy ideas.
Sure, right.
I would never think that. And then until they had it, and then everything was okay. But
that's the thing. Yeah, we're gonna freak people out until we're able to build it, and then everything's all right because we fixed the problem. Now you don't have to worry anymore.
No one died. But when you're
so
looking
funny
at that,
to think about.
it's doing. I've used Everclear for a lot of seminars.
Yep.
Everclear works really well. It turns out it's an organic water, mixture. Who would have thought that?
Yeah.
It works really good. It works really well as a gradient.
Yep.
You can separate caffeine over and over and over again, or alkyl phenones. Everyone wants their alkyl phenones separated by everybody, but yeah. But those were the things. But to be honest with you, it was a huge challenge to bring ultra performance LC with the technology that was already together, because now you really are bringing things into a mass spectrometer. You're bringing things into evaporative light scattering, UV. You need to have that flow cell accept 15,000 psi. So we had to reinvent every single detector to be able to adapt, to take the power of the resolution that ultra performance made. And now it's there. So I will say one more. So in the 80s, photodiode array was not around. So I helped. All the original photodiode array work is sitting on mine. There was no photodiode arrays.
Wow.
And so we moved from 35, a suspected use of 35 photodiode arrays into 35 a week. And now it's the only detector that people use, because early on they felt that you could not quantitate with it. And we solved it.
Oh.
We solved it. They couldn't quantitate, and now look at it's the standard, but it was not the standard in 84. It was not the standard in 84 when I first started with it.
Wow, that is so fascinating. And I honestly just haven't really thought about how new some of those evolutions are. Because I teach people about, in the 50s is when we, start to see NMR and GCs really starting to, get their place. In the late 60s, 70s, you see people playing around with what would become HPLC, and, the really early stages, bigger columns, and, all this sort of stuff. But yeah, I hadn't really thought about that, all the automation and things that came after all of that. And each of those technological jumps leads to, like you were saying, just in the resolution, concept of, you start to see more molecules, but, every jump of these little technological evolutions, all of a sudden researchers are able to answer questions they couldn't answer before, and tackle questions. So just think about where we're headed. My God. I mean, like the level of resolution we're starting to get with equipment these days. It's commonly said that cannabis has like 500 compounds or something, and folks in my circles always laugh about that. I'm like, oh yeah, what you can see right now, but like we keep looking, we're going to keep finding more. And if we find thousands of compounds in corn and oats and things, obviously we're going to find thousands of compounds in cannabis too.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I guess this all loops around nicely to where we started, which is the frontier, the natural products frontier, and how and how technology, enables us to see the frontier and to engage it. And it's exciting time, and it's been really exciting for me to be able to talk with somebody who's so intimately tied into all of the evolution of these technologies that now allow us to see that frontier. So I really appreciate you being willing to spend the time and share some laughs. This has been really, really, really awesome on my end. I've really enjoyed speaking.
I appreciate it. It's been a good time, and always great to have the next generation be getting excited behind, because that's as I say, I've stood on the shoulders of giants, and a good person that's still out there is Jerry King. So if you ever have an opportunity with an opening for him, he's fascinating. And the stories he can tell from before me that are amazing. So he started in the late 50s. And so I didn't make my first injection until 1972. And so he's and during those 14 years, a lot happened that Jerry was part of. I would encourage, he's phenomenal. He's 80 years old, so don't wait too long.
I would love to speak to him. It would be amazing. And as we wrap up here, I want to make sure folks know how can they learn more about the classes that you teach, and really anything else you want to share with our listeners before we wrap up. I'll give you the floor. Feel free to plug anything and everything you like.
So number one is I really enjoy the CBD Expo and some of the things that Mace Media put together, because every time what we're going through, it's always on science. There's not a whole lot of commercial type of things. It's really focused on the science. So if I was to plug anything, it's moving towards the Mace Media CBD Expos. Great panels. People are always learning a lot, and they're funny scientific geeks. There's some real good people in there. And then the other one is I have is the Dr. John McKay Institute of Extraction. So we're taking and broadening that out to all natural products, not just cannabis. And so I think that's at extractiontechnology.com. I think that's a good one.
Easy to remember.
It's easy to remember, and it's hardly self awarding. And then on the other company, it's Synergistic Technologies Associates. And so if you type that in, it's easier than me saying the 15-letter word for the. I just look me up on LinkedIn, and you'll get there. You'll get there easier for all the stuff that I write.
Nice, awesome. Well, yeah, everyone listening, definitely go check out all of John's work. He's always trying to share, and I always appreciate folks like that, especially that are as knowledgeable as yourself and have experienced as much as you have. That willingness to continue to share and to communicate with folks and answer questions and everything. Definitely check that out. Like I said, LinkedIn is where I stalk you, so I invite other people to stalk you as well on there. The Prince of Darkness of Extraction. And John, I hope we have a chance to catch up again. I'm hopefully going to try to make it out to some of these conferences and everything, so hopefully we'll cross paths outside of the virtual world at some point in the not so distant future. Thanks so much for coming on, and thanks to everybody for listening. I really appreciate it. It's been a great talk.
All right, cheers, bye.
Want to stay connected to the Curious About Cannabis ecosystem? Download the Curious About Cannabis app, currently available for Android and coming soon for iOS. Hey everybody, this is Jason Wilson with the Curious About Cannabis podcast. Thanks so much for tuning in once again. So today I'm delighted to be sitting down once again. The first time we sat down was at the very beginning of the podcast. So I'm super stoked to be joining a talented molecular biologist, mentor, and friend, Dr. Kevin Spellman. Kevin, thanks so much for being willing to come back on the podcast.
Hey, no worries, Jason. It's really great to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. I always love our chances to get together and talk and explore all of these fun nuances of cannabinoid science. It's always nice when I have someone come back on the show, because I don't have to go into a bunch of background information and all that sort of stuff. So we can dive right in. One of the things I have several things I wanted to really get into today, but one of the things kind of like big topics, and we can spin out from there, that I wanted to explore that I think a lot of people are interested in that fits your expertise so perfectly, which is how does cannabis fit with other medicinal plants? You know, because you have all of this like really great knowledge about not just cannabis, but just the medicinal plant toolbox, as we say, as a whole. So that's something I really wanted to spend today kind of discussing and thinking about cannabis, you know, beyond just cannabis. And there's a lot of companies playing around with formulating with other herbs and stuff now. So I guess we'll kick it off with that. What are your thoughts on how cannabis kind of blends with other herbs?
Well, so the fact that you use the word blend takes me to, but there's many ways we can look at this, right? But the fact that you use the word blend makes me think about, okay, how do we get it into a soft gel, or how do we get it into literally into a capsule or a tincture? And so that denotes for me that we need to be thinking about lipophilicity, right? So there's that angle of blending, and then there's also the angle of, so how do we enhance or reduce side effects or some of the adverse effects of THC? So there's two ways to think about it. In thinking about blending literally as on a production scale, I think a lot of people miss this. And I know when Jane Bothwell and I used to run the cannabis conference, what do we call that? Medical cannabis conference, I think we call it, in Arcata, California.
I was going to say, is that the one in Arcata? Yeah.
Yeah. And I was introduced to a bunch of different tinctures with other herbs in it besides cannabis down there back in, I don't know when it was, 5 years ago or so, maybe more. And the first thing I noticed was there was all kinds of precipitate in these tinctures because they weren't taking blending, into account. Like, you can't blend lipophilic stuff with hydrophilic stuff unless you've got a few tricks up your sleeve. You can do it, but you need to have some tricks up your sleeve. So that was one of the first places I saw it. When it comes to soft gels and putting cannabis in soft gels, we really need to be thinking about, that's where we get into lipophilicity. You can always add beeswax to something to work as an emulsifier, but I'm not a huge fan of beeswax. And I've gone head to head with some people in the natural products industry who do this for, regularly, blending stuff, and said, show me some data that demonstrates that beeswax doesn't inhibit absorption. Because if you think about it, just what it is, it's not necessarily going to facilitate absorption. It's really, it's a wax, right? It's coating stuff and blocking it literally. So, and I've had somebody that I was working with send me 5 papers, and not one of them, she was trying to back herself up, right, with data, and not one of them had any indication. I was like, okay, so where's the data? Like, okay, great that you sent me showing this a good emulsifier, but
right, there's a big difference between what's going to make a product mix and look nice,
bioavailability, and so
that's interesting. And so is that that's a common practice that people like to use? This is just my own ignorance, that people like to use beeswax as an emulsifier.
Yeah, beeswax is super common in soft gels as an emulsifier because that allows you to get some hydrophilic constituents in with some hydrophobic constituents without having them completely precipitated out.
Gotcha. Yeah. And then on the other side of like thinking about partnering cannabis with other natural product ingredients and the way we have to break that down, like you said, you've kind of got the assistive side and then kind of, trying to reduce side effects and that sort of thing. And even those can be broken down into far more subtypes. But thinking first on the kind of assistive level, because I imagine that's what people are most interested in right away. How do you begin to think about that? Because as we talked about in our first interview together, all of these activities, the endocannabinoid system, everything is super complex, often very much oversimplified in the way people talk about it. And so if someone were to come to you and say, Dr. Spellman, help me formulate a product that's going to boost the effects of cannabis, how do you approach that question?
Well, it depends on which effect obviously they're wanting to boost. Yes, but one of the one of the things that I think is really super popular right now, because adaptogens, even though we've been using them for 30 years, now everybody's discovered adaptogens, right? So that's kind of funny to me. But cannabis has been called an adaptogen, and I have to disagree. I don't see cannabis as an adaptogen at all. I do see that it can have some effects that are similar to some of the effects adaptogens have, but I don't really see it as an adaptogen.
Can you define adaptogen in case anyone listening isn't familiar with that?
Yeah, so there's a couple different aspects to adaptogen. Number one, they need to be non-toxic. So that was the original part of the definition. Number two, they tend to be amphoteric, or even biphasic is a word we could use. In other words, what's happened in the experimental models with adaptogens is a lot of times it comes down to the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, where these, well, also known as a stress axis, right? So that when the hypothalamus or when the higher brain centers perceive something going wrong, the message to the hypothalamus is, "Oh shit." And so the hypothalamus releases CRF. That goes to the pituitary. That releases ACTH. That goes to the adrenal glands. And then you start dumping cortisol and/or norepinephrine, epinephrine. And so this, for the adaptogen research, it's turned out that the good adaptogens can actually mitigate the effect of turning on the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis. Where the amphoteric part is if the cortisol levels are too high, it can be lowered. If the cortisol levels aren't mounting a response, it can be increased. And so people get really confused about this, especially pharmacologists, because to them, a good drug does one thing. It's unidirectional, right? Which actually tends to not be true if you really dive in deep into the research, right? We have to think about physiological context. And this is something that's missed so often in pharmacology. And by physiological context, I mean, we have to have an understanding of what that physiology is currently going through, what the state of it is. Is it an alarm state? In other words, stress state? Is it an exhausted state? Drugs and herbs and cannabis will act differently depending on what that physiological context is. I think they're a huge missing piece in pharmacology right now. But adaptogens tend to address that.
And it reminds me of this concept of a protein agonist that I've seen come up lately in pharmacology research. It seems to be rearing its head more and more, this idea of how it not exactly the same, but related to what you're saying, how a receptor has just previously been stimulated isn't the right word, but interacted with. That changes the way that another ligand is going to, what effects that ligand is going to get as it enters the picture. And so, this idea of like kind of what's that existing state at the time, it can drive sometimes surprising effects compared to what you may expect.
Very true. I think that's an important point that you make. Receptors have memory.
Yeah.
They know if they've been stimulated very recently, and they therefore, as you're pointing out, they may react differently. And so that comes to physiological context, right? Are receptors upregulated or downregulated or overly stimulated because of stress, or vice versa? So all of this can make a huge difference in how drugs / phytochemicals / nutraceuticals have an impact on us. And so back to the adaptogen piece, it's really about being non-toxic and having that effect of being able to be amphoteric, be able to go both ways, if you will. If for example, cortisol is low, you can increase it.
And that's where the adaptability comes from in the adaptogen name.
Exactly. Coming off of that, interestingly, there's a concept of allostasis, which I think fits in really well with resilience, now this term we're using in more modern last 10 years or so, and adaptogens, because this idea of allostasis, I think, is really key. And that is that it translates as stability through change, as opposed to homeostasis, which is constancy, right? And so if you really think about it, there's only a few systems that are truly allostatic. Oxygen tension, body temperature, and pH are truly truly homeostatic, and that they the range is very tight and they really don't change much. But all the other systems, immunologically, neuroplasticity, mood, cardiovascular, they're all allostatic, and we tend to miss that. So it's something that's really bugging the GB Willigers out of me about cannabis, is people are always saying, well, it helps us maintain homeostasis. Well,
it balances.
Yeah. And it's actually, if you look at cannabis in the way that things are made on demand, it's actually allostatic, not homeostatic, right? Because that's your physiology changes due to seasons, right? Or to feeding schedules, or to any number of things, sleep schedules. Our physiology tends to shift, and thank God, because it makes us adaptable and resilient, right? So this whole homeostatic thing is really, I think, overstated a bit.
Well, yeah, and it relates to a concept that I've thought about even from studying ecology. So in, and because that's like where my science beginnings were, and especially in like restoration ecology, and there's this idea of like, well, we need to return these ecosystems back to their state that they were balanced in, before we messed it up. Which to some degree that's true. But it overlooks this like huge issue with the fact that like these things are never stable, like that they're going through constant change and are constantly fluctuating. And those constant fluctuations sometimes give us an illusion that there is some balance that they're oscillating between, that they perhaps should, be, trying to reach. And so it's fascinating, and I'm glad you brought that up, that, in the human body as well, we have the sense that, like, no, things should be humming at some, like, perfect state, and you just need to keep at that state, constantly. And that's simply not the case. I mean, things are changing all the time, which is what makes working with medicine so darn complex.
Yeah, and I'll add a statistic to that. If you look at it depends on who you read, but at least in the top 10, one of the top 10 killers of our population in the United States, and probably around the planet as well, but definitely the stat is for the United States, is properly prescribed pharmaceutical drugs.
Yeah.
Properly prescribed. So in other words, somebody didn't accidentally take an overdose. This is properly prescribed.
Yeah.
Top 10 killers. And some journals have it as number 3. Cause of death. So we really need to have a more refined model of pharmacology, and that really ties into understanding our physiology. And I think we're just starting to get there.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's a creepy statistic, really, to think about, when you think about what that's all compared to. And so looping this back around, so you originally said that, some people claim that cannabis acts as an adaptogen, and certainly in the popular culture, that type of language is used, feed your endocannabinoid system to find balance, and, try to find your balance with CBD and all these things. So beyond some of the obvious things we could talk about of what's wrong with statements like that, what is it about cannabis's activity that makes you feel strongly that it should not be classified as an adaptogen, at least in in that herbalist world that is kind of wanting to box it in there?
Well, the fact that THC has such a profound impact, adaptogens are usually much more subtle in their use, right? And THC has this very profound impact. So, if we wanted to start the conversation over, maybe we talk about hemp and not necessarily, medical cannabis.
Yeah.
But that alone right there says to me, well, this is a pretty profound influence on neurochemistry. It's not subtle, as most adaptogens are, and it can be overpowering very quickly, which most adaptogens, that's one of the keys, is non-toxicity, right? So, and I would call, I'm going to piss people off on your program here, but I would call THC potentially toxic sometimes, right? It's not,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally there that nobody's ever died from a THC overdose due to respiratory failure, right? But people have done really stupid shit after they've gotten super high.
Yeah. Yeah. And, this idea of, so in an advanced workshop I teach, we just kind of went through toxicology and stuff. And one of the points that I bring up is just because something doesn't kill you from a lethal overdose doesn't mean it does no damage in any context.
Right.
And I think sometimes in our eagerness to get out of the old days of like really severe propaganda and everything, this statistic has been one that the culture grabs onto really strongly. Well, no one has ever died from it. It's like, well, first of all, that's not true. There are recorded fatalities, unfortunately, associated with cannabis use, but they're rare. But then beyond that, thinking about negative effects in general, I would agree with you in certain contexts and everything. I mean, just the way the anxiety effect is brought out, that inhibition of GABA and, that alone, like there are cascades there that, it's not pleasant for anyone to hear, but, they could be considered kind of a neurotoxic kind of event. But then you start saying things like that and people are like, oh no, now you're talking about brain damage and all the things. And it's like, well, I'm talking about brain functioning. I'm not saying things are necessarily like not reversible, or that they're permanent or anything, but these things can get out of whack for sure.
Yeah, if I can digress a little bit here in terms of GABA inhibition. One of my first neuroscience courses, this would have been in the 90s, our professor pointed out that the Russians had developed a GABA inhibitor, and they would use it for interrogations.
Make people freak out.
Yeah, exactly. People would just get so anxious that the hope was they would spill their guts, right? But people actually died from GABA inhibition because the brain can get just so excitatory, right? That's glutamate is toxic at higher levels, and
yeah, that's fascinating. I never thought about GABA being manipulated for that purpose, but that makes perfect sense. Like, you think you've got a strong constitution, you're not nervous? Like, let's see what happens after this.
Yeah, while the CIA was working on acid to
right, LSD, the Russians were taking a slightly different approach.
The Russians were taking a different approach, exactly.
Now, if you just give the GABA inhibitor about an hour and a half before the LSD, and then
that would be pretty ugly.
You're getting some interesting forms of torture at that point. But yeah, I mean, this is good for people to know. I mean, certainly the examples that we're talking about are extremes, but it's important for people to realize like that effect that people like so much about cannabis's anxiety relieving activity. And it usually comes from that glutamate, inhibition and stuff, but a little more THC and you get into a totally different world, and you start inhibiting GABA, you start disrupting neurotransmitter signaling in different ways, and keep that up repeatedly for time on end, and you won't die, but you'll notice changes.
Unpleasant, that's right. Pretty unpleasant experience. And with all the SNPs we've got in the ECS, for some people that's a really low dose of THC that induces that anxiety.
Yeah. And this is a total side note, but have you heard about these genetic tests for the endocannabinoid system? So I'm test driving one right now. And I have no idea like what the data is going to look like or anything, but one of these companies that does them, I found them on LinkedIn, and I was like super fascinated just to know like what genes are they measuring, and how do they correlate between genes and things that have any sort of like clinical significance, because that's always hard. So I reached out to them and interviewed them for the podcast some time ago, and I'm just now trying out these kits, but I have no idea what to expect. I'm very skeptical about that link between what you measure in the genes and sort of what to do with that information.
but I'm fascinated, you're talking about SNPs and everything. I'm fascinated by the development of these technologies to try to, basically what I gather from these kits is that's what they find is, are you sensitive or not, is kind of the main takeaway.
Yeah. So Linus Pauling in 1967 wrote a very famous paper. I'm not going to remember exactly the title right now, but he had the term orthomolecular in it. And it was published in Science, the journal Science. And he talked about the fact that there would be slight differences in the way we metabolize, with the way our enzymes, and the enzyme kinetics, essentially, right? This rate of transforming or catalyzing something into something else. And so that a lot of times ties into what a lot of our nutrients do, because a lot of them are cofactors. Yeah. So it took about 5 to 10 years for anybody to understand what he was talking about. But now we've really arrived at that place where we're looking at SNPs in particular proteins and enzymes, for instance, and therefore that kinetics, that rate of change of one compound to another is either slower or faster. And so therefore we really do have sensitivities, or potentially worse, just real ability to freak out easily.
Yeah. It's it comes back to this, kind of alluded to, of where medicine is kind of arriving to with the development of these technologies and these understandings that I always get excited about, this kind of blending of everything that's come before. A lot of this has that N of one spirit to it, individualized medicine, which is very much in line with traditional herbal medicine, of like trying to understand what someone's constitution is. And I'm sure that's something you can speak to a lot, because you're so well versed in like Ayurvedic medicine and Chinese medicine and stuff, which is a really big part of that, trying to understand what someone's kind of profile is before you dive into trying to understand how to treat them. And so it's cool that, like you said, it's things that really we could have been moving on much sooner, but it's nice to see that the value now is there, that we're seeing all of these things developed. And on that note too, like I had a chance to talk to Dr. Russo recently about his hyperemesis research and the genetic mutations that they identified in CHS patients. And, that was fascinating to have a genetic test, now in the works coming out for stuff like that. So I assume we'll see more and more, kind of genetic testing like this around the endocannabinoid system, the endocannabinoidome, and other areas to piece all that out. I just hope it remains financially accessible to people. I always get worried when these tools roll out that the prices get hiked up, insurance companies don't want to play ball, and it ends up making it hard for people to actually get access to.
Yeah, it's true. And don't even get me started on our healthcare system. Like, what healthcare system?
Right, I know. Yeah, we're going to go through 2 years of a pandemic without talking about health education. Okay.
Or the fact that we really don't have a public health system.
Right. Yeah. Public? What? Yeah, I'm with you there. Well, looping back from this nice side trail that we've been on, coming back around to thinking about cannabis, we've been talking about how it doesn't seem to act like an adaptogen. Going into herbs that seem to complement it well. Let's take, because you said the perfect thing that I wanted you to say when I posed the original question, which is, what condition, what effect are you talking about? Because that's usually the first step that people miss. It's like, well, there's a myriad of effects that you could be talking about here. So let's go to one of the two of the big ones that are interconnected, which is pain and inflammation. So focusing on that, from your experience, what are, I would say, not even just medicinal plants, but also dietary elements, because that's all a part of this discussion, that kind of can play well with cannabis to maximize those effects and possibly even
also reduce the chances of possible side effects?
Well, the first thing I would point out, and it's a cliche, but the first thing I'd point out is the heterodimers that CB1 receptors form with opioid receptors. And so that in itself, there are herbs out there, for example, Corydalis, that has tetrahydropalmitine in it, which binds the mu-opioid receptor without really causing any sort of addiction due to the signaling bias. But yeah, that would be one of the first things I'd think about. And when I'm treating pain with cannabis, that's one of the things I always put in. But then other things, certainly, inflammation is always a part, not always, but often a part, especially in aging, it's often a part of pain. And so, thinking about that, I mean, beta caryophyllene has been a bit over exposed at this point, but some of the alkylamides from plants like echinacea, from plants like spilanthes, from plants like xanthoxylum, also known as prickly ash, or if a different species would be Szechuan pepper. All of those tend to be really good at binding CB2 as well. So you get that effect, which also, and I don't have any research on this yet, but it's not a far stretch. There's a CB2 isoform that is in the brain that looks like it has a real role in addiction and addictive behavior, right? So it seems to me that it's somewhat likely that the herbs I just mentioned potentially could be useful for addiction issues as well.
I'm so glad you said that, because that's immediately where my brain went when you were talking about the CB2 activities. I was like, well, yeah, what do you think about addiction, substance use behaviors? Because I know that's there's NIH money going into that, like trying to identify how to manipulate the endocannabinoid system to treat addiction and substance abuse and everything, which is very, very fascinating. And this highlights, the role of CB2 receptors is so poorly understood. Like CB1. Cousin. Yeah, it really is. I mean, CB1, it makes me think about anandamide, because I get so pissed off sometimes about anandamide, because I'm like, okay, as the first endocannabinoid got discovered, it got this fancy name, great. And then 2-AG sitting over here with no fancy name. It's more abundant with more potency in the brain than anandamide is, and it's forgotten. But CB1 and CB2 receptors are like this too. CB1, Howlett's receptor was this first, cannabinoid receptor discovered. Very exciting, obviously exciting because it explained THC's effects, to a large degree and everything. Whoop-de-doo. Then all this research, just funnels into CB1, which is great. We need to understand what CB1 does. But then CB2's over here, and people are like, oh yeah, immune system, whatever. And then we find out, oh, actually, there's CB2 in neurons. Oh yeah, okay, well that's interesting, but we'll still focus on CB1. And then you start talking about like heterodimers and stuff, and it gets even more interesting. But so to this day, while there's some CB2 research that's been done, and you've done some, there's just still not a lot known about what these receptors are contributing to. And they're interesting because they're substantially smaller as far as, the amino acid lengths and everything. Like, these proteins are substantially smaller than CB1 receptors, which gives them interesting behaviors and stuff. And so I would love to understand that more. So I'm glad you're bringing this up, and that, they're, you're talking about isoforms of CB2. So bringing in this concept of, between CB1 and CB2 receptors, that you can have these kind of slight variants in where they are, what they do, and the exact way that they take shape and everything, which I think, on top of just CB2's, the lack of understanding we have on it, even just that concept, I think, is poorly understood.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about CB2 and addiction. It seems like, addiction is such a challenging and life-ruining, family-ruining social issue that it'd be really nice to find a better alternative to, treating addiction. And people, and the other thing is the stigma, right? People don't understand that addiction is a disease. So many people still think it's just weakness, and it's not that at all.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I read something recently that was really fascinating. The founder of Alcoholics Anonymous apparently, I don't remember if it was, I don't know which entheogen it was, and I'm going to use that term and not hallucinogen.
Yes, thank you.
He used an entheogen and wanted to make it part of AA, and then the people around him were like, "It'll never fly."
Yeah, was that? Do you remember which entheogen was that? Ibogaine?
No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was ibogaine, which is another interesting one. But I think it was either LSD or psilocybin, but I could be wrong about that. Mm-hmm. But I mean, there's lots of ways to go about treating addiction, and we've been really ineffective. I mean, all those really expensive programs where you get shacked up for a month somewhere,
right?
The recidivism is like their success rate is less than 2% oftentimes. It's like, what a good marketing model, right? Your customers keep coming back.
And it's already marked up and super expensive. And judges require it. I mean, it's it's a weird situation, and it makes you wonder especially with psilocybin now, kind of being more widely accepted and more entheogenic plants and derived substances starting to be decriminalized. It makes you wonder how the addiction framework will be disrupted, because there's been a lot of good work in entheogens, psychedelics, looking at that. And I've some of the studies that I've looked at, and the reason I said iboga is because I'm familiar with several cases with, I can't remember the researcher. There was a lady working in Central or South America doing a lot of great iboga work. I've lost track. I haven't followed it in a long time, but I remember some of we're talking like heroin addictions, methamphetamine addictions, like very serious addictions, with like a crazy reduction in withdrawal symptoms. Things that didn't physiologically make sense according to our models of dependency, of chemical dependency, which is just super exciting.
Do you know the story of how ibogaine got ruled illegal in the United States?
No, I'm not familiar.
So there was a clinical study that was done. I think it was in the northeastern United States. I think it was New York, but I could be wrong about where it was. And they had fantastic success, and one patient died. And they found some foil, which clearly had residues of heroin in it. And it got blamed on the ibogaine.
Wow.
And so that's how it became illegal. So even though they had, all the other subjects had fantastic results, just one death. And there's a lot of talk behind it that the methadone folks were pretty big in pushing that to make iboga tabernathi illegal.
Yeah, I mean, it's threatening if you can have a plant or a substance, come down the pipeline that you treat somebody a couple times and then they're, pretty much reset and don't need, constant different forms of intervention, drug interventions and things. It's threatening on multiple levels to, a lot of interests that are involved in drug treatment. It's really sickening, just the way that it's just like all of healthcare. This is an extension of our smirks at the healthcare system already. But when you get into that, addiction, and I would even say just mental health care, and all of that, there's a lot of weird dynamics that have prevented a lot of useful tools from reaching the people that need it, that could possibly free them from a lifetime of antipsychotic use, or like you're saying, methadone, like all sorts of different things. And who knows, it's gonna be interesting seeing, as research starts to kick up more and more into some of these things. They can only deny things for so long.
Yeah, when I was at Tai Sophia Institute, now Maryland University of Integrative Health, they had a program in Baltimore Pennsylvania and North Street. So it was called Penn North, which is like the hardcore part of the city. And that's where a lot of the heroin addicts would go to get auricular acupuncture, ear acupuncture. And it was really fascinating because the judges saw such a change that the judges would say, you can either go to jail or you can go to auricular acupuncture through this program.
Oh, wow.
And so I saw some really remarkable stuff, but I'll never forget being around that clinic and being in there for a while. One of the things I saw that I found just truly fascinating is after the auricular acupuncture, they would have like a group session where everybody, and it was a group, it wasn't done one-on-one. If you stayed in the auricular acupuncture program long enough, you started getting one-on-one acupuncture. But anyway, after the auricular acupuncture, the whole group would kind of have this soul session. They'd be talking and encouraging each other. And when I stood back and looked at that, I had to think to myself, that is as much of an effect as auricular acupuncture is. Not that I'm poo-pooing auricular acupuncture at all. I've seen it work really well, but just this, soul releasing encouragement that was happening with the fellows in there was really stunning. And when I mentioned to some of the acupuncturists that, this is a big part of this, they did not like that very much.
You're getting too close to saying placebo.
Yeah, exactly. But
people are scared of that. I don't think people should be scared of that, though. I don't think people should be scared of things having not necessarily placebo, but if it's the community environment, the shared hero's journey people are going on together, whatever it is, that's fine. Like, great. I wouldn't get too caught up in, if your healing modality doesn't work exactly the way that you hoped it did, or doesn't connect to some metaphysical reality you hoped it did, like, focus on the results. Like, look what's happening with the people, and maybe don't get so discouraged. Because I think about that with cannabis. I think there's a ton of, and this is people listening, please don't get mad at me. Don't send me the hateful emails, please. Because every time I talk about negative stuff, it's, especially as my audience gets bigger, the pushback gets worse. But, I think that a lot of effects associated with cannabis are placebo. I think there's tons that are definitely, obviously, legitimate pharmacological, activities and stuff that are happening. Absolutely. But when you start talking about some of these effects that people are talking about from like incredibly low doses of CBD, and not just CBD, incredibly low doses of diluted CBD distillate, like, I'm sorry, I have a hard time, like, on multiple levels, fully believing that that's a pharmacological response and not, more so of a placebo response. And what I always point out to people is like, hey, did you realize the endocannabinoid system's involved in the pain placebo response? So have fun teasing that out.
I mean, look, the placebo. So first of all, knowing what a drug does or what an intervention does is all guesswork, in my opinion. Sure, we have some studies that say that this receptor or that enzyme is involved, but there's so much pharmacology that we don't yet understand. There's so much physiology that we don't yet understand that I think it's a little bit like the drunk looking for his keys in the dark, right?
Yeah.
He looks under the light. That's all we have right now is under the light. What's not under the light is probably 98% of what's really going on. And so we can entertain our intellect. We can mentally masturbate by thinking we know what's going on in terms of what sites are involved. But there's a lot going on that just is impossible to know at this point. So I was gonna rant on a little more about placebos, if it's okay.
Yeah, go for it. And I'll get it all edited and figured out.
Great. So when it comes to placebo, we've got to remember that really what we have is the most advanced science there is. Placebo is not simple.
Yeah,
right?
No, not at all. Yeah.
Incredibly complex. And so for us to be able to believe in something and change our physiology, That's human evolution. That's the future. That's where drug development is going to go, is in our thoughts, in our belief systems, and possibly in electromagnetic fields as well. But that's another topic.
Yeah.
So, I got to embrace placebo is really cool pharmacology, physiology.
Yep.
Then Dustin Sulak, who I teach with a lot, and I interviewed on the Spellman Report recently. He wrote a fantastic paper. There's the term artisanal cannabis in there with Bonnie Goldstein and another author. And he talks about dosing. And so coming back to, a lot of these products have so little CBD in them that it's hard for a scientist, a medical scientist like myself and you to really embrace the fact that 10 milligrams of CBD is going to make much of a difference, especially in sleep when small doses of CBD are known to be stimulating, right? And not necessarily sedating. But having said that, if you go back and you read that paper, Artisanal Cannabis, and the dosing, like I said, I don't remember the title exactly, but Sulak, S-U-L-A-K is the author. And look at his dosing stuff. It's pretty fascinating because he gives a couple of examples. And I've heard him, when he's teaching, I've heard him tell this story a couple of times about a kid that came in. He had a HPLC in his clinic.
Nice.
So a kid came in with, this is early days, right? So you never knew what people were going to come in with and if they were using cannabis, what it really was. And so they were having results, right? And so they analyzed it, and it was really, really low dose THCA. It wasn't CBD at all. It was THCA, but it was working. And so Dr. Sulak looked at it and thought to himself, okay, well, if this is working, this is a ridiculous dose. I mean, it was something like 0.1 milligrams or something, Yeah. So he thought to himself, okay, well, let's see if it works. So he raised the dose. The kid started having seizures again. So he went back down to the dose that had been suggested, which was really not much of a dose, and the seizure stopped again. So it comes back to not only SNPs, and the ECS, but I also think it comes down to an area of science which is still, in my opinion, very nascent, and that is epigenetics. In other words, what genes are you turning on and off, and how do we block that or make that happen? And that's really lifestyle, right? Epigenetics is a huge lifestyle piece. The way we're living affects how tightly that DNA coils, how loosely it unravels, if we're going to be able to unravel part of it, a particular gene or not. So I think there's a lot there, and dosing may be dependent on epigenetics in a really significant way that we really don't understand yet.
Well, and this actually relates to what I was saying with Dr. Rousseau's recent research on CHS, that they identified some mutations on some different enzymatic pathways. I can't remember which isozymes they looked at, but some of the cytochrome P450s and COMT and a couple others, and they were able to show that that there are this stuff we knew but just hadn't really measured. That there are people out there that their bodies are not metabolizing cannabinoids the same way, and they're getting much greater effect from much smaller doses than would be typical. So even just that effect, starts to highlight that. And then you start talking about these other dynamics that kind of play into that too, the lifestyle and the way that drives the kind of genetic tone, and the, and what that kind of sets up. There is a lot. And going back to, the stuff on the placebo that you were talking about, something that I've been fascinated with since I was in college, and I actually, my initial undergraduate work was in philosophy, and that's, what my undergraduate degree was in before I started going into natural sciences. And what I focused on when I was doing my thesis work for philosophy was on looking at
sort of brain matter interactions, and specifically like how can thought influence physiological functioning, and what implications does that have on moral responsibility was my main focus. And so I've been thinking about this for a long time, for this idea of like, you know, can thought manipulate, you know, a lot of different aspects of the body. And so in preparing for that thesis work, I dove into all sorts of rabbit holes, looking into placebo research and other things. And, you know, you look at stories, and I'm terrible with names, and I apologize for people listening that like, maybe I'm a great teacher, but when it comes to like dropping book recommendations or author names, like I just suck at it and I don't remember anyone's name. But there was a doctor, and you might even know this story, I'm sure, but a doctor that had a stroke and lost control over her arm, and over time was able to retrain, you know, using neuroplasticity, biofeedback, and other things, was able to retrain her brain to be able to regain use of her arm again. You look at like placebo work on the like classic knee surgery study, where they just took people that thought they needed knee surgery and just cut their knee open and then sealed it back up. And, you know, most of them, you know, came out feeling substantially better with all of these very objective, you know, easy to measure markers for improvement and everything. And so there's a lot of evidence of the power of thought and belief. And it's not just placebo, but also the nocebo effect and negative outcomes.
Yeah.
People that have negative attitudes about surgery outcomes and stuff tend to have a harder time with recovery, at least in some of the research that's looked into that. I agree with you. I think that ultimately that's where things are going to go. And I think that neuroimaging and biofeedback is going to be a huge part of that. Like when you can actually see what you're affecting with your thought, you know, that you can train yourself to do more interesting things. But yeah, it's a huge area of medicine that we still don't really know how to take advantage of. It's like, how wonderful would it be if you didn't have to give somebody anything exogenous and you could just train them to use the power that they have within their own body to fix what they can. I mean, that's the dream, right?
And yet placebo is a dirty word in medicine.
Yeah, exactly. And going back to this, that's why I say, I'm like, I know that people get offended, and I'm sure someone like got red in the face and ready to turn the podcast off when I said that, you know, a lot of effects from cannabis might be placebo, but I don't want that to be like a negative thing. I think that's a fascinating thing if that's the case. And to your point too, you know, there are all of these elements going on that these super low doses, they may not be placebo. They could have pharmacological activity that's hard to make sense of based on what we know. And it can be a mixture of all of it. And almost certainly it is. And so hopefully if anyone has listened through that whole rambling, maybe they have calmed down a little bit and will listen further. So coming back around, so we talked about pain and herbal synergies and stuff there. And we've talked a little bit about anxiety. Let's talk about metabolic disease, because I think that's an area that doesn't get a ton of attention in the kind of like cannabinoid space, but is highly relevant. And when I tell people, because so many people have heard of like endocannabinoid deficiency, when I tell them like, I don't really like that term, I prefer to talk about endocannabinoid derangements, because you can have deficiencies, but you can also have overactivity leading to other conditions. And so let's spin off and talk about that for just a little bit. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but are you able to speak a little bit to, you know, kind of what I just mentioned? Like what happens when the endocannabinoid system is actually overactive, and what are herbs and dietary elements and things that someone might want to consider if, you know, they're sort of not dealing with endocannabinoid deficiencies, but they might actually be dealing with, you know, kind of overactivity or even just disjointed activity that can lead to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so some of those adipokines, ghrelin, and some of the other ones do interface directly with the endocannabinoid system, and so these adipokines I'm talking about literally either drive hunger and appetite or drive a signal of satiation. Oh, I've had enough to eat. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, the endocannabinoid system is very intimately connected with this. I remember I was at the University of North Carolina at the time, going through my doctoral process, and we had a guest lecturer from, I forget which pharmaceutical company, but it was about rimonabant.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So this FAW inhibitor, right? And yep. she was talking like it was going to be the next, I mean, this is what pharmaceutical reps do, right? They're really marketing people. But she was talking to a room full of scientists about how it was going to be the next best thing. And in fact, we know how that story ended. People in trials ended up committing suicide. Not everybody, but a few suicides, because it has such a profound effect. Think about it. Blocking, actually, no, it wasn't a FAW inhibitor. It was a CB1 antagonist. That's what it was. Yeah. Sorry about that. So think about that for a second. Like blocking CB1. Does that ever sound like what pharmacologist came up with that? Did he know any physiology? I mean, does that ever sound like a good idea to block CB1?
Well, especially like it being like the most dominant G protein coupled receptor in the brain. Like, yeah, let's just turn that off. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. and we're going to have mood issues and suicide. How did that happen? But you're driving appetite there. So that's where THCV comes in, right? Because at one dose, it's an antagonist, and at higher doses, it's an agonist, right? So THCV, I think, can be super useful specifically in terms of CB1 antagonism, but which of course reduces appetite. But there's lots of ways to do that, and there's a bunch of stuff on the market that some of it I think is a lot of hot air and a way to have people that are overweight think they can do something about it by not doing anything about it, but just popping a pill, right? But yeah, there's stuff out there that stimulates metabolism and that sort of thing.
And what are some like when we start talking about trying to affect the pancreas, and getting into insulin sensitivity and that sort of thing, what are the sort of, I'm just going to start calling it the medicinal diet, but like what's the sort of medicinal diet there that people should be thinking of to kind of drive more beneficial activity? And to tag along to that, how does cannabis influence that that pursuit? Because there's a lot of interesting and somewhat conflicting data, especially when you look at the preclinical stuff around how cannabinoids influence insulin sensitivity and that sort of thing. And obviously there's the well-known effect that has been publicized in kind of pop literature a lot about cannabis users tending to have smaller waist sizes. But yeah, can you comment on that at all and kind of that interplay?
A little bit. So I ended up during my process of going through my studies, at the time I didn't know it, but I actually worked on the endocannabinoid system because I was working on PPAR gamma. And so you're talking about insulin sensitivity. One of the most effective ways to induce insulin sensitivity in somebody, in other words, reverse the insulin resistance, is to literally agonize, not antagonize, but agonize PPAR gamma. And so PPAR gamma, so tying it into the endocannabinoid system, I think I don't know if it's 2-AG or anandamide, but one of them goes through an enzyme and then ends up being a great ligand for PPAR gamma. So you're insulin sensitizing. But here's the really interesting thing. I've got an unpublished paper that I'd like to publish, but it's like too many years away. And just like, well, am I ever going to publish this? But we did a study on PPAR gamma and basically looked at all the different plants, whether they're food plants or medicinal plants, that could agonize, in other words, activate PPAR gamma, so therefore induce insulin sensitivity. And it was stunning. And it was stunning because, I've looked at other receptors before, and usually you have a moiety, a molecular moiety that's typical for all the agonists, right? They go in and it'll bind. This was all over the map. And so really go ahead.
I was just saying that's fascinating.
Yes, yeah. So no chemical, like all kinds of chemical families, compounds would be binding to this receptor. But where it gets really interesting is when I really started thinking about it. It's about plants. It's about eating a plant-rich diet. It's about getting those 5 servings of fruits and vegetables daily, and that's going to induce insulin sensitivity in people. And I think although that sounds like I've just cheapened the whole thing, the science, because now I'm talking about fruits and vegetables. But the fact of the matter is, all those phytochemicals bind PPAR gamma. And so you get not only a insulin sensitizing effect, you get an anti-inflammatory effect as well through PPAR gamma.
Yeah, that's super fascinating because you're right that usually when you identify like a strong ligand for something and you start investigating, you usually start to notice, some common patterns, even with cannabinoids.
Yeah.
With CB1s, you look at these tricyclic, structures and stuff, and you can usually predict things that are going to interact with that pretty strongly. That's fascinating that all of these different compounds that you typically find in natural products in plants, that they all are kind of tugging at this. And especially for anyone listening that doesn't know, these PPAR receptors are in the nucleus of your cells. So these are unique receptors in that they're not sitting on like cell walls and helping your cells, kind of perceive the outside environment versus the inside environment. But this really gets down into your nucleus of your cell where your DNA is being, stored and controlled and everything. So it's really fascinating, and it's something that I'm trying to learn more about the PPARs, because that's, in general, I didn't really learn much about them until 3 or 4 years ago. So it's still relatively new and kind of teasing out their role in physiological functioning. But it's something that anybody interested in the endocannabinoid system, the endocannabinoidome, like, you've got to learn about PPARs. It's such a big part. I think these days, like TRPV1 is getting popular. People kind of know, like, that's a big part of the ECS and stuff. But the PPARs are another huge element that if you don't hear people talking about now with ECS, it's going to be commonplace really, really soon. That's just considered part of it.
And they're direct in the genome. I mean, they're right on the DNA. They're transcription factors, essentially, right? So they turn off genes, they turn on genes. And so there's a pretty profound effect there, definitely.
Yeah, and then relating to the stuff you're talking about, the epigenetics and everything else, it totally spins out. So let's talk about managing side effects from cannabis, either CBD dominant or THC. And let's start with THC, and then we'll talk about CBD. But when you think about other medicinal plants and dietary elements to combine with cannabis, so that someone maybe needs to interact with THC and get some therapeutic effect, but they're trying to absolutely mitigate those adverse events. And in this context, like we've mentioned before, we're going to call getting high as an adverse event, whether anyone listening agrees with that or not. Just from like a medical context and thinking about this, we're going to keep that classified in there. So how do you start to think about that?
Well, first, let's just comment on Dr. Ethan Russo's comment, which I love. He says, if you're using medical cannabis for a condition and you've gotten high, you're having an adverse event.
Yeah.
In other words, we don't need those doses. Like people are so used to using cannabis to get high. That's one dose. Medical use is usually a much lower dose. And so it's really, in a sense, it's microdosing compared to what people use to get high. But so what do we do? What do we use to offset some of those things? Well, one of the first things, and this is interesting as well, is acetylcholine, right? Acetylcholine levels go down as you get high, as your CB1 receptors get very active. And what's interesting is, speaking of microdosing, is in those very low doses, you can see acetylcholine levels actually go up.
Interesting. I didn't realize
which is
that.
Yeah, biphasic. And so this biphasic effect is so common in physiology, we tend to forget. One dose can do one thing, another dose can do exactly the opposite thing. But to the level where we're getting high, your acetylcholine levels are going down. So obviously, Russo's talked about pinene, that's of interest. But, I think about Bacopa, honestly, also known as Brahmi. Not to be confused with Centella asiatica. Bacopa moniera is also called Brahmi. They're both called Brahmi, but Bacopa has got a pretty strong acetylcholine push. Some people don't like Bacopa. At high doses, it's definitely like you can tell your brain's on something, because it's, I find it uncomfortable, honestly. But, and this is something you see, for example, with acetylcholine esterase inhibitors, is you will see in some patients aggression. Too much acetylcholine.
I was going to say, is it kind of an irritability?
Yeah, exactly. Too much acetylcholine is not necessarily a good thing. So it's about finding your dose. As within all medicine, it's about finding your dose. But Bacopa is a really nice way to offset some of the cognitive challenges that we face with high THC use. And I just want to add in here, there are cases where, like in severe pain and cancer, where, in my opinion, you need to use enough THC that you're literally feeling it. In fact, in cancer, what I've seen is people are just really wiped out because they're using super high doses. And sometimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. When you start getting into that realm of things, I mean, even more layers of complexity, because cancer is just a really, really complicated thing. And then what about when we talk about CBD? I think one of the biggest concerns people tend to have are drug interactions with CBD. Obviously, depending on dose, super low doses, that's probably not much of a concern, but higher doses it can be. And given the example that you just mentioned of cancer patients, there are people out there doing really substantial doses of CBD-rich extracts and everything. So how does your mind shift when you start thinking about a CBD-dominant product versus a THC in terms of side effects, and how to possibly mitigate that with some dietary or complementary herbs?
So first, let's just comment on the HDI thing, the herb-drug interaction, which really should be called drug-herb interactions, because the herbs are natural and they were part of our diet for millions of years, where the drugs are not necessarily natural, and they're brand new to us in terms of only being around 100 years or less. The drug-herb interactions, I can really get going on a rant here, but a lot of that research. So with CBD, there is a potential, I think, in high doses to actually have herb-drug interactions. In other words, inhibition of particular CYP enzymes, right? CYP450 enzymes. And I think that can be something that should be watched for. However, if you look at, there was a paper written by, I think it was clinicians, that commented that, even though we have this theoretical potential for herb-drug interactions, if we look close in terms of actual clinical work, nobody has actually come out and said, okay, this is an issue with this patient.
Right.
So that's particularly interesting to me. And so, finishing this piece on interactions, I feel like for most herbs that the in vitro work and the animal models that they're using such high doses to get an herb-drug interaction, to show that there's some sort of inhibition or stimulation of a particular CYP or a PGP or some of the other sites that could have an effect on herb-drug interactions, that it's just not real. It's just not, it's not physiological reality. It's not physiologically relevant when you start talking about, in my opinion, doses above 10 micrograms per mil or 10 micromolar. I realize those aren't the same, but they're in the ballpark. So most of the herb-drug interactions that herbs are being accused of having some sort of dangerous interaction, causing your drugs to go up or down, really are based on theoretical research that is way out of the league of being physiologically relevant in terms of concentrations that your body could actually have in it, of these molecules. So that's always bugged me. And moreover, this is an experiment I've really wanted to try. I haven't done it because it would take some finessing, but I've always wanted to take one of these really bad herb-drug interaction papers. For example, there was a study done on Siberian ginseng, and they found herb-drug interactions at 100 micrograms per mil. There is no way in hell you're going to even get a tenth of that, right? So they said, this is dangerous, right? And so I'd like to take a paper like
Are you
that.
injecting it directly in your veins?
Exactly. So I'd like to take a paper like that, put in a pharmaceutical drug name, send it in, and I guarantee you it would get rejected immediately. Whereas this paper got accepted by a journal, right? In other words, this is a medical sociological experiment on showing the bias that exists against herbal medicines because they're dangerous because of herb-drug interactions. And that only came up in the late 90s when pharma opened their eyes and said, wow, $13 billion a year are going to natural products, these dietary supplements. We better do something about this because it's taken a piece of our pie. That's when all the herb-drug interaction stuff came up. So end of rant there. But what was the other question? Sorry.
Well, so it's kind of two things I want to note, and then I'll come around there. Like one thing, like Epidiolex research is one of the things that gets pointed to a lot now about drug interactions. And so anybody kind of thinking about that, I wanted to point out that, first of all, I think some of the drugs that some of those kids were taking was like valproic acid, and I can't remember what a couple of the other ones are, and they did see some, what's the best way to say this? Markers of liver stress. They saw that the liver was starting to produce these compounds that are generally a marker of stress, and theoretically, having that happen over a long period of time could cause liver damage and things like that. And then also they saw some slight elevations of some of these medications. But I think the doses that they saw that was like between 10 and 20 milligrams per kilogram in kids.
Wow. Okay.
And so,
those are big
I don't
doses.
have a calculator in front of me, but for people listening, the average body weight's like 65 kilograms or something. So, you have to start multiplying these doses out, and then you start thinking about what most average people, kind of come across in average CBD products. It's extremely rare to ever be working in. It'd be expensive, very expensive, to be taking doses regularly that high. You're getting into grams of CBD, at a time, basically. Especially when you get to that 20 milligram per kilogram range. So I just kind of wanted to make that note.
Yeah, one of those, I was analyzing some of that research recently, and what I found that really fascinated me, there's a particular, I don't remember which seizure drug it was, but there's a particular drug that in itself was causing liver stress. Yeah. And with the CBD, the stress went away. Now, I know that's not every drug, but in that particular case, I was like, that's very interesting.
That is very interesting.
So in this case, the CBD actually attenuated the liver damage.
Well, and that just shows so one thing I like to talk about in my workshops and classes that I teach is this issue of repeatability. That these effects, you've got to be very careful when you see a study and then start to say that, okay, that's the way it is. Because, also when we talk about Epidiolex, we're talking about a very specific formulation with these, relatively, stressful drugs that kids are on, some of these really powerful anti-epileptics for Dravet's and things. And, so there's a lot of dynamics there that are going on, a lot of variables, just in that patient population. And then you start thinking about, other patient populations and other drug interactions and everything. And there's still so much to tease out. And then Epidiolex being a more CBD isolate, based product too. It also, there's all of these things you have to wonder about
how co-administration with all of the other phytochemistry, that's in the plant, how does that play into that to alter those effects? And there's some studies that have tried to poke at that, but there's still a lot of work to be done to kind of compare the pharmacodynamics, even just on a basic level, between isolated CBD and kind of broad spectrum extracts or whatever. But that's something I've always thought about too, is, just that alone, how does that influence things? And so I can't say I'm surprised to hear that there's a study out there showing an opposite effect from this study, that a lot of people tend to point to when trying to, point to the potential risks. And I don't want to downplay the risks either. If someone's out there downing grams of CBD a day, then absolutely, that's a problem. Yeah. And so coming back around to the main question that I had was, if that's something that someone's concerned about, and there's some other, that's so hard to tease out with research. There are other adverse effects listed with CBD, but once again, it often more relates to the co-administered drugs than CBD itself. But things like lethargy and gastrointestinal distress and stuff like that. So I guess if people are wanting to try to ensure that they're not having to worry about those risks, is dosing really the main thing that they need to be worried about, or is there anything else that they can do just in their are there dietary elements that might exacerbate that problem?
Yeah. So number one, I say, dosing is important, but number two, equally as important is, if not more, is what else is going in. Yeah. So other drugs, other foods, right? So one of the things I'd be thinking about, and potentially herbs to counteract that. I mean, one of the first things I think about is silymarin or milk thistle, right? The flavolignans they're isolated from milk thistle are called silymarin, and they're literally injected in Germany. They've got them in injectable forms, but here we don't do that, unfortunately. But they can really. Actually, there's an old story about Amanita mushroom poisoning by a whole family in the United States, and the doc was frantic. He was trying to figure out what to do because there's nothing you can do for Amanita poisoning, right? And so he got into the literature, and he had overnighted silymarin injections, and I don't think everybody lived, but a couple of people actually lived from this once they got their injections. Wow. So that's interesting in itself. But I think silymarin, potentially, there's other herbs, Clipta alba, which actually grows in the United States, but most people don't know it's the Latinos, the southern United States, probably know it's medicinal, but most of us white settlers didn't really use it. But it's really big in India. It's got some very significant protective effects. Schisandra in Chinese medicine, right? There's lots of hepatoprotectants that might be of use in protecting ourselves. And then, I hate to sound like your grandmother, but, phytochemistry, fruits and vegetables are really what our systems have evolved with fruits and vegetables and with phytochemistry in a way that is really profound. I mean, we've got receptors that match up to a lot of these compounds in not just cannabis, but a lot of the compounds in other plants. So we really need to be thinking about what are we taking in and how much of it is evolutionarily familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, and I think, that's one thing that I love about talking about cannabinoid science is often you end up getting lost in the weeds just to come back to we need to eat fruits and vegetables and move around more.
Yeah, it's true.
Discovering the why from a lot of that, but no, that's fascinating, and this is why I wanted to talk to you about all of this, because you always end up bringing up herbs that you don't. There are like blog posts out there that try to like list herbs to use with cannabis and everything, but they're all like regurgitation of the same thing over and over and over again. So I always love talking to you about it because you bring up herbs that ones that I would have never thought about, and some that I've never even researched before. The milk thistle thing, I think I've heard that a long time ago. Forgot about that story. That is truly fascinating because, I mean, it's something that's not super well known, but yeah, when you consume the wrong mushroom and your liver's on its way to death, there's very little you can do to interrupt that process. They've tried all sorts of things to try to help, and it's very, very hard. So it's extremely remarkable that that's something, as I say simple, but it's really not simple, but something as simple as that can be life-saving in that context. And as we start to wrap up here, I know I've talked your ear off for a while now, but one thing I wanted to make sure to spend some time on talking as we exit out here, and we're kind of talking about like negative effects and things like that. We've talked about potential adverse effects of THC and CBD and everything. What are your thoughts on terpenes? I bring this up for multiple reasons. One, I have talked with producers that make very high terpene extracts that have been a little defensive if I've brought up that like consuming high doses of terpenes could be problematic. And part of that is just me speculating. Like, I don't actually know. I just know that when it comes to things that I'm familiar with, as far as environmental standards, OSHA standards, other things like that, there are requirements on exposure levels to volatile organic compounds, of which terpenes end up fitting into that group. And so that's where I kind of come from with it. So I wanted to try to pick your brain on that before we sign off. Are terpenes an area of risk that people should be paying attention to?
So let me just say that terpene in herbal medicine, terpenes / essential oils are the closest thing we have to pharmaceuticals in herbal medicine. And I say that because they're incredibly powerful and potent, can be very incredibly beneficial in the right dose, very key. But they are also so potent and so powerful that they can potentially be very toxic to us. So my feeling is that there's this love affair going on with terpenes. It seems like it's finally starting to fade, thank God. But
no, it's moving to flavonoids, don't worry.
Yeah, good. I love flavonoids. But my feeling is that we are dealing with something that's potentially, we don't understand how potentially toxic terpenes can be. And so I'd like to see people take a step back and say, okay, what's the benefit risk ratio here? And don't get me wrong, they're incredibly useful and I use them. I formulate with them all the time for companies. But, some of these dabs that are 30% terpenes, let's talk about that for a second, because terpenes can literally be used as solvents. For example, limonene is often used as a solvent, right? Pinene is often used as a solvent. Well, think about inhaling a solvent into your brain at that kind of concentration at 30%. How long do you think those neural membranes last before they start to break down from just being pounded by terps?
It's like, I know it's not the same, but it reminds me of, like people huffing gasoline or something.
It's volatile compounds. Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, I know it's not the same, and I'm sure people are sitting there. Once again, there's people that probably destroying their phones or driving off the road listening to me talk about this. But, I'm not saying that inhaling terpenes is the same as huffing gasoline, but there is a dynamic there. There is a dynamic that overlaps, which is what you're talking about, of the behavior of these compounds to act as solvents. And the fact that you have all of these membranes in your body, in your lungs, or, in your brain, all in the insides of every organ you have, that are trying to protect those things from, just like your skin, protect, those things, your blood vessels and everything, from exposure to things that could be problematic. And if you run solvents along these membranes, they will break down.
They will break down.
And then you get exposure to other things that could be problematic, even if the terpenes directly aren't. I mean, to me, that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
But just because it makes sense, like, who knows? But yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, they're a great medicine, but here's the thing: dose. The most important thing about using medicine is number one, dose; number two, dose; and number three, dose. Like,
yeah.
And even in established mainstream conventional medicine, we still don't understand dose. They use the same dose for a female of 100 pounds as often a man that's got that weighs 200 pounds. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense at all. And this is one of the things that I think pharmacogenomics is going to bring to us, is being able to, with the pinprick, the instrument already exists. We're just not using it yet that much in clinical medicine. But with the pinprick, you can see if you're a slow metabolizer or a fast metabolizer in terms of drugs and exogenous agents. So I think that's going to be really key, because there are people that are, back to that stat, properly prescribed pharmaceuticals kill, in the top 10 in the United States. That's, what more can you say? Dose. It's important.
Yeah, the dose makes the poison.
The dose makes the poison.
Yeah. Well, that's, I hope people listening take that into consideration, because I've literally run into, products that are like 50% terpenes, and that makes me nervous. And then one reason why it's come up is in my head now, because we've talked about this, years ago, wanting to write papers and stuff about this. But, I was thinking about the kind of rise in popularity of sauce and diamonds. These products, diamonds being these crystalline products. It's usually, crystalline THCA that is then put into an essential oil soup, basically. And so you kind of have people kind of mixing these little bits of crystalline cannabinoids into these essential oil soups and then dabbing those. And for a while, I was like, okay, the high concentration terpene stuff, it kind of died down, but then it's really come back with these products. And of course, people love them because they taste really strongly and everything, and have really strong smells and whatnot. But that's, really had me rethinking again. And then, there's at least one study that's shown that, if you burn these things at high temperatures, they transform to benzene and other things, be problematic too. So I appreciate you brought that up about the, just the membrane, kind of permeability dissolution kind of situation. And that's one that, in thinking about this, I hadn't thought of. So that's good to know. And just with all of this, with CBD, THC, there's a common theme here, which it's funny, these conversations are always themes that come about organically, but this is one that seems throughout this conversation that keeps coming up, the importance of dose, and that you may need a lot less than you think, both to get an achieved effect, but also to try to stay safe. And so I think that's a really valuable point. So to start to wrap things up here, I wanted to make sure, you mentioned it earlier, but I wanted to make sure to bring attention to it, because this was not going on the last time we spoke, which is you have your own podcast audio review. And I wanted to, right before we sign off here, I wanted to give you a chance to let people know, especially for clinicians and nurses and herbalists and stuff that may be listening to Curious About Cannabis, let people know about what you're working on now as far as the Spellman report and anything else that you want to share. I want to make sure that we definitely plug that. And thanks so much for coming on again and rambling with me I know we've gone well over an hour and a half or so now, but it's been fun as usual.
Yeah, it's always great to see you. Yeah, so quickly, the Spellman report, phytopharmacology review, is my way of really being able to help the educational evolution in medicinal plants. So cannabis is in there. I've interviewed Russo and Hergenrather and Gerdeman and Sulak and Goldstein, but also a lot of it is just medicinal plants in general.
Yeah.
And it's really targeted towards a clinician. So that's kind of the goal of it, is to provide, clinicians are too busy to go through the research. I do it for you, and I tell you what's new and what's happening. And I'll usually pick a topic of the day, and then always have do some education there. one of the recent ones I did with Bonnie Goldstein, I just really spent some time talking about seizures and how to really handle that. And for example, some of the side effects you mentioned. And then we always have an interview, a person of influence that's out there doing it, either a scientist or clinician.
Yeah, no, it's great. I was so happy to see that you took that on because, I knew just from our conversations and everything what you have to offer in that arena. And then like I said, you were like my fourth interview or something, and that interview went so well. And so when I saw that you were pursuing, basically a podcast designed to distill research and share it with clinicians and everything, I was like, oh man, that's so perfect.
Well, just so you know, I had been working on it for 2 years before I was willing to actually launch it. The person, the audio engineer I was working with was like, Kevin, we've got enough. And I'm like, no, I know how busy I am. We need to be 6 months ahead. We've got to be 6 months ahead. So it took me 2 years to get 6 months of material. And so now I'm rolling. So when we started that interview, I had been working on that for, I think, a year already, or maybe more.
Wow. That's cool. Well, that's, it's something I definitely really appreciate about you is your passion to try to share and get knowledge out and to try to drive the conversation around how to utilize medicinal plants in the best possible way, to drive that conversation into critical directions while also, like you talked about today, recognizing, there's a ton we don't know and trying to strike that balance between, mechanisms of action and clinical outcomes and trying to make sense of all of this and all of these nuances around the research that you understand so well about, like the history of how medicinal plant research has kind of played out and the politics that have played into that and how you have to really be careful. You have to read these articles very critically to understand the full context. So thank you for contributing to all of that and tagging along with that. Thanks so much for being willing to contribute to Curious About Cannabis as part of that mission to share education. I really appreciate it, and I'm stoked to have you on board to help us teach some workshops later and everything. Finding someone like yourself that shares that passion like I do to have those conversations is super awesome. So thanks for doing that. And I don't remember if we mentioned it, but what's the website for the Spellman Report?
Thespellmanreport.com.
Sweet. Nice and easy.
Wait. Actually, I better check
it real quick.
Yeah, it is. It's spellmanreport.com.
Nice. Perfect.
I'll just close by saying, in terms of science, subjective certainty is dangerous.
Yeah. Yes. That's yes. There's a lot of great stuff packaged into that statement. Yeah. Very, very, very dangerous, indeed. Well, yeah. Thanks so much, and everyone listening, go check out the Spellman Report. It is designed for clinicians, so I don't want to emphasize that. In case people dive in and are like, oh my gosh, this is some complex stuff. Yes, it is. And it's meant to be that way. And so, check that out. And Kevin, keep up the great work that you're doing. I know you're a busy man, always doing a million different things, helping companies all over the place formulate better products and do research and all this sort of stuff. So thanks so much for taking the time and being able to hang out with me a little bit today. And just keep it up.
It's a pleasure, Jason. It's always fun hanging out. I love our conversations. It's easy. It's effortless.
All right, everybody. Well, I think you probably know where to find Curious About Cannabis at this point, but look for us on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. Some other announcements. We have an app now. If you're on Android, awesome. It'll be coming to iOS soon, but we have a Curious About Cannabis app. It's kind of a centralized place where you can access the podcast, our workshops and courses, as well as we have a research feed from PubMed on there. So any new literature that at least comes through PubMed automatically is showing up on the app and stuff too. So
If you want to stay connected to the Curious About Cannabis ecosystem and check out everything we have going on, you can download the app, or you can check us out at cacpodcast.com as usual. Thanks so much for listening, everybody. Stay curious and take it easy. Bye-bye.
Hi there, this is Shango Los, founder and host of Shaping Fire.
Hey everybody, this is Jason with Curious About Cannabis. Thanks so much for tuning in once again. Today I am really, really excited because we've got kind of a convergence of cannabis podcasts here. But I'm connecting with somebody who I've been told repeatedly by guest after guest that I've interviewed that this is a person I need to connect with. I've been told that a lot of the people that I interview that I remind them of this person, so we finally made it happen. I'm here with Shango Los of the Shaping Fire podcast. Shango, thanks so much for being willing to take the time today to connect and come on the podcast.
Hey, Jason. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks for the invitation. I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. And, right off the top, I want to say thank you for the work that you do, because as, a scientist in this field and kind of crawling out of my cave into media and trying to connect with the outside world, I definitely have recognized that your work has been some of the best that I've come across in terms of trying to connect lay people with technical information in a digestible way that's relevant. So my hat's off to you, man. Thanks so much for the great work that you've been doing so far.
Well, thank you very much. I really put my heart into it. I'm always doing my best, and I really enjoy it as well. And and now that the show has grown, that we're in our 4th year now of Shaping Fire, it's gotten to the point where it can support me now. So that is nice. It was a lot of years of doing multiple jobs, but I'm at the point now that I can really focus on the show, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
That's so awesome and hopeful for me to hear, because I'm only, we're just past like a year and a half or so of Curious About Cannabis running. And so I'm in that period right now of working like multiple jobs, balancing this too, and trying to make it all happen. So I can totally relate to that hustle. And I know that a lot of my listeners, because they've told me, a lot of my listeners do already listen to Shaping Fire, but to those that are unfamiliar or don't know who you are, do you mind providing just a little bit of background into, first what Shaping Fire is, and then I want to work backwards and just talk about kind of your relationship with cannabis and your general story.
All right, well, then I guess I'll just start with talking a little bit about Shaping Fire, and then you can lead me wherever you want to lead me after that.
Perfect.
So Shaping Fire is a audio-only podcast that focuses on cannabis health, cultivation, and solventless extraction techniques. And so it is in the early days, for the first year, I was focused to a great deal on cannabis business, but over time, not only were there a lot of other people covering cannabis business, but I realized that after medical cannabis went away in my state of Washington, and my national clients in medical started converting to rec, that the vibe changed in the scene, and I wasn't as excited about covering business anymore. I was really much more interested in cannabis patients, different cultivars, how working with them in different preparations helps human health. And then after I learned how to make ice hash, and then once ice hash rosin came on the scene, I realized that most of us can do all the things that we need for cannabis at home without even interfacing with the licensed market. And while I wish the licensed market success, I've got lots of friends in the licensed market, I found that wasn't the part that I was most excited about. The part I was excited about was small cannabis communities, home grow, and people trading cannabis. So that they had greater variety. So that's essentially what Shaping Fire covers now. We have got some of the best guests in the whole world available to us. We're pulling in botanists, scientists from the lab, folks who are neurologists, also cannabis breeders, master hash maker sounds like such a load, but
right, yeah.
but folks are very talented and experienced with making hash, and so I bring them on the show, and we talk a lot of specifics. The idea of the show was always to give people enough information to be able to take action. It frustrates me when I listen to a podcast that is supposed to be teaching me, but it leaves all these big gaps. And so I really do my best to provide content that gives people a nice full package so that they can either make decisions or do the technique or understand their health better in one nice tight 90-minute package. And so that's the nature of the show. And I like to say that Shaping Fire, with Shaping Fire, you get educated while we respect your time, right? I don't spend a lot of time, I don't get high on the show. I don't talk about my guests talk to my guests about what cultivars they're smoking. Like, there's different shows that do that, and that's cool. Right. And it draws a kind of audience that wants that kind of I don't know, bro vibe, right?
Hanging out, yeah.
Yeah, totally. And they'll do these long shows, but the kinds of folks who tend to listen to Shaping Fire tend to be, cannabis enthusiasts who also have got other things they've got to get done. Maybe they run companies, maybe they are, maybe they're decision makers, or they're just like people who are busy. And so I try not to waste folks' time. I try to get to the point, get people the information that they're going to need on whatever the topic, and then end the show in a cheerful way.
Absolutely. Well, and that's something I really respect, because that's been a big part of my approach too. And part of that comes from just like my analytical thinking as a scientist. But I'm like, I don't get high on the show. It's really just what's the core piece of information that's interesting and making that digestible. And I noticed that in your marketing, that we're trying not to waste your time. And I love that. And I also appreciate what you just said about watching this transition and the vibe change as things switched from medical to rec, because I definitely experienced the same thing here in Oregon. I was involved in the medical program. I was a medical patient, and also working building this lab to try to help people understand what was in their products. And we were dealing mostly with patients, a lot of medical patients that were growing their own cannabis, making their own products, and wanting to understand whether they were safe to consume and what the potency was and that sort of thing. And then you do see this shift, and now all of it is just so different. And it's hard, I think, for some people to appreciate just how substantially things have changed if they weren't involved in the medical systems before, everything started to come online, especially in other states that, are taking a little longer to make some of these changes to their laws. So can you speak to that a little bit, just to expand a little bit more on your perspective on just exactly how things changed from kind of the early medical days into the legal systems that we have now? What were some of those changes you started to pick up on?
Sure. I've got three that I think that are probably good to hit on. The first one is we've already hit on a little bit, which is the players changed. Who was involved during the medical days? There were more heritage cultivators and heritage medicine preparers who were involved, who were not. They were fringe folks because there was a lot to lose back in the medical days too, when there were still being raids and things, and the laws were changing, and so many people were working in the gray market that most of us had some of the people in law enforcement who were supporting our ability to create medicine and put it in the hands of cannabis patients, but there were other folks in law enforcement who were not ascribing to that, and so it made it very risky. And once it became more safe for capital, and licensing started to happen, the capital came, and with that comes a different kind of risk assessment and different bureaucracy for the players. And a lot of the heritage cultivators, they didn't have the credit score to rent a legal location, or they didn't have the business acumen because at their heart they were farmers, right? Or alchemists, how they saw themselves, not really as business people. And the people who were organized and did have the capital to be able to rent legal places and go through the state bureaucracy and end up getting the licenses and know how to hire out for HR and know how to sell to investors, those are a different kind of person. And again, I don't intend, and it's not my goal here to diss those folks, because I think that increased access in every state is important, and access is a priority. However, it very much changed from we're in it for the patients, and I've been around cannabis for years, and we're trying to do our best by the patients, into being something that has more neon lights and finer packaging, and the vibe changed. And so that was a significant difference. The second thing I will point out is that the varieties of products changed. Now, certainly, now that we're many more years in to legalization or at least licensing in some states, there are beginning to be more patient-focused products. But just about every state that has medical first and then they go rec, there is this sudden dearth of medical products when the licenses come out, because licensed folks know that the things that are always a reliable sell are high THC flower. And so that's what everybody starts with, and I had plenty of clients who were making this transition. They're like, all right, we need to start with the high THC flower. Once we get that established, then we're going to roll out these other products. Well, for patients who had gotten off their pharmaceuticals, that gap could literally kill them. Either because they had to go back to pharmaceuticals and they were dealing with those side effects, or they had gotten to a point where their body had healed enough in certain ways that they couldn't go back to those same pharmaceuticals without it being a bumpy ride of getting your body back attuned to a pharmaceutical solution instead of an herbal solution. And so a perfect example for that is full extract cannabis oil. So an ethanol extract, most of us know it as RSO. So RSO usually disappears from the market during the transition from medical to recreational. And then when it does start to show up in a rec market, you'll find companies who are like selling their CO2 RSO, right? Which is not, it's not the same thing, right? Because it's more economical for them to run it, through a CO2 machine than it is for them to do the more often laborious ethanol extraction. And so there's this variety of products are gone. However, with the legal market, some really cool things have come about, like really great dispensers for RSO, and some of the inhalers are pretty incredible. Certainly the advancement of vaporizers has just wildly expanded. So there's been a lot of things that have come with the licensed market too. But I think that's more to do with the idea that it's easier for these cannabis companies to get funding now for their novel products, where medical is capital, right? And so it was a lot harder for those companies. And my third example also involves RSO, the full extract oil. Back in the day, if you needed RSO because you were sick, you could go to at least on the West Coast, you could go to some kind of patient cannabis exchange of some sort, right? And they were often straddling the gray market and they're often, kind of straddling legality, but the heart was there and the quality was there often. And the people were smiling and there were lots of hugs and it felt like a family thing. And depending on where you were regionally, you could get a 1 milliliter syringe of high quality RSO for between 15 and $60, 15 or $50, depending on where you were. And here is the example part is that just about everybody I knew who made RSO had a discount for people who were doing a 60 milliliters in 90 days cannabis protocol, right? Because if you had cancer and you had found yourself, gonna try RSO, you're either already kind of like an herbally minded person, or you were already broke because the Western system had already taken all your money. The doctors had already taken them all. And so you were at your last bet and you were going to try cannabis, right? So usually, the people who had cancer and were ready to try RSO were already broke. And we all felt bad for them because they had cancer, right? This is terrible, terrible thing to have to deal with. And so you'd get people who would give somebody a huge reduction, say if they were selling their syringes for, $50 normally, they would, if you're going to buy 60, we'll drop the price down to $25, right? We'll do it half price. And sure, some of that is you're buying in volume, right? Everybody, volume discounts are good, but really it was more than that. There was a lot of heart in that price. And, the licensed market is not able to do that kind of price reduction. And so, there is not bulk purchasing really in the licensed market. If you need multiple syringes of RSO, you buy one for $72 and another for $72 and then another for $72. And so people who need cannabis to live, it has become harder for them to purchase at reasonable prices in the rec market, which of course is keeping the alternative unlicensed market very much alive throughout the country. And the rocky transition from the medical markets in most states to the rec markets, it's kind of done bad for both. It was bad for the medical heritage processors. It's also bad for the patients, and also because this black market is still being kept alive because it's so needed. It's also bad for rec. So mostly, the state's mismanagement of these transitions from medical to licensed recreational has just given us a worse of all options.
Yeah, everything that you just brought up, it brings out a lot of memories for me thinking about Oregon and the transitions that we saw, going from medical to recreational. And one thing that I think about from a patient perspective, particularly when you talk about the reduction in the diversity of products, I remember how much experimentation was going on with CBD THC ratios leading up to 2016 or so. And obviously it's still happening. But in the medical system, if I went to somebody and said I was looking for a certain ratio, or once dispensaries became legal, because for a while they were kind of in this weird gray area.
Yes, they were.
Yeah. Once they became officially legal, you could find 4-to-1s, 3-to-1s, 2-to-1s, 1-to-1s. You could find all of these things. There wouldn't be a lot of them, but they were solid. And for me, I have these spinal cord injuries, and I found, a 2-to-1 to 4-to-1 is very nice for that. I noticed that when things went recreational, you really don't see a lot of that anymore. You might see some 1-to-1s. But that's most of what you see. And it's either high THC, high CBD is now kind of getting relegated to hemp, but you still see that in dispensaries from time to time. But that's it. And so for someone like myself that is a medical patient that no longer has a card because it's now legal, that was a big change. And so I definitely have seen a lot of those same changes too. And hearing you talk about it, it's obvious you have a lot of passion for the patients and a lot of passion for that, like you were saying, the kind of source where all of this, is really coming from. So to kind of rewind quite a bit, Do you mind sharing how did your relationship with cannabis get started? Is it something that goes back into, teenage or early 20s for you, or is it something that you discovered later? How did that relationship come about?
I would say I had two beginnings of my relationship with
Yeah.
cannabis because the first time was my freshman year of college. A buddy of mine went home. He lived in New York. He went home for Christmas and he came back and he brought some joints. And I had never had access before, and had never seen it around or anything. It just wasn't where I lived in the
Yeah.
suburbs, Catholic school, that whole thing. And he brought it back, and I, for whatever reason, I was immediately interested. There was no second thought. He's like, "Oh, you want to try this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's try new things," And so we
Yes.
tried it, and I immediately thought it was great from an experiential point of view, both recreationally because it was fun, but also I immediately got the idea of the mind expansion part of it. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
wow. It really shifts my perspective in ways I can consider my mundane life in new, fresh ways. So I thought that was really cool. And, it took me, about 4 weeks to get my first bag after that. And then I don't think I've been without it ever since, 1990 now or whatever. One of the funny things is I learned how to, smoke cannabis during the first season of The Simpsons. And so
Oh man! Wow.
that goes
Wow.
way back. We used to all get together on, I don't know if it was Tuesday or Thursday nights, but we'd all get together and sit on the floor of the dorm room and all smoke and watch that first season of Simpsons. And that's how I was smoking with friends all the time. And I'm like, I think I need to get some of this for myself. So then we've got just like a lifetime of being somebody who enjoys cannabis myself. But then 2011 came, and I was in a car accident. I suffered dual concussion resulting in a traumatic brain injury. And the neurologist actually told me off the record, he says, I recommend that you, consider using mushrooms to help rebuild your neural net and kind of soothe
Yeah.
the overactivity that I was getting, the overstimulation. And he says,
Yep.
and he said, I also recommend that you move out of the city. And so I moved out to Vashon Island where I live now. And he also said, I understand that there's some, healing properties in cannabis. He says, I can't recommend any of this for you officially. He says, but if you're, look into this stuff. And I was astonished, right? Because, back in those days, 2011, you still didn't tell your doctor you used cannabis.
Right.
And I was a daily cannabis user at that point. And so I'm like, medicine, huh? Oh, all right. And so I started looking into it and started, reading the early research, mostly coming out of Europe and everything. I'm like, wow, there really are medicinal properties going on here. And then my dad got really bad knees, and so I had already learned how to make a cannabis tincture for myself to help keep my my nervous system calm and that I wouldn't get overstimulated. But then my dad knees got really bad, and the pharmaceuticals he was using for anti-inflammation really had some bad side effects, and so I said, hey, I bet you I could put my tincture in some like body lotion or hand cream or something and whip them together and boom, topical, right? And so I tried it and it worked. And my dad put it on his knees and he's all like, oh my gosh, this works so much better and for so much longer than this ugly pharmaceutical that he was on. And I don't mean to diss all pharmaceuticals, right? There are appropriate pharmaceuticals at appropriate times. But in this case, an herbal remedy was much better for my dad. And he was very enthusiastic about it. And that made me feel good about it as well, because, my parents were historically discouraging me from, cannabis or drugs in general, right? Because parents.
Sure, yeah.
And but at this point I'm like, wait a minute, there is something here. This is helping me soothe my brain injury and heal, and now it's helping my dad too. What else is going on? And so I dove into both like learning about cannabis medicine from any sources I could, and also trying to learn herbal preparations. I live here in Seattle. I live pretty close to Bastyr University, and so my whole area is just like dripping with herbalists. They're everywhere, and so if you're if you're nice to them, they will tell you their secrets. And so that's when I got my rebirth into cannabis medicine in 2011, and then, of course, things have continued since then.
Yeah, and how did that? I mean, first of all, I want to say I get why people wanted us to talk, because in some ways we have some big parallels between the two of us, because I went through a similar experience with my mom. So after I had all these spinal cord injuries and trying to figure out how to get control over myself and the things that I was dealing with, I had been a regular cannabis user, just like you had described, and then kind of discovered this new perspective of looking at it. And then my mom had really bad fibromyalgia and arthritis and stuff, and very similarly, I gave her some extract that we mixed with a like a coconut oil based topical that I can't remember what it was, just really simple, just mixed it in there. And likewise, she's like, oh my gosh, this is better than any pharmaceutical I've ever taken for for these problems. So it's funny, those parallels I can totally relate to. And how did, so you start to understand how cannabis is affecting you and helping you find this kind of new balance that you need in your life, and then that's bleeding out into loved ones and seeing the effects that cannabis can have on them. When did your passion for education start to really manifest, where you really started to move forward in sharing all of these things that you were learning with other people? Because you've been doing, beyond the podcast, you've organized all sorts of events on Vashon Island and other things like that. And I definitely want to talk about the work that you've done to really bring the community together to learn and share knowledge and everything. So what were how did those seeds, I guess, get germinated, if you will,
Sure.
into a lot of the education?
I see where you're going. So the way the timeline went out is hit my head in 2011, started making my own preparations, and when you're making tincture and it's working for you, and people, your friends and loved ones, find out you're making it, suddenly they're using your tinctures, and then their loved ones are using your tinctures. And then medical got going more significantly in Washington, or at least my participation of it was increased, and my tinctures being sold through the Washington medical market, and it was great. I was able to make these tinctures and share them through legal dispensaries, and it was at that point that people started asking me questions, because at that point they're all like, okay, which of the 4 tinctures do I want? Why do I want them? What, which cultivar or which preparation is going to help me now versus something in high CBD that is designed to strengthen your endocannabinoid system and will help me long term, and that was when I first got into thinking about and teaching dosing strategies to patients. And so I loved that. I really enjoyed that. And the medical days were a heyday, right? Not only because everybody was so nice, not everybody, but the vast majority of people were very nice. But also the margins weren't as tight as they are today.
Yeah.
And so you could actually do this and support yourself. And while I never got to that level, right, the market transitioned to legal before, I had like a business, right? My volume was never of units was never significant, but people liked it, right? People, and that buoyed me, and I started teaching. So then when there was the when the market started to well, before we talk about the market pivoting, it was at this same time that I began reaching out to the underground cannabis growers on Vashon, because Vashon has been known for its high quality cannabis all the way back to the 70s.
Yeah.
You know, bands would come through Seattle and they'd try to like get their Vashon hookup, and they pick up some weed for the rest of tour and all that kind of stuff. And so I knew that these cultivators were here on Vashon, but I also knew they were very much still in the underground. And but because there were so many people producing on the island, prices for ounces on the island were just like ridiculously low, you know, and that was great if you lived on the island, but it was really bad for the cultivators who were trying to support their families on it. And I realized that there were all these dispensaries a short ferry ride away in Seattle that would love to have the produce from my island. But none of the cultivators wanted to leave the island. I still don't want to leave the island.
Right.
You know, once you moved here, you're like, I don't want to go to Babylon. You know, I don't I don't want to go to that. It's noisy and everybody's driving crazy and like
everything's good here. We'll just stay in place.
But because I was more recently on the island than these cultivators who grew up here, I wrote a one-page invitation talking a little bit about this group that I wanted to form on Vashon called VIMIA, which stands for the Vashon Island Marijuana Entrepreneurs Alliance. And I wanted to know what they wanted as far as representation. Like what can you use as a cultivator? What would help you in the underground? And so I made up a bunch of these letters, and I started giving them out to the kinds of people on the island who I thought would know cultivators. So particular types of farmers, certain types of community organizers. I'm like, you don't have to tell me if you know a cultivator, but if you know a cultivator, would you give them this letter? And they're like, that's interesting. Yeah. And so these letters went into the underground. I made like 25 of them. And these black market cultivators started like showing up at the oddest of times too, because nobody was calling me. I would just be, at a baseball game or a softball game, and somebody would come up to me and say like, you're Shango, right? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, hey, I got your letter. And I'm like, oh,
wow.
And they're like, you want to go for a little walk? And I'm like, yes. And so we'd go and we'd talk, and the universally, everybody wanted security, right? Everybody was afraid to get busted for their grows. And so I knew that normalization on the island was one of the important things that VIMI was going to do. And then the other thing is that everybody was spending way too much money on inputs. They're like, all these fancy ass inputs are expensive. And so the very first thing I did when I formed Vimeo was to start essentially a media / I guess propaganda campaign that was pro cultivator. And things like we back in those days we were using words like pot and marijuana a lot more than we were now, right? So we would do things, we would put out things like, hug your local pot grower, pot growers are local farmers too. Pot cultivation is a family farm. Things like this, right? Which got the rest of the island to realize that you don't have to look at cannabis as a scourge. These are members of the community, and we should embrace them. And then the second thing I did is I started pulling together more of these cultivators, and I said, this is still in the old days when people were throwing away their soil after every run, right? Instead of keeping it and aging the soil and, more of a no-till kind of regen thing, right? Back in these days, people were just dumping their soil and thought they had to start with new soil. So we started bulk purchasing soil and just having, a higher quality soil than was available generally on the island. And we were just having it come and be dumped at one location, and everybody would come with their truck and fill up their truck and like head on home.
Nice. And,
we got these hugely better prices. Well, after that, people were all like, all right, Shango, what else you got for us? And so we started doing, some other, soil amendments. We started buying in bulk, and this was well ahead of my awareness of the more serious regenerative scene, which I'm, a big part of now. But in these early days, I knew I liked organic farming because I grew a little bit of organic food. But I certainly didn't have like the regenerative whole mindset. I was just very stoked that we were using natural amendments and I knew how to make compost tea. Like, I'm like,
Right,
that's,
yeah.
just the idea was just like, like let's try to like get people off the bottle, because that was
Yes,
a thing
yeah,
that early. And so we started doing that and people really liked that. Well, at this point, the underground growers started to trust me more, and I'm learning a whole lot about what it means to be a cultivator, because I was not a cultivator. I was an enthusiast and then a patient. And then and so I started going to some of these folks that we had a more trusting relationship, and I said, "Hey, can I shop some of your flower into Seattle?" And they're all like, "You want me to like front it to you?" And I'm like, "Well, I guess in a way, but I just want to borrow it for 2 hours, 3 hours. Can I have, a couple pounds, and I'll go over to the dispensaries and try to sell it, and either I will bring you back money or I will bring you back the flower. I'm not gonna. It will not be in my hands tonight, one way or another." And they're like, "All right, let's give this a try." And I took it over there and I came back with money. And so when I got them about 150% of the price that they would normally get on the island. That made me very popular.
Yes.
And so they're like, "Wait, you're saving us money on the inputs and you're bringing us home more money and setting up these relationships." And then eventually, once they got set up, the cannabis was finding its way off the island, which honestly was making the concerned people a little happier, because I was a public figure. Since I wasn't a cultivator, I could be out front more. And so I was out front saying nice things about cannabis farmers, explaining their needs, and explaining that this organization I had started was helping filter a lot of this cannabis off the island, which caused them to embrace my new organization a little bit more. But the farmers were also thrilled, and because they were able to get more for their products. So this all happens, but then everything falls apart at the end of medical. So we got together as Vimea, as a group, a few times to go through the regulations when it came out, like the how to apply for a license. I went and I read it all and I marked it all up, and then got together all these people who are interested in getting licenses and essentially taught the regulations to everybody.
Yeah.
And we met 3 times like this, and the more we got into it, we realized that this sucked, and that this was going to be really expensive, and didn't really have the needs of the cultivator at heart. And a couple of people tried, almost no one succeeded. And because they were wanting to give their money to a different kind of license holder than people who were participating in the medical market. And so I had to make a decision at that point, because I wasn't going to be involved with the medical market anymore. And didn't look like I was going to move into the licensed market. So what are we going to do? And it came back to my first love, which was teaching patients, teaching dosing strategies, and creating a safe place for cultivators. And so the initial meetings that we had to learn about regulations became patient outreach meetings. And so they became like, one doctor would come to, well, actually, we're very lucky to have Dr. Ethan Russo, the world famous neurologist, lives on the island. He's my neighbor. Yeah. And so Dr. Russo, came and talked at one of these events and explained the endocannabinoid system. And everybody's all like, this was very new information for the people. Yeah. Right. But also if you are an event promoter and you're trying to book speakers, if a cannabis doctor, scientist, celebrity, whatever, if they know that you've already hosted Dr. Ethan Russo, they're figuring that you're pretty okay. And I got all these yeses from international cannabis talent who would come, and I tell them that we're a patient outreach organization. We don't charge any money to attend. We're donation based only. We do not pay our speakers, but We had a sponsorship deal with the one hotel on the island. I said, if you come to the island overnight, we'll put you up for the night. But really, you're just coming because you care about patients and you want to talk to the real deal people. And people flocked to Vashon. And so suddenly now we've got this scene which grew from Vashon to Seattle to the Pacific Northwest. We've had people fly in from Colorado and from the Bay Area for different events we've had, because the variety of teaching at these events was very down home, good vibed stuff. And so that's where the education of the circle, all the way back around to your question. That's where the education came in. It was originally, let's organize cultivators because I'm interested in them and I wanted to be helpful on this new island that I called home. And then I saw things that I could do to be of service to them. And so I did those things, which helped my reputation as being somebody who was trustworthy. And then we pivoted that into a patient organization, to the point that I speak here at the senior center a couple times a year, and I'm on the local radio station as a guest regularly, and been on the front page of the newspaper. It's like I've developed this niche for myself where like I have been referred to as like the weed guy or the pot guy a gazillion times, but not because I was selling bags, right? Because I don't sell flower.
Right.
It's because I'm teaching everybody and then telling people where they can get the stuff that they need to feel better, whether it's in the rec or unlicensed market. I just, so that brings us, pretty much to where we are now with Vimeo, where, unfortunately we've been on sabbatical because of COVID, right? And Vimeo will be the last group to get people coming back together because we're all patients, right? And so like we are at the most high risk. And also, there are a lot of people in the cannabis scene who are resisting vaccination. And so I'm certainly not going to be that guy who checks everybody's ID at the door. That's not really how I roll. So we're just going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait until the risk is decreased enough that we can bring together a room of 100 patients and not have it be super dangerous. So, we won't have meetings until, at least spring of 22, which is a bummer, right? That'll leave us at a good 2 years. Yeah. That's going to leave us with a good 2 years without meetings. But, got to keep the patients safe.
Exactly. I mean, it's the weird situation we're in. I mean, I felt the same thing. I used to do in-person workshops pretty regularly on cannabis science topics, was doing guest lectures at universities and everything. And it's been, pretty much once everything kicked off around, February, March of 2020, it's like I have a daughter. I also regularly see, my parents who have all sorts of medical conditions, myself and my wife have medical conditions, so we've been basically, just being very strict on in-person events and having to get people together. And it's been interesting because I've had to rely on virtual communication, leaning more on podcasting, leaning more on that sort of thing. But it does feel weird because you like to be with people, and there are these interactions and moments and knowledge sharing that happens in person that's so hard to get those dynamics captured in a virtual setting. I'm sure you've experienced this, where you see the knowledge sharing, the questions being asked, the looks on people's faces, these different subtleties that come out in in-person events. That's really, really special. At least, those are the kinds of things that lead me to want to do those things more and more, seeing all of that happen. So and
the
I
hugs,
can imagine it's been
the hugs, right? Like at the it's like, it's that simple. Like, I live on an island. I'm a single guy. I live in a house by myself on the water, right? But I am not getting enough hugs. When, at first when COVID came and all the conventions were canceled, I must admit, it was nice to get like 6 months to a year of a travel break, right? Because I had been traveling 2-3 weekends a month to speak at events and to teach and whatever, and that had gotten to be a lot. I was getting tired of being a road warrior all the time. But I really, really like my national and now international group of cannabis family, like the people I would see at
Yeah.
events. And so it was cool to have a break for a while, but now the break has gone longer than I've needed. I
Right.
am, because I'm a high risk patient, because I've got severe asthma. I'm not rushing to go like, MJ Biz is, coming up
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah.
And I'm certainly not going to that this year. Right.
Yeah.
Because I am an at-risk patient, right? But I really wish I was going to an event. I
Me
really wish
too. Yeah.
Cultivation Classic in Portland. That's
Yeah.
probably not going to
I don't know,
happen
the
because
Hall
of
of
COVID.
Flowers too.
Yeah, I skipped that too, and so
Yep.
so but I miss those hugs, man. I really miss seeing the cannabis people and being smiling with them and going outside and toking and walking around and talking with vendors. Like I really really miss the extended community, and I love my Vashon
Yeah.
community too. And I have been very focused on working on stuff here, but it would be nice to go some cool places and do some cool stuff.
Yeah, I totally feel you. Yeah, I'm ready whenever the time is right. And this is a good time to kind of switch a little bit here. We've been talking about how all of this is developed and the work that you've been doing, but I do want to spend some time just talking about, the show, the Curious About Cannabis podcast. I want to talk about what makes you curious about cannabis. And so, I'll just lay out one basic question related to the podcast and then expand on other things. But what are some insights that stand out to you that you've gained from all of the people that you've talked to, over the past 4 years or so on the podcast? What are some notable things that stood out to you that maybe changed your perspective a little bit, or that you just were totally unaware of that kind of blew your mind? But what are some kind of the more significant insights that you've gained from doing Shaping Fire?
Well, I would say one thing for sure would be understanding how different each human's body is. This idea of individualized medicine.
Yeah.
I really kind of thought that cannabis was the same for everybody, and that's like wildly untrue. How people react to different terpene profiles, how people cannabis is biphasic, right? Meaning you can take a little bit of THC, which will reduce your anxiety, but if you take beyond your personal threshold, it will cause anxiety, right? And because of cannabis's biphasic nature, we all have different thresholds. And so, somebody may get the relief they need with the tiniest little puffy puff, whereas somebody else is going to be like pulling tubes and blowing clouds to get where they need based on what, how many receptors they have and how busy those receptors are. And so the understanding that each patient needs to be addressed uniquely and without carrying over too many assumptions, that was good for me to learn as a health educator, but it was also good for me for just generally realizing that I should not generalize people entirely, to respect each person's individual nature. And I kind of got to that through trying to help people relieve their body issues, and just realizing that, everybody's different and on a lot of issues, not just their medicine, and not to assume I know folks. So that was a breakthrough thing for me. Another one was I had no idea I was so interested in soil science. When I first started cultivating, it was just like take the bag soil, put it in, throw in some kind of nutrients from the store and grow a plant. That's great. But then I started, talking to what would become known as the regenerative scene people, and realizing the magic of all the biological life in the rhizosphere and the protozoa and the microbes and how these folks get along, and how, for me, one of the first things I realized was that we get cold early in the season, right? So we've already had it's like the second week of October, coming into the second week of October now. I've already had 50-degree nights for 4 weeks. And it wasn't until I started learning about soil that I realized that the soil and the containers were going to sleep. The microbes and everything were cysting up, and then the plants would just go to mold. So it wasn't that, oh, my plants were unhealthy and then I got mold. It's that the soil went to sleep, which signaled to the plant that we're done for the season, and so you should mold for the cycle of life. Well, that was fascinating to me, and so next thing you know, I'm reading everything I can on soil science and regenerative, growing techniques, and creating your own inputs on your own property. And, when it comes to Shaping Fire, the guests that I have very much are based on what I'm interested in learning next.
Yes.
And luckily the show's at a point now where, everybody takes my call, right? So it's cool. I can reach out to whoever and say, hey, would you come on the show and talk about this thing that I would like to learn about? And, everybody's like, yeah, that would be great. And I think that because I don't fake that I know all this stuff before the show, I think the audience digs that, because it's very common for people to say, I like that we're learning so much together. And because some podcasts, they pretend that they know everything, and they'll even talk over the guest and try to tell the guest story. It's like, I'm much more of a get my mouth, I keep quiet and try to let the guest to tell their truth, and then ask good questions. And then when I learn something, it's common for me to go oh, I never got that before, and this is how you said. Yeah. And then you could almost feel my audience going, oh, me too, right? Yeah. And so, I'm not going to front for a second that I know all of this stuff. After doing, 4 years of my own show, and then another 105 episodes before that for Gantrepreneur.com, I've done over 200 episodes, and I've been doing this for 5 years or so. I know a lot now, but I learn new stuff on every episode, because that's why I do those topics, so I can learn.
That's perfect. I mean, and having that lifelong learner mentality, I think is great. I mean, that's something I'm always trying to promote, that regardless of whatever niche you've specialized in that you know a lot about, there's always so much more to learn. And to maintain that curiosity.
It keeps us humble too,
great.
Right?
Exactly.
It keeps you humble too. Yeah. So as soon as you start, you think you know everything, not only will you stop learning, but you'll probably also start being a prick. So
exactly. Yes. That's some of the biggest assholes you'll meet in the industry are those that have a little bit of knowledge that think they know a lot.
Absolutely.
I think that's called the Dunning-Kruger effect or something. There's actually a model for that you can look up. There's a graph. Anyone listening that wants to look it up, you can actually see this theory related to knowledge acquisition and confidence. And when you get a little bit of knowledge, you often overestimate how much you know. When you have a lot of knowledge, you generally underrepresent how much you know, because you've become humbled and recognize that even the things I think I know a lot about, who knows? There's always more rabbit holes and new things to shine light on and everything. And one thing I wanted to make sure that we spent time on, because I know that you're really into regenerative agriculture now, and something we talked about before we started recording that I found really fascinating was that you've been trying to figure out how it might be possible to take, permaculture, regenerative agriculture principles, and take them from the outdoor cultivation environment and find ways to integrate them in the indoor cultivation environment. So before we wrap up, I definitely wanted to make sure to spend some time speaking on that. So I know we've talked about it a little bit already off camera, but can you share a little bit about your recent indoor cultivation foray and what you learned from that experience?
Yeah, so I've got to admit, I have evolved my thinking, and again, another thing that makes one humble.
Yes.
So for years, I have been a proponent of only outdoor. I think that the quality of the medicine that comes out of outdoor plants that are grown under the sun is higher than indoor, because the wider spectrum of light
Hmm.
means that we are creating a wider terpene profile, a stronger cannabinoid profile, and just generally the plants thrive better. Um, I understand the appreciation of indoor from its connoisseur level and bag appeal and
Right.
beauty, but that's a different topic. I really like the medicinal value of outdoor plants, and I also didn't have a place to grow indoors, and so I was an outdoor guy because that's all I had access to, and I believe the gospel of Northern California outdoor, that's like that's the best way to go. And so that's what I've practiced, and over the years, I have increased my soil knowledge and using natural inputs and natural farming techniques and KNF, and so I've got a pretty good sense of what I'm doing outdoors now, and keeping my soil alive over the year, and using that same thriving soil the following year. So that's great. However, it became important to me to do two things. Number one, I needed new things to explore on the Instagram, the Shaping Fire Instagram. I've got like 11,000 followers, and I'm trying to always provide helpful tidbits. Well, that's a lot
Yeah.
harder to do if you're an outdoor grower during the winter. And I'm like,
Yeah.
let's see if I can do this stuff indoors. And so in this new house that I moved into last year, I've got a little bit of room. So I just set up a simple 4x4 tent. And I'm a big fan of letting the plant roots talk to each other. And so instead
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
making individualized containers, I set up a really nice 4 foot by 4 foot by 20-inch deep bed. And then
Nice.
I used the layered biomimicry soil technique that's taught by Leighton Morrison on my show, and so I asked him to get involved to make sure I did the bed right, and I wildcrafted all my inputs, which was a
Nice.
pain in the ass. And it's funny, I highly recommend it for quality of flower, but I don't recommend it for the amount of hassle. Like I never realized that wildcrafting silt was going to be so damn hard. and so anyway, so I wildcrafted everything for the bed and built it out, and then because in my head, like I understand that there are indoors, there's lots of options, right? There's hydro, there's Rockwool cubes, there's all this other kind of stuff, but none of those are really how I do things.
Yeah.
I like the Jeff Lowenfeld says, if a worm can't live in it, it's not really a growing medium. And like I know that
Yeah.
I know that it's up for argument, and I'm not trying to pick a fight with the Rockwool people, but for me that's where my head is I wanted to use real soil biology because I'm a soil nerd. And so so I started bringing in as many of the techniques that I could find from outdoors indoors, and did my first run, and I found I found lights that I really liked. I liked their spectrum. I liked the company's philosophy, and that's BIOS lighting. They make really good lights for both humans and for cultivation. They're actually a NASA spinoff company. Their scientists
Funny.
helped develop the LED growing setups for the space station, which as an odd thing, I actually used to work on the space station.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a funny thing to mention. I used to live in Colorado for a while in late '90s, and I worked for a technology company there that was making RFID devices for a Space Hub, what was the original name for the space station. And so stuff that I have touched is theoretically still up in the space station. So that's cool. So anyway,
That's super cool. Yeah.
got off the point, but the first run out of the tent was like the best things I have ever grown in my life. And like, I recognize how difficult that is too, as a devout outdoor guy, that I grew this stuff indoor. That is without a doubt the best weed that I had ever grown. And honestly, it was like the top 5 things I had ever even smoked. And I'm like, oh,
wow, yeah.
And what I realized was how limited I am by how short and crappy our summers are where I live here in the Pacific Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about it, a simple 8-week flowering period, if the plants start to flower here around August 15th, that's October 15th. We are soaked and cold by October 15th. So really, we only really get about 5 weeks of growing season before things start going to hell. And I realized that I'm actually a lot better grower than I thought I was. It was that I was trying to grow well in a poor environment. So as soon as I took those same regenerative techniques and brought them indoors, I hit it out of the ballpark. Well, that made me feel really good, because like year after year of getting beaten down by the bad weather, you kind of feel like a schmuck, I'm like, someday I'll be decent, I'll just keep on learning and keep on plugging away. And then I grow once indoors and it's like, holy smokes. And so that made me feel good. And so I'm still torn, right? Because it was really satisfying to me to grow flowers that I could never finish here indoors and have them finish beautifully, like really finish, not like, oh, it needed 10 more days outdoor, right? Like, cause that's what
but we can take it now.
Yeah. Well, that stuff's still great to process into tinctures and RSO and stuff like that, but it's not like fun to smoke, because it's just not there, but the indoor stuff is definitely there. So I'm at this new point now where I am absolutely a lover of outdoor, but because of where I live, I absolutely see the need for indoor. But if I'm going to do indoor, I'm not going to be using bottles and rock wool and A and B formulas and stuff, right? I am going to be using like whole nature soil additives, wild crafted when I can do it responsibly, but otherwise, build a soil, gives out, sells a lot of really great inputs, and get stuff from like there. And then leaving the only real problem for me, the fact that I'm using electricity for my lights, which, I try to, have a small carbon footprint, and I'm somewhere in between. I use so little electricity in the rest of my life, and my carbon footprint is so small that if I'm going to choose to spend my allotment of electricity on the lights, that's my decision to make. And so I do that. But even more importantly, I am aggressively researching and continuing to talk to solar people, because I think that when the day comes that we can, capture the sun and put it in batteries and have that push enough juice to run LED lights, it will absolutely remake the home grower industry. And I believe that time is soon. I don't think it's far away. And so, am I totally comfortable with, using lights to grow indoors? No, but I picked good LED lights that don't use a lot of electricity. I am producing my own medicine, which I think is legit. And as soon as there is a real opportunity to, teach using solar at home for home grow, I will have that show first. I will be all into it. So yeah, I'm in this transition place where I am a devout outdoor grower who now has fallen in love with indoor, and I'm like wildly excited about my second cycle coming up here. So.
That's super cool. And what did you grow for your for this first round of indoor experimentation?
Yeah. So before I go into it, people will be like probably shocked that I'm going to name 5 plants. this was part of my learning curve. 5 plants is way too many for a 4x4 tent. So we will definitely tie that up to a learner's error, because like I just wanted
That's right,
variety.
yeah.
I wanted to finish 5
Yeah.
different things so I could try 5 different things, but it like overgrew like crazy. So
Sure, yeah.
with that, I grew the hot Bicket OG that was bred by Nick Risden at Lime Rising Farms, and that's a cross of GMO and cherry pie. It is an absolutely delightful strain. And then I was given seeds that were bred by my good friend and very popular cannabis guy Michael Hinden, who died a year ago now. As a matter of fact, I was on my way to pick up these seeds when I found out that he had been murdered the prior day. And I was like at the airport going down to meet with Leighton Morrison in Southern California. And then we were going to drive over to Hindy's house. And then I found out that he had passed. And so there was a lot of grieving there. But then, his business partner, widow, Brianna reached out to me, and she said, hey, I knew Michael was going to do this thing with you, and he was going to give you seeds for the patients on Vashon. And I still want to continue on with the things that Michael wanted to do. And so she sent me almost a complete set of the modern epigenetics first release, and they're all runts crosses. And so that became extra special, right? Because not only are these crosses that I was hot to grow, but it was like Michael, right? This is Michael's work.
Right.
And so it became a real, labor of love, for lack of a better term. And so we grew, I grew Michael's Secret Stuff, which is GMO runts, and then also Jet Fuel OG runts called Private Jet, and that's a stinker. That's a really great plant. The Michael's Secret Stuff is a good plant because I like GMO, but the Jet Fuel OG runts, it was just like nasty and caustic and stony. It's really great. And then the two opposite corners grew a Landrace Acapulco Gold, which was okay. It didn't turn out as nicely as I had hoped it would. It was beautiful. It just didn't have a lot of nose to it. And then I ran CSI Humboldt's UK Cheese Skittles cross, which is really great. So not UK Cheese Skittles, Obama Skittles, because I've always liked the Obama strain. So anyway, but the funny thing is that Bicket OG is just a monster. That like you put that you put the Bicket OG in a 4x4 and it turns into a cage fight. The Bicket overgrew everything else, and so that was really difficult. So I'm very much excited. I'm going to scrog this next cycle, and I think I'm just going to stick to 3 plants, which is probably still more than I should have, but my goal is to grow them and then just weave them back and forth and see how that goes. One of the cool things that, like, since I'm not cultivating for profit, I'm cultivating for medicine, and so that I have like things to take photographs of to put on the Instagram. I can embrace my screw ups, it isn't like, if I did this wrong, I can't pay rent. Well, I'm not using that to pay rent. I pay rent from the advertising on my show, And so I can really embrace my mistakes and go, oh, well, I effed that up, and then take pictures of it.
Let's all
and
learn from it.
Yeah. Look at this stupid thing I did, because I was naive, or I just didn't have the experience. And so I use those things to teach. But very, very much love indoor now, and now I'm like plotting what plants I'm going to do this cycle after the next cycle after the next cycle. Like yes, I've got indoor fantasies now.
You've been hooked. Yes.
I have absolutely been hooked. And constantly now, I'm like, even though I don't have any more room in my house other than this 4x4 tent, I'm already thinking, how could I do a whole room? Like, doing two or three plants is great, but I'd really love to do like a full patient card of 15, indoor.
Right.
But that's not where I'm at right now. So that's okay.
We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And have you played around with autoflowers at all?
Oh yeah, well, I fell in love with autoflowers and became a big proponent of them about 3 years ago. As soon as I learned what an autoflower was, by going into the fields in Oregon near you, Oregon
Nice.
CBD Seeds, Seth and
yeah,
Eric Crawford,
nice.
right? Good friends of mine, and so their first auto was a all CBD hemp cultivar called RNA, really nice auto. And when I was there and they explained to me how they're not dependent on the sun, they're dependent on, their length of light, and then they automatically mature and flower, I'm all like, holy hell, patience everywhere that is not California needs these.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
So many of the genetics are designed for California weather, and then we don't have California weather in most of the rest of the country. And so the idea that we can start something June 1st and harvest it middle of September when we're all still in drought.
Yeah.
That was like. And so I immediately dug into that hard. I started hunting out autoflower breeders and putting them on my show, and hunting out seeds so that I could grow and take pictures and learn myself. And hooked up with Jeff Lowenfels, who put out a book on autoflowers, and told him that when the book came out, I wanted to have him on my show for his first interview. And that was cool. He actually invited me to write something for the jacket. So I'm like on the jacket of the book. So that's cool. And as we talked earlier, I did a lot of traveling to teach about cannabis, and I was usually being booked to talk about something patient oriented, right? And so I guess this would have been 3 years ago. I don't know. In COVID days, everything mashes together. But about a year and a half before we started all the COVID-y stuff, I was just touring, going to conventions and teaching autoflowers, which, historically have a pretty bad reputation because the past seeds have been pretty low yielding and pretty weak. But like the new generation of seeds are fantastic. And, they're not going to get to be monster plants that, we all still love. But like most people don't have the weather to grow those monster plants, or at least to finish them, right? You might be able to grow a monster plant, but are the flowers ever going to finish? Not most places in the country. So anyway, I kind of took the autoflower gospel on the road, and I reached out to lots of autoflower seed companies, and I said, hey, do you want to sponsor my talk? And all it takes for you to sponsor the talk is to send me a box of seeds that I can give away to patients after the talks. And of course, they're all like, hell yeah, Shango. And so all these folks sent me seeds, and I asked everybody, hey, will you throw in a couple extra for me so I can grow them and put pictures on Instagram, and I'll send you traffic. And they're like, yeah, we're good with that. So I would go to all these cities and give my talk about autoflowers, and then say, if you are a patient, come up and get a seed pack. If you are not a patient, don't come get a seed pack. Go buy one from one of these seed providers. Go out on the floor and buy them at the show. But if you consider yourself a legit patient, come get packs. And it was great. These patients are usually neglected, right? They're especially at trade shows, because they've got no money to spend usually, right? And so suddenly they're the ones getting the free stuff. And it was like high quality, good seeds. And so that was really good, and it felt good. It's good to be the conduit for that kind of love from the breeders to the patients, and so I'm very grateful that the autoflower community has embraced me, and even though I'm not a breeder, all I want to do is help spread their gospel and why you should buy their seeds. So and I think they get that my heart's in the right place. I'm not trying to take anything from the scene. I just want to make their artistry more popular, and we've done a great job. So that's really great. I am, even though autoflowers still tend to get a lot of flack by a certain kind of grower, I'm really honored to be, one of the people at the forefront of teaching autoflowers.
Absolutely. I mean, it's super fascinating to me for some of the very reasons that have come about in just talking about your experimentation with indoor and everything. Just thinking about how you translate cannabis cultivation to other places other than California and the lower half of Oregon. We have to expand our conceptions of all of these things and recognize, like you said, that everywhere's not California. Having that sort of arid environment and these long summers and everything, that's not going to be the case. And I mentioned before the interview started that I'm from the Southeast, and so I'm keeping my eyes on Tennessee, North Carolina, Arkansas, all these places that hemp's starting to get big, so they're jumping into large fields of cannabis cultivation and are recognizing, like, oh no, like this doesn't quite translate. Everything I've been reading in all these books and everything, it doesn't quite match up. And so seeing experimentation with autoflowers, I find particularly fascinating from that perspective. How can autoflowering varieties be used in places that typically do get a little more humid, that the rainy seasons start really early, or in places where you get these cold fronts that come really early? Seeing how that can be a bridge to, especially because as places legalize cannabis, they usually don't let you bring cannabis from other places, other states, and so you're stuck with in whatever state you're in. Once it goes medical or full adult use legal, you've got to work with the climate and situation you have, which is one reason why people often retreat. I say retreat, that's not the best way to put that, but they tend to default back to indoor because they just figure outdoor isn't even an option. So it'll be interesting to see if autoflowers, as they get bred and improved upon, because they've definitely changed a lot since like the 90s.
Oh yeah.
I remember back in the day, like the old like High Times magazines and stuff, you'd start to see advertisements for autoflowers for closet grows, so that the plants would be small enough that you could keep in a little grow box, or people used to grow in like PC cases, that they would outfit to grow plants in. And so seeing autoflowers come from that kind of early start to where it is now is just really fascinating to see. And it's got me really, especially from a scientific perspective, I'm like, I want to do trials with autoflowers and start to look at the biochemistry of these things and see if we notice any interesting things in some of these genetics that we don't see in other things, because you never know until you look. Yeah, that's all fascinating, and something I definitely wanted to check on, because it seems like for a place like Washington, that would definitely be the way to go as far as outdoor cultivation.
For sure. I mean, some of the early autoflowers that I was growing were like 100 days, but this summer I got to grow a bunch of 60 days. 60 days.
Wow.
And they were fantastic.
That's wild.
It was fantastic autoflowers that were 60 days. And they're not big plants, but just like when we were talking earlier about individualized medicine for patients, you need individualized genetics for growers.
Yes.
A lot of patients, okay, great. It's wonderful that they could potentially grow a 12-foot plant, but how the hell are they going to take that down? People with mobility issues, or who are growing in a backyard and they don't want to get their stuff ripped, right? There are particular growers that growing a 2.5, 3 foot, maybe a 4 foot plant, that's going to stay short, but maybe they grow a few more of them so they have some variety. There are people who don't need the traditional monster plant because that's not what they need. And so in the same way that we talk about individualized medicine, I like to talk about individualized cultivation. It isn't that one seeds are necessarily better than the other. It is the seed's highest use for that particular cultivator. And I think it's another way that we as educators can encourage people to be be in service to, like the people that we're trying to educate, whether or not they be, people who identify as patient growers or just home growers or, extractors, right? It's all about, being in service, and so that the individual cannabis enthusiast can choose which attributes of our scene work best for them. It drives me nuts when people compare like growing styles, like how you are growing is wrong. Like, dude, you're talking to this guy on Facebook or Instagram. How do you know any of the details of this person's needs, right? Like this person will figure out what works best for themselves. Don't worry about yelling at them that they're an idiot.
Absolutely. I think that kind of goes across the entire industry in general. I think as the industry's like kicking off, and people are much more public with their cannabis usage and growing and everything. Yeah, you see so much typical human dynamics, bickering and posturing and comparing and everything. And it is important to make that note that everyone has their own relationship and specific situation that they're in, that they're going to find things that work for them. And there are lots of options. And so getting caught up in trying to understand what's best right away is just kind of a fool's errand. What's best for you is definitely a great message to get out there. I also just glanced at the time, just noticed between our cuts, we've probably gone on for like an hour and a half here. So I want to be respectful of your time. I apologize for not noticing that sooner. But this has been a wonderful conversation, Shango, and I wish we could go on for another hour and a half or two, because especially as we get going here and comparing stories and stuff, there's so much that's popping in my brain, memories and things from the past 10 years or so, there's so much to learn from where we've come from and where we're going. And I guess the last question I'll pose to you is, what do you hope to see from the future as cannabis? I say the cannabis industry, but when I say the cannabis industry, I really just mean the widespread proliferation and normalization of cannabis, broadly, whether that's in the legal market or home growing or, whatever manifestation that has. But what do you hope to see from the future of the cannabis industry as we move into, the next several years, 5 years or so?
Well, let's start with the most difficult thing that I would like to see. And I would like to see more states adopt and hold a 1 acre cap like they were supposed to have in California, but then the lobbyists got beaten up so that people are now stacking licenses in California. Because originally there was supposed to be a window of opportunity for small heritage growers and family farms to get well established in the market before the big commoditized cannabis companies were supposed to be able to do anything in California. And effective lobbying by big money totally made that disappear just one night. In the morning it was gone, and no one was willing to talk about how that happened. And so I'm hoping that as we see the rise and strengthen of these MSOs, these multi-state operators, which are essentially like, McDonald's for weed, right? The quality is not what it could be, and it really commodifies the whole thing. I hope that many states learn from the California mistake, and they create situations in their states that is the opposite of what they're doing now, which is trying to beckon these multi-state operators so that they can deal with fewer providers and just make the whole thing easy for themselves, instead of doing the thing that should be done, which is letting small players grow in their state and then exporting those companies into other states that did not do a 1 acre cap. I'm asking a lot in that, I know. But that's the number one thing for me, is I would love to see something happen where the small guy can start to compete more effectively with these MSOs. Second, no surprise, I'm super excited to see the future of autoflowers, and
Yes.
because we're still very early in the process, and so much has happened in such a short amount of time, and now that this is the pool that I'm swimming in more, than photo periods, I still keep my hand in photo periods, but really, I think for the regular home grower and patients, the future is autoflower, and so I'm very excited to see what happens there. And then I'm also excited with the what do we want to say, like the standardization of cannabis knowledge, because right now there's still a lot of bro science in the teaching of the endocannabinoid system, and
Yes.
people they thinking they need an indica for this and a sativa for that, when indica and sativa is a false thing. It doesn't even exist in reality. It's just shorthand because people aren't educated properly enough. And as prohibition continues to melt away into some kind of normalized thing, I look forward to people more uniformly understanding how cannabis can help them and relieve their symptoms, so that people are doing less trial and error and more, oh, I'm using the best practices that we've already learned and shared. So I would say those three things are the things that are three of the things that I'm most excited to see come.
Yeah, I mean, those are huge. That first one you mentioned, I know it's a big ask, but I completely agree, because once again, I mean, I saw similar things happen in Oregon. I starting in these labs and getting to know these medical growers and these small farms and small businesses. You get emotionally invested in wanting to see them succeed as the industry is starting to come about. And then when you see them get totally crushed and basically no hope of being able to participate in any way, I mean, it's not just sad. Like it's wrong. It's just wrong. And so I want to just echo that absolutely, that's something that needs to get more attention as more and more states change their laws. Because I do worry that we're already kind of knee deep in this process of kind of excommunicating all of the folks who got us to this point. Basically, the people that took the risk early on, participating in either straight out black market or gray market areas, that stuck through medical all the way up to recreational, and now are trying to decide what to do to make a living, because it doesn't seem like growing is going to do it anymore. I'm sad to hear more and more and more of those stories as more time goes on. A lot of people in Oregon, I know lots of great growers that have abandoned growing because the money's just not there anymore. I totally feel that. So that one in particular, I just want to make sure people are really thinking about, especially if anyone listening to this has any sway in any of these states that are currently discussing legislative changes. All great things. And, I also want to make sure to give you a chance here in the last few minutes, let everybody know how to find Shaping Fire, the website, social media accounts. It's all fairly easy, because if anyone looks for Shaping Fire, they should find you.
Yeah, I'll do the plugs anyway. Yeah. So
do the plugs.
Yeah, the plugs. The center of the Shaping Fire universe is at shapingfire.com. You can listen to the podcast episodes there. You can sign up for the newsletter there as well. We do cool contests for people who are subscribed to the newsletter, so I recommend that you sign up for that. The at Shaping Fire Instagram is incredibly popular. That's where I do most of my teaching, both successes and failures, and let you know about some of the stuff I've found in, regenerative growing technique or new products that I'm into, whatever. So the Instagram's pretty popular. Now, I also have a personal Instagram at Shango Los that's also got 10,000 followers or whatever, and that's a little bit less about the show and a little bit more about farm tours that I've gone on, and
Nice.
just like more interesting things about like me as another cannabis enthusiast, that stuff that doesn't necessarily fit the Shaping Fire brand. I also want to plug the Shaping Fire YouTube channel, which is really different because even though there are certainly the audio files from the Shaping Fire podcast are there for you to listen to as well. The reason people love the Shaping Fire YouTube channel is because that's where I post all of my random videos from doing Shaping Fire. So you'll get, lots of farm tour outtakes. When I go to conventions, everything that I see at the convention, I record all of those speakers and bring them home for people who don't have access to it. The YouTube channel was nothing that I intended to do. It was just that when I got home from traveling, I had all these videos. Where the hell am I going to put them? And so I just started dumping them onto the YouTube channel. And now, there are hundreds of videos there, and we've got 10 or 13,000 subscribers, and I think we just recently hit our 1 millionth viewer. So it's really popular.
Wow.
And so that's kind of fun. And I think that's it. So, but the center of that universe is shapingfire.com. And honestly, if you just put Shaping Fire in Google, you'll find it all. So before we go, I also want to thank you, Jason. I absolutely see why you got feedback from people that you and I should talk. I have enjoyed this interview a great deal, which is not something I can always say when I'm on shows. But we do have a similar warm cadence and thoughtful approach to interviewing, and I absolutely see why people suggested that we meet, because I too share your experience of feeling an immediate kinship with you, and we could talk for hours and hours. So hopefully when all this COVID bullshit is done, we can have time to get together and do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, something I'm planning to do whenever it's safe to do. I'd actually planned to do it the year COVID hit. Was I wanted to hit the road and travel around, meet with a lot of people that I had already been meeting for the podcast and everything, do some on-site, live videos and all of that sort of stuff. And, that came crashing down. And then I was like, okay, maybe 2021 that'll happen. No, it didn't happen again. So we'll see about 2022, but at some point I will be getting on the road and trying to connect with folks. And
it would be great to have you up here for a Vimeo meeting. Once we restart those, I think you'd really enjoy the vibe scene. Our meetings are even in an old log Grange hall. It's very old school rural romantic, dude. It's really great.
Yes.
So when we start doing those, I'll send you an invitation when we start those back up.
Absolutely. And then there's definitely, when in-person Curious About Cannabis events start getting going again, once again, whenever that happens, I'll definitely be reaching out to you to connect over that kind of stuff too, because I'd love to be able to talk to you again and work with you any way we can. It's been a great pleasure on my end.
Right on. I feel the same way. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Absolutely. All right, everybody that's listening, thanks so much for tuning in, as always. And if you want to learn more about Curious About Cannabis, similarly, if you search for Curious About Cannabis, you'll find us. Our social media tags are all over the place. But Instagram is really the main place to find us, at Curious About Cannabis, and the website cacpodcast.com. And then we also have an app out now too, where you can kind of stay connected to all of the Curious About Cannabis ecosystem stuff, and you can look for that. Otherwise, everyone out there, as usual, stay curious and take it easy. Bye-bye, everybody. If you like this video, be sure to subscribe, hit the bell icon so you get notified of more videos, and go ahead and check out another video while you're at it.